The wind howled. Lightning split the sky. The plane, once gliding smoothly through the night, shuddered violently as it plunged into a wall of turbulent air. Passengers gasped. Panic rippled through the cabin, turning the cramped space into a hive of unease. The massive steel bird groaned, like a dying beast moments from collapse. "Attention, passengers! The plane will attempt an emergency landing in 5 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelts." The flight attendant's trembling voice barely left the speakers before a deafening boom rocked the fuselage. The aircraft lost all control. It lurched, dipped, then plummeted toward the raging ocean. Through the window, Luo Ji saw monstrous waves clawing upward, dark water twisting like a beast eager to swallow him whole. Above, the sky was a curtain of black thunderclouds. There was no escape. Cold seeped into his bones. The ocean rushed closer. "Am I going to die here?" he whispered, hands clenched tight on his seatbelt. Humanity had conquered the skies, claimed mastery over the earth, and boasted of bending nature to its will. Yet at the edge of disaster, it was clear, before the fury of the world, mankind was still fragile. The plane slammed into the ocean. Black mist rose from the wreck. Seawater surged into the broken cabin, dragging passengers into chaos. Gunpowder stung the air as the fuselage tilted, groaning, sinking deeper into the abyss. Boom! Another explosion tore through the cabin. Fire burst from the ruptured frame, painting the sea red as screams rang out. Luo Ji tore at his seatbelt with trembling fingers, refusing to let despair take him. "I can't die. My parents are still waiting for me. Calm down. I need to calm down." But hope died quickly. A massive wave, towering and merciless, rolled across the wreck. Luo Ji was thrown from the cabin and swallowed whole. Ice water forced into his lungs. His body sank deeper and deeper, every struggle dragging him faster into the abyss. Strength fled. His vision blurred. "Am I dead?" A final explosion lit the waters above, and the sea turned into a fiery grave. Then silence. Darkness. Sleep. Ding. Host death confirmed. Unlocking infinite monster transformation system. First transformation detected. Reward: legendary tier monster form. Initial choice available. Transformation duration: 7 days. After 7 days, random reassignment begins. Countdown: 10, 9. Choices flickered before his fading mind. Shadow Crocodile, Abyss Leviathan, Megalodon Mutant, Sea Dragon, Ghost Leviathan. Countdown complete. No selection made. System will randomly assign form. Reward carried to next transformation. The deep sea. Luo Ji's eyes snapped open. No suffocation. No pain. The crushing waters pressed down, yet he could breathe. What's happening to me? He shifted, only to see a massive, black appendage slice through the water. A limb thicker than a pillar, lined with barbs and suckers, crushing reefs with ease. He froze, tried to swim, but the limb moved with him, mirroring every motion. Slowly, he raised his hand. The monstrous tentacle rose with it. When he clenched his fist, the appendage coiled, flexing like a living weapon. This is me. Panic jolted through him as realization struck. I've turned into an octopus. Before him, a glowing panel appeared. Name: Extremely Deep Cold Luo Ji. Category: Sea Monster. Level: Legendary. Countdown: 168 hours. His mind spun. A system. "I'm here," a voice answered in his head. "It really exists," Luo Ji muttered, disbelief choking him. The log replayed. He had failed to choose in time, so the system had randomly assigned him this form. A monster of the abyss. For now, at least it was a sea creature. Had it been a land beast, he would have perished instantly. Wait, what does 168 hours mean? Answer: after 168 hours, the host will be forcibly transformed into another non-human form. This cycle repeats every 7 days. Completing a cycle rewards a transformation card, allowing limited free control over that form. Then, how do I turn back into a human? Answer: impossible. unless the host randomly acquires a humanoid monster form. The only path is to continue gathering transformation cards until the desired form appears. Luo Ji's tentacles writhed in frustration. Gone. So I'm cursed to be a monster forever. Silence. Only the cold sea. His heart sank, but he clenched down on despair. No, not forever. If I can live, if I can survive, there's still hope. And in the abyss, Luo Ji made his choice. If he could not be human again, then he would live on as a monster until the day he seized back his fate. The next morning, yesterday at around 12:40 a.m., an international airliner crossing the Pacific was caught in severe turbulence and crashed in the northern waters. As of 23:50 last night, all passengers are presumed dead. The news anchor's voice echoed faintly through the waiting hall of the luxury cruise terminal. The screen hung high overhead, subtitles flickering across it. The bustle of the crowd drowned most of the broadcast. Only those close enough, or sharp-eyed enough to read, caught the grim details. On board the cruise ship, the mood was far removed from tragedy. In a glittering open-air restaurant, the young elite sat gathered. Crystal glasses clinked, sea breeze danced with lazy sunlight, and the endless horizon stretched blue and calm. A woman of cool temperament finally broke the silence. Rising gracefully, she swept a faint, detached gaze across the others. My name is Lehan, 23, Vice President of Huaxing Entertainment Media. Her voice was soft, but carried authority. The name Huaxing was weight enough, an entertainment empire with power stretching across Asia. To rise to vice president at her age gave her the aura of one long accustomed to high places. It was no wonder the science present sometimes mocked her behind closed doors as the beautiful president. In truth, Lehan had little desire to attend this gathering. It was nothing but a social masquerade, an annual meeting staged by the ship's owner to court wealth and tighten ties among the elite. Beneath the polished laughter and champagne, it was simply money circling money. Next, a girl in a cheongsam stood and introduced herself, her figure swaying as every male I followed. Xiaolin, actress. Perhaps you see me on screen? Her smile was practiced, charming, her role here clear. For men of power and wealth, excitement mattered more than food. And women like Xiaolin were invited not to dine, but to be admired. Lehan sat back, her expression indifferent. She had no interest in petty introductions or unspoken rules. She was here only because family obligation left her no escape. On the surface, this was business socializing. In truth, it was also a blind date. Her own family ranked among the most powerful in the nation, and even here, her would-be suitor was a cousin from extended branch. She had already dismissed him in her mind. The voyage itself would last nearly half a month, the massive 160,000-ton vessel sailing from Long Country across the South Asia and East Asia seas before reaching the North Pacific. Asia's grandest cruise, hosting its richest passengers. And for the next half-month, Lehan was bound to it. She rose suddenly, brushing aside the murmurs. "Excuse me, I'm not feeling well. Shall I come with you?" Han, her cousin offered smoothly. "No need." He only smiled, unconcerned. There would be time enough. Lehan stepped onto the deck. The sea stretched endlessly, waves calm under the warm sun. In the distance, seabirds wheeled and cried above the water, their circling movements oddly restless. A weight pressed in her chest, not from the social farce she had abandoned, but from something darker. An omen. It felt as though this voyage had no return, as though something unseen lurked beneath the waves, its gaze fixed coldly upon the ship. She turned a glance back through the glass at the restaurant, where laughter and music continued, silk dresses and tailored suits glittering under the sun. Hypocritical smiles. Empty chatter. Yet the unease in her heart only grew. Far below, in the deepest trench of the Pacific, shadows writhed. From the darkness, massive limbs flashed past the seabed. A creature tens of meters long coiled and uncoiled, surging forward with terrifying speed. Above, a sperm whale dove desperately, 20 meters of muscle and might fleeing for its life. But compared to what pursued it, the whale was prey, nothing more. In a single motion, tentacles as thick as ancient trees wrapped around the whale's body. Eyes glowed in the dark, green, crystalline, cold as the abyss itself. With a single squeeze, bone cracked, flesh tore. The monster's countless limbs twisted and constricted, and the whale's massive frame shattered under impossible force. Skill activated. 1,000 tentacles strangle all things. The sea trembled. Flesh ripped apart in an instant. The hunt was over. Tentacles pulled the remains closer, tearing chunks of flesh free and feeding them into a maw lined with crushing teeth. Blood spread like ink, bones ground to splinters. Gudong, gudong. The deep vibrated with the sound, a dull, monstrous rhythm echoing through the waters. A sound like the abyss itself singing, a whistle of horror, chilling enough to make even gods shiver.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
In these 2 days, Luo Ji can be regarded as adapted to the survival mode of marine life. That is, the survival of the fittest and the survival of the fittest. Fighting between the strong does not require any weakness or sympathy. All that is needed is the arms and legs that can kill creatures, deadly stings, sharp teeth, and a strong physique. And Luo Ji happened to have all of this, and now it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest creature in the sea. Then next, eat and drink and wait for the next transformation to come. Luo Ji, who has no enemies in the deep sea, does not worry about being attacked by other creatures, because he is strong. In other words, his transformation form is extremely powerful. Don't look at it as ugly and terrifying, but a single arm and foot can burst out thousands of tons of twisting force. This alone is invincible in the food chain. The other side, it is passing through the South Daxia Sea and the East Daxia Sea, and finally sailing into the North Pacific Ocean on the giant luxury cruise ship Oriental Goddess. The boat is full of wealthy, jewel-like beauties and rich people. The men in suits and leather shoes danced on the dance floor at night, with women in open-chested and backless evening dresses. On the contrary, Lehan didn't have that thought and went back to the room to rest early. All night, Lehan didn't close his eyes. Her memory is very good, and she felt depressed and uneasy at noon, so that she recalled the content of the previous horror movies at this time. This reminded her of a horror film called Deep Sea Devil. The cruise ship was attacked by sea monsters, causing corpses on the cruise ship, which was extremely terrifying. Looking back now, it makes people unable to eat. Lehan was thinking, even if the monster in this absurd movie actually exists in the world, it would not dare to head with the goddess of the East. Because this ship is not generally huge, even if a sea monster with a length of more than 10 meters does appear, its size is only 1/10 of this ship. This huge ship with a displacement of 160,000 tons can be directly crushed by just hitting a sea monster. If there is a sea monster that encounters a giant ship of this level, it is estimated that they will be scared to hide in the deep sea and dare not come out. Therefore, Lehan feels ridiculous about her inexplicable anxiety. Is it because the pressure has been too much recently, which made her have a kind of absurd illusion and thought? That's all. Lehan stayed up until early in the morning before he was a little confused. She was on the upper floors of the sea view room, looking out the window, staring at the slightly undulating sea in a daze. Because the cruise ship is so huge that people can't feel the shaking of the ship at all, naturally there will be no seasickness. But at this time, apart from the staff, almost no passengers can be seen on the cruise ship. For people who are used to partying all night, they usually wake up after noon, because most of them will choose a hangover and have fun until they have fun. Deep sea. The giant octopus lying on the rock, Luo Ji is thinking about a question. Because he is now in the form of a giant sea monster. What should he do if he wants to return to human society? Some people may say, they have all become monsters, so why bother to return to the human world? But the problem is that Luo Ji now needs to know the situation of his family. After all, the son who raised such an age suddenly died in a plane crash. How hard it was for his parents. Besides, even without confirming the situation of his parents, Luo Ji still has to find a way to leave the sea. Because after the initial transformation is over, Luo Ji will randomly transform into other monster forms for a period of time. If, during this period of time, Luo Ji became the words of non-marine creatures. What should I do? Are you drowning alive? Of course, the best way is to temporarily find an uninhabited island to land when the next transformation is about to take place to prevent failures. There is another option. It was in the vast ocean that a huge ship was found alone. With Luo Ji's current abilities and methods, he could sneak into it unconsciously. Not only that, the suckers of the tentacles will also firmly grasp the bottom of the ship and follow the giant ship to approach the world where humans are. Even if the initial transformation is over, even if it enters the blank stage, Luo Ji can survive well. But Luo Ji's idea is very good. But he himself knew that within the remaining 5 days, if he could wait for a huge ship to appear in the vast sea, it would be lucky enough to explode. But it is estimated to be difficult, because the giant wheel is almost impossible to appear here, so it can only slowly search for uninhabited islands. Thought of this, Luo Ji started to move, removing his huge body from a huge rock under the sea. At this time, it is like the giant sea monster in the monster movie that is best at rendering a certain extreme horror atmosphere. The appearance looks strange and terrible like an alien, which makes people shudder. Adhering to the idea of the second youth, Luo Ji nicknamed himself Deep Sea Devil. Don't say it. This kind of psychological change, after the transition from human beings to monsters, once accepted, it's kind of sensational. As a human, Luo Ji slightly develops deep sea phobia. But now, deep sea phobia? It should be the deep sea fearing it. It is simply the overlord of the seabed, and scrupulously prey on everything. Shark? Whale? King squid? Eat everything you see. Creepy giant wandering on the seabed, waving thousands of feet like the evil god Cthulhu, and even wandering near the seabed pyramids to take a close look at the lost civilization of mankind tens of thousands of years ago. Cool. That's so cool. At first, Luo Ji, who had the idea of becoming a human earlier, could not help but have the idea of true fragrance. It turns out that if you don't be a human being, it will become so easy. After letting go of all the burdens, Luo Ji seemed to be looking down at his world and examining the entire sea. This feeling of being a king is really interesting. The deep sea devil is actually myself. With this thought, Luo Ji began to swim in the direction of the South Daxia Sea. There are more than 200 uninhabited islands and rocks in the South Daxia Sea. Maybe something interesting should be encountered. Asterisk, on the cruise ship. The sailing began for 2.5 days. Until entering the South Daxia Sea, the sea was calm and sunny. Afternoon. There are more and more people on the deck, and men and women talk to each other, judging how much benefit each other's identity can bring to themselves. They laughed constantly, deliberately showing the brand and taste of their clothes. Many men seem to raise their wrists intentionally or unintentionally, revealing the various models of watches. As long as the grade is high enough, there will be a wonderful affair. Sisterly, Boss Lin is having a party in the Sea View Ballroom on the 9th floor tonight, and he specially invites you to go with him. Xiao Lin approached, looking at Lehan with a unique temperament, and at the same time bringing her a word. Party! The cold-faced Lehan suddenly frowned. She pondered for a moment and said, I know, I will go. It's great. Then I will reply to Boss Lin first. Xiao Lin took out her mobile phone as she spoke, but there was no response after dialing the number several times. Hey, it's weird why there is no signal here. I'm really sorry, Sisterly, Then I will go back and notify Boss Lin first. Can. Lehan looked at Xiao Lin's Meow Man figure and nodded gently. There are beauties wearing any style of clothes on this cruise ship, such as thin and narrow skirts, expensive dresses, pairs of fashionable women with slender and graceful long legs wrapped in silk stockings. Compared with these women, Lehan is wearing a suit and a pair of sunglasses, and the eyes behind the lenses are extremely sharp. Naturally beautiful, she has a beautiful and refined appearance, and if she is dressed up, she will never lose to those celebrities Xiaomi. It's just that she disdains it. She always gives people a sense of calmness. That kind of calmness in the face of danger is a unique temperament that can only be honed in a high position for many years. Coupled with Lehan's indifferent and sharp attitude towards everyone, her father often sighed that she should not be a vice president, but a female prosecutor. At this time, Lehan heard someone complaining on the deck. Why there is no signal. Unexpectedly, Laozi's hundreds of thousands of mobile phones didn't even have a signal on the high seas. I shouldn't believe those behead advertisements, which are dedicated to distinguished business people. Boss Xiao is joking again. In fact, it's not the problem with your mobile phone. I just saw it. Even my satellite mobile phone has no signal. These words caught Lehan's attention. She is curious. It's fine if the general mobile phone has no signal. It is normal to have no signal on the sea. But if even those expensive high-end satellite phones... What is going on? Lehan also opened his eyes wide as he watched his cell phone, showing no signal. At this time, she looked towards the sky, and a group of snow-white seabirds hovering on the sea in the distance seemed to flicker left and right, which was very wrong. Could it be said that this place is in some kind of magnetic field disorder? Maybe. But anyway, she could do nothing about this kind of thing. The captain should find a way to solve it. Thinking like this, because the weather is getting hotter and hotter, Lehan only stayed on the deck for a while, then turned around and went back to his room to rest. 14 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, in the main rudder control room of the Oriental Goddess. Yes, Captain, the radio has been having problems since last night, and there are complaints from passengers on the upper and lower decks. Impossible. We have walked this route hundreds of times. It stands to reason that there should be no signal. The captain of the cruise ship said in disbelief, "What happened to this voyage? It was very wrong from the beginning. And this time, all the rich and noble women in the country were invited. If you don't think of a solution quickly, it will take a long time. But it's troublesome. At this time, ship, captain, the big thing is not good." What happened? Suddenly, someone ran over in a panic, and the captain stared at the crew member displeased. But then the other side's trembling sentence made him feel his body stiff, and he was stunned. Yes. This morning, the waiter found someone dead in the guest room. What's going on? Who is the dead person? The identity of a deceased has been determined. He is the president of Wangjing Pharmaceutical Company. Han Wei, Boss Han. Why is it him? The cruise ship captain's face was pale, and he suddenly realized that this was serious news. Who knows the news now? Just a waiter and our staff. The guests don't know yet. Listen, keep your mouth tight. No one is allowed to leak this matter, and let the security guards and police officers handle it. As for the broadcast notice, it's not too late to release it tonight or tomorrow. Yes, Captain. The staff member ran out in a panic. Generally speaking, people who die suddenly or die on a cruise ship are still very common. But the identity of the deceased is quite special, and it does not seem to be as simple as a sudden death by accident. If it is a homicide, it can only be handled by the police after docking. Only. The reason why the cruise ship captain's face is so ugly is because he probably guessed why Boss Han died. Because this cruise ship is not as simple as socializing money as it seems. As early as the day before the trip, the cruise ship captain received a threatening letter. However, due to the stakes and the gathering of so many wealthy people here, it is absolutely impossible to cancel travel temporarily. In addition, starting last night, the radio signal started to fail. The captain of the cruise ship probably also understood one thing. That is the murderer or the criminal gang who wanted to use some advanced high-tech signal jammer to completely trap the cruise ship to death on the sea. It will take at least 12 days or so before the cruise ship reaches its destination. And in these 12 days, something terrible will happen again. The lives of more than 2,394 people on the giant wheel are completely equivalent to being held in the hands of the murderers. Damn it, the captain's forehead was already sweating, and at this moment, he was so battered that he didn't know what to do. He wondered if the murderer was for the money. What is this else? But he could only contact the owner of the ship who had contracted it first to discuss countermeasures with him. Night. The boundless Wang Yang. The night is dark. It was as if there was a terrible devil staring at this cruise ship ghastly across the sea. Under its gaze, the brightly lit luxury cruise ship sailed smoothly, as if it was the last voyage of the cruise ship, but no one knew except the increasingly anxious captain and crew. The first blood of the monster has already begun. Asterisk. In the evening, the communication between the Oriental goddess and the land was completely interrupted, and the death of Boss Han was temporarily concealed. In fact, the captain was already exhausted. But this is how he asked the crew to explain to the guests. From the beginning of the voyage to the present, the cruise ship has not had any serious problems. And the owner, who contracted this luxury cruise ship, said that he was sorry to make everyone feel scared. So everyone is invited to participate in the dance and party tonight. Everyone can consume freely, and he will pay for the whole party. It's all here. Who else has complaints? All worries about lack of signal, loss of contact with the land, etc. vanished in an instant. Everyone began to cheer, shouting the boss atmosphere. Tonight, get up to your heart's content. Especially tonight, Boss Lin, who had spent a lot of money on this cruise ship, was throwing a carnival party in the ballroom on the 9th deck. Of those who are eligible to participate, which one is not powerful? In addition to celebrities, the assistants of ordinary bosses and the middle-level managers of a certain enterprise were turned away. Although these ordinary people are also exempted from consumption, they are not eligible to enter this ballroom and can only cheer in other ballrooms, outdoor deck ballrooms, and the like. Elegant music resounded through the hall, and the fingers of a famous European pianist were playing the piano. Lehan, who put on a dress, also appeared in the ballroom on the 9th floor at this time. She skipped the long table full of seafood, pastries, and fine wines, and walked towards the bar, watching the bartender quickly bring out a glass of cocktails of different colors. There were already many young ladies all over the place. They're men who strike up a conversation. In fact, Lehan didn't want to come, but when he got on this cruise ship, he couldn't help himself. Simply perfunctory could not solve the problem. Before coming here, everyone was politely asked to hand over their mobile phones and cameras. Although there was no signal, any camera with the function of taking pictures was not allowed to be carried. In this circle, no one wants to be caught, and no one is much cleaner than anyone. Besides, it would be too boring if only dealing with those powerful second-generation ancestors tonight. Thinking of this, Lehan didn't have the slightest interest. It's better to let her watch the sea on the open deck. Boom! As if responding to Lehan's thoughts, the cruise ship shook suddenly, as if it had hit something. What happened? Why did the ship sway? Sorry, my wine spilled. The night is getting deeper and deeper, and there are drunken people everywhere, and men and women hug them regardless of occasion, making it extremely chaotic. Coupled with this sudden shaking, many people who were not drunk raised their heads and felt puzzled. Did the boat hit a rock? Lehan's thoughts hadn't been finished yet, and his eyes suddenly became completely dark. Snap! Power cut! After a sudden panic shout, many people screamed. What's wrong? What the hell? It is said that it is the most luxurious cruise ship in Asia, and there is a power outage at this time. Boss Lin, do you mean you have any special programs? Sorry, everyone, I'm going to ask. Someone was immediately disturbed, and in the chaotic and dark ballroom at this time, many people began to shake their hands on the wall and walked out, complaining one after another. On the other side, in the deep sea, Luo Ji's head is a little faint at this time. He just thought he had discovered a small island, and then went upstream with excitement, only to find that it was a huge ship when he approached. However, Luo Ji didn't stop, but hit the bottom of the boat head-on. Boom! A dull sound came from the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, the extremely cold, Giant octopus body of Luo Ji's incarnation is strong enough, and the cell's toughness is also extremely high. Just hit it hard, except for a little dizziness, nothing else. Then, Luo Ji was so angry that he looked at the rotating propellers. He unexpectedly stretched out thousands of tentacles, forcibly intervening in it. About a dozen thick tentacles touched the propeller, and they all exerted their strength together as the flesh and skin were slightly open. Guess what? Due to the excessive force, one of the propellers under the cruise ship, which was close to about 10 meters, was directly screwed down by Luo Ji. Soon after, the giant ship lost power. After sliding on the sea surface for a period of time, it gradually stops moving. Ow! Luo Ji only feels his hand is hot and painful. It feels like a person suddenly grabbing a fast-spinning bicycle tire. Although many of the tentacles are skinned and fleshy, part of it is cut off by the sharpness of the propeller. However, due to the legendary monster's horrible self-healing ability and the speed visible to the naked eye, Luo Ji's partially broken tentacles have begun to regenerate rapidly. Then, today is the 6th day. It was the 6th day when Luo Ji turned into a sea monster. After tonight, tomorrow will be the 7th day. Then in the early morning of tomorrow night, he will be forced to transform into a new monster form. So there is not much time left. Even by looting, Luo Ji intends to intercept this huge ship so that it can become his next temporary stronghold. At 9 o'clock in the evening, many people on the Oriental Maid became irritable. What's the matter? What do you call? In fact, there is fuel on board. Although Luo Ji stopped the cruise ship and continued to move forward, he did not destroy the power system, but someone else. It is at this time, gunshots came from the direction of the weather deck. Boom! Then there were screams. About a dozen men wearing black hoods and masks appeared nearby, pointing their guns at the heads of the captain and staff. What's wrong? Did there be gunshots just now? What's the situation? At this time, some of the bodyguard around the rich realized something was wrong and hurried to find their master. Even Lehan also appeared next to a sharp middle-aged man, watching the outside warily. At this time, the lights began to light up gradually, and the power system began to return to normal. But what? With a scream, all the dissatisfied and angry questioning voices disappeared. After so long, everyone was barely adapting to the sudden light, and then you could clearly see a woman sitting on the ground screaming. In front of her lay a man who appeared to be drunk and lying on the ground, covered in blood, and several similar people remained motionless on the ground in a dead posture, with gun holes all over his body. Dead, dead, they are all dead. The crowd was in an uproar. All the bodyguards rushed to their employers, and some police officers and security guards went to see those who were drunk and motionless. Lehan trembled, turned his head, and prepared to leave here quickly. At this moment, she suddenly found out. Boss Lin moved faster. He had already taken a step ahead and ran out of the fire escape stairs for fire prevention. Asterisk, give you 10 seconds. Everyone get down and hold their heads. Otherwise you will be shot. Da-da-da-da. Someone shot a crystal lamp towards the ceiling, and as the light glass exploded, a large group of rich men and ladies all lay on the ground in horror amidst the screams. This is robbery? The most luxurious cruise ship in Asia was robbed? Just kidding. No one can believe this kind of thing, and it seems that the captain and staff have been subdued. In this case, there is only one possibility that Lehan can think of. That is, there is an inner ghost. It was definitely one of the top rich men who planned this series of things. Even if it wasn't, it couldn't get rid of the relationship. But why do you want to perform this performance? For profit? Or do you have hatred with someone? Under the deep sea, Luo Ji didn't know what was happening on the cruise ship at this time, but he began to attach to the cruise ship with the huge suction cups on his tentacles. Crunch! It was the sound of steel being squeezed and deformed underwater. Don't underestimate the power of Luo Ji with so much touch. Even if the quality of the cruise ship is exaggerated, its density is not all steel. In some weak and fragile places, as the giant sea monsters climbed, many iron sheets began to dent. Luo Ji doesn't know how much he weighs. but there are probably more than a few thousand tons. Its longest reach is about 100 meters, which is obviously not enough to cover the entire length of the cruise ship, but the width just can cover part of it. And the general octopus has 8 legs. However, Luo Ji's extended tentacles have exceeded 30 feet, and it is difficult to see how many of them are. With the darkness, he gradually started to move towards the cruise ship. At this time, if someone drives a helicopter to observe this cruise ship from a distance, perhaps it will be horrified to find out. On the side of the huge cruise ship, it seems to be absorbing a dark thing. It is extremely large. There are already many tentacles that have begun to fall on the deck, slowly moving upward, flashing it with green light, like a devil's huge eyes like pupils slowly moved across the ship railing. Peeping at a group of people on the deck who are arguing and seem to panic because of something. What the hell? Luo Ji watched this group of people lie down and hug their heads, and they didn't dare to move one by one. I thought they had discovered themselves a long time ago. But in fact, this group of people didn't know that the sea monster had appeared on the giant ship. They were just ordered not to raise their heads by the thugs with guns, otherwise they would be frightened by being shot. Under this panic, no one dared to think or watch, let alone feel the changes around you. At the same time, the cabin was as silent as death. The radio on the Venus Oriental had been cut off. With the sudden blackout, gunfire, dead people, and the appearance of thugs, the entire cruise ship was plunged into a huge panic. Lehan walked back to the door without a trace. Although she thinks this place is terrible, but she doesn't want to die in confusion, even if disaster really happened. She also looked for a quiet place, slowly carrying alive memories, and then died without regret. But this beauty, where are you going? Suddenly someone noticed her little movement, and as the muzzle was pointed here, Lehan stopped moving. No, don't kill me. At this moment, the little female celebrity named Xia Lin sat on the ground, sweating like rain, her teeth fighting vigorously. Go away! Just when someone was about to raise a gun at Lehan, someone suddenly shouted, Don't shoot! That woman can't die yet. Grab her! Miss Go, the bodyguard beside Lehan hurriedly stopped in front of her. However, under these circumstances, he still underestimated the ferocity of the enemy. The 2 shots hit the bodyguard's leg and body accurately, causing him to lose his mobility, kneel to the ground, and scream. Hurry up! The bodyguard who had not died hugged the enemy's leg. Lehan looked at the stairs of the fire escape, gritted his silver teeth, and ran outside. Catch her! Why is this idiot still alive? Someone glared at the bodyguard, still stopping them with broken legs. Kill him! Just when the bodyguard was about to be killed, he slowly raised his head, looked at the group of people, and shouted, Who are you guys? How did you control this cruise ship? Does the owner of this ship have anything to do with you? Stop talking nonsense. Are you still acting stupid? What? The Oriental goddess hasn't been driving long ago. Fear is raging. At this time, Lehan was struggling to run outside in the fire escape. But at this time, the whole ship suddenly tilted to the left. Lehan was caught off guard and hit the stair railing. What's wrong? Before Lehan got up from the ground, he felt the giant will sway slowly. She hurried out the stairs of the fire escape and returned to her room. But she was completely taken aback when she looked at the large glass window where she could see the sea view. This giant cruise ship has a height of 50 meters above the sea. The height of the 10 decks is only less than 40 meters, and the bottom of the deck is also more than 10 meters high. But what did she see? A huge tentacles covered with suckers and barbed thorns slid across the glass unscrupulously, and the glass splashed with sea water was everywhere. This scene alone is as thick as a bucket, and the most shocking thing is its color. The cyan black skin has a bright blue pattern. Anyone who sees it should shout in horror. But Lehan's voice was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make it out of life or death. And the master who is touching the foot is now against the huge ship's side, slowly moving towards the deck. A terrible green pupil is looking around, and the crowd on the deck who is crawling on the ground seems to be still. I didn't realize what was happening at all. What is this? She trembled and did not dare to approach the window, murmured and looked at the undulating sea with a few long feet waving. This is much scarier than the people in the house. Could it be that the terrible sea monsters that existed in monster movies also came to Robbery? Compared to being shot or being eaten by monsters, Lehan felt that it was the former that was easier. After all, who can think of it? How could such a huge sea monster appear on the cruise ship regardless of the change in water pressure? Asterisk. After a half-minute stunned, Lehan came back to his senses. She looked at the undulating sea obviously blankly, and suddenly took a breath of cold air. When the originally blue water was surging, it turned out white waves like snow, like endless foam. In the thick water mist, that huge monster waved dozens of tentacles that were tens of meters long, as if to drag the entire Oriental goddess into the sea. I don't know if it's too strong, or what's the reason the Orient goddess tilted suddenly. Fortunately, although the sea monster had nowhere to use its power, the Oriental goddess was too big. The strength of the sea monster was completely insufficient to drag the 160,000-ton cruise ship into the sea. But the sea monster seemed to be angry, lifting up the tentacles with weird bright blue patterns and erecting them high and straight. Then it quickly wrapped around the cabin of the cruise ship, like an octopus covering a high tower, and the dense glass began to show scary traces of cracks. Under the terrible squeezing, the terrible sucker clung to it. The glass and walls moved slowly to other places. What happened? Why are the people on the deck not moving at all? Lehan stared at this scene dumbfounded. She was soaked in sweat. At this time, she was blown by the sea breeze, and a chill spread all over her body. But finally, what? Lehan heard someone scream in fear and yelled, "Weird, monster! There are monsters!" This is completely the most terrifying nightmare. There were people lying down on the deck. Someone who didn't know thought it was a corpse, but in fact, if the sea monster wanted to eat people, it would be impossible for a corpse to exist. It's not just them. Those who chased themselves from the cabin also spotted the sea monster and yelled in horror, and then someone shot out. Crack, squeak! The Maid of the Orient leaned to one side suddenly, and all those who were lying on the deck, trying to stand up and escape in horror, fell to the ground again. This time everyone saw the sea monster. They screamed in horror and even ignored it. Threats from robbers and mobs, desperately looking for a place to hide. With the faint light, people saw huge arms and legs passing by, and the sea monster seemed to get in toward the upper level of the cabin. Not good. Lehan was shocked when he saw the sea monster crawling into the lounge on his side, and hurriedly ran under the cabin with a silver suitcase. It was almost instantaneous. No one dared to stand on the deck anymore. Everyone wanted to hide in the box. It's just that the giant sea monster is a soft creature, so it can enter any narrow space, and even the stretchable tentacles can pull out all the things hiding in the upper floors of the cabin. Hurry up, before the sea monster entered the upper floors and occupied the entire cabin. Lehan quickly fled to the area below the cabin with a suitcase. There, she saw hundreds of people hiding in the corner in horror. Everyone. After thinking about it, Lehan didn't say much, but found a seat similar to a movie theater to rest. The other side, in the ballroom on the 9th floor of the Grand Wheel, with the sound of glass cracking, huge arms and legs directly penetrated the hall. As the screams sounded, Luo Ji's huge eyes looked curiously at the contents. What happened? Luo Ji looked at a group of cruise ship robbers staring at him with a little suspicion. The dozens of people stared at him with pistols, rifles, and submachine guns. They were motionless, stunned in place with fear. It's like being restricted by something. Is it your own line of sight? Luo Ji looked away subconsciously and looked his pupils in other directions. Then he heard the robbers screaming and shouting, "Monster! Shoot! Da-da-da-da-da!" The rain-packed bullets fired at one's arms and legs, and some of the fragile arms and legs had the effect of cracking the skin, but the muscles with sufficiently high toughness directly bounced the bullets out. Although it didn't hurt much, it was painful. Damn, I'm looking for death. With a pouch, one of Luo Ji's touched feet pierced a robber's brain like a spear, and then, together with the three behind him, pierced into a string like meat on an iron sign, and then the tentacles twisted. The three figures directly turned into blood fog. What a terrible power. Even the sperm whale can't handle this trick, let alone the human body. Luo Ji, who was slightly angry, stared fiercely at the people in the ballroom on the 9th floor. Except for some of the robbers who fled with their backs to it, the group of rich men and dancers who were kneeling on the ground were all stuck in horror. This is... Through the shadows and glass, Luo Ji vaguely saw his face. It was a terrifying alien-like tentacled monster. The most striking thing was the huge blue pupil with little green light, crystal clear, but it exuded a light that made people fall into dullness. What is this? Mind control? At this time, Luo Ji finally discovered his hidden ability. That is, as long as the creatures that look at it will stay in place like petrification, the brain will stop thinking, and the effects of confusion, sleep, and dizziness will be added. It seems to have become a vegetable. But as long as one's gaze is removed, that person will instantly regain consciousness and then react. Watching the group of fleeing robbers, as well as the sluggish rich and their xiaomis, Luo Ji's murderous intentions gradually dissipated, instead staring at the group of people like an experimental subject. It focused its consciousness on a young man in a suit and leather shoes. Then the magic pupil radiated a weird light. With the concentration of attention, Luo Ji seemed to be able to invade this person's spirit and saw his inner fear. Come over, inwardly give orders. The young man stood up blankly and extremely dull, and then walked stiffly in his direction like a zombie. Upon seeing this, Luo Ji got excited, and then tried to control the young man to make various orders. At the same time, he also exercised spiritual control over other people, but probably when he controlled more than 30 people, he couldn't continue to control it. The reason is that when Luo Ji is controlling a person, one of its tentacles will also lose response, as if the tentacles are connected to the spirit of the person. As many tentacles can control at most how many people. The most important is, once the tentacle has established a spiritual link with the human being, it can even be controlled remotely to see other images through that person's eyes before it actively releases the control and allows the human to regain consciousness. It's great. It turns out I still have this ability. Luo Ji was amazed. He is indeed a legendary sea monster, a monster that can be named as a legend. How could it be an octopus monster who knows nothing? It's exactly like an evil god. The people on the ship who are still alive have obviously been divided into 3 groups. The first group is the guests who first discovered the change and fled under the cabin, at the same time hiding here. There are also waiters and crew members who know the situation from various channels, as well as the self-proclaimed big guests at the top party. Some of them did not rush to the party, but left the dance hall for reasons such as going to the bathroom, vomiting, and physical discomfort on the way. Lehan also belongs to this category, except that some of the others came to look for the captain or the person in charge to question the situation under the cabin, while she had fled. The second group is the group of people trapped in the ballroom, whose life or death is unknown. Because most of the body of the giant sea monster covered the area of the ballroom, people outside could not see what was going on inside. In addition, in the upper floors of the cabin, the restrooms, the dining hall, and other areas, about 1,000 people are trapped in their rooms and dare not go out. They have no food or drinking water to sustain their lives, so they either last until the sea monster leaves, or risk sneaking into the restaurant in the area covered by the sea monster's tentacles to find food. But once discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. It is worth mentioning that the captain's first officer and the robbers are also here. Therefore, fish and snakes are mixed in the entire cabin, and many people are also afraid of encountering robbers who kill people like hemp, or being thrown as bait to sea monsters to eat. Finally, it was the boss Lin, who had chartered the luxury cruise ship. He was the first person to notice the change and escape from the fire escape to the lowest level immediately, hiding in the storage compartment. And it was still locked inside the cabin door and connected to the emergency escape route through a small door. But that small door seemed to be firmly locked, and it seemed to be afraid of people coming in. Because it is a storage compartment, a large amount of canned food and valuable wine are accumulated in advance. It is not a problem to stay in it for a few months and a half. This leaves the rich people who want to find Boss Lin to confront and vent their anger at nothing, because they can't open the door. Because this cruise ship was originally designed to prevent encountering notorious pirates. There are special alloy door panels, exclusive code locks, and the cabin body is made of 5-layer steel and alloy. Unless it is bombed with high-tonnage heavy weapons, even RPG can resist. I need an explanation. We all need an explanation. Who is in charge? Get out. There was chaos here, and the rich began to find the waiters and crew members to vent, and went directly to beat them. Then, under the control of the bodyguards, all the waiters and crew members were concentrated in an area, squatting down and holding their heads to accept the anger of the group of guests. Yes, I'm sorry. We really don't know what happened. Captain, please go to the captain. He asked for it. Suddenly, someone held their head in horror and said something. The captain asked. Lehan, who was initially irritated by such a bad environment, was stunned. She walked forward. When he came to the angry crowd, he said, "Calm down, everyone. Listen to him. Who are you?" Others ignored Lehan's words, especially those angry rich men. In this kind of isolation and helplessness, especially when Lehan had no bodyguards by her side, her words had little power. Obviously, Lehan also knew that she was very weak now, and she squeezed the suitcase in her hand. In the box, there is a Type 0.79mm automatic pistol, which was originally the weapon of her bodyguard. When encountering robbers, Lehan's first thought was not to avoid the enemy, but to get the gun. Although guns are forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom, this is the high seas, and when no one can protect their own interests, they can only do so. And it's not just Lehan. Other wealthy people may have smuggled 1 or 2 weapons to prevent them from being unprepared. Hey, the captain, you said, what did he ask you to do? Lehan did not become a bird at this time, but found the crew in the chaos and asked sharply. Yes, it's about Boss Han, who was found dead in the room yesterday morning, but the captain didn't allow us to speak out, saying that a broadcast notice would be released after a while. Boss Han? Hanwei. Lehan hurriedly continued to ask, but just as the crew member was about to speak, the ship's hull suddenly shook. Boom! The sound of thousands of tons of heavy objects falling down sounded, and the people under the cabin were instantly quiet. The lights began to flicker and dimmed. Everyone looked up at the ceiling in horror. There seemed to be something heavy wriggling above them. Then they heard a roar of the sea, and then huge snow-white waves began to surge. The terrible feat flashed in the eyes of some of the crew members who looked outside, and the sea monster seemed to have returned to the sea. Boom! As the waves rolled, the traces of the sea monster disappeared without a trace. Some bold people ran away secretly and found that apart from a pool of wet slime and water, there was only a mess on the deck, but they did not find any sea monsters. Even the tentacles on the upper part of the cabin that had been strangled out of the cracks were long gone. What happened? It seems to be bright. At this time, Lehan carefully discovered that the sun had begun to rise. Could it be that sea monsters are afraid of the sun's ultraviolet rays? Do not. In fact, Luo Ji simply felt that his body was too dry, so he went back to the sea to replenish moisture. Instead of staying and continuing to expose to the sun, it is better to find something to eat first. Asterisk. Is it gone? The sea monster has disappeared. Someone shouted in surprise, cheering as if they were left behind. But then there was anger, and a group of them ran outside, trying to find the captain and the group to question. But shortly after walking out and breaking into the hall, I found a group of robbers in black hoods with guns walking down the hall stairs. Are you looking for death? Give lousy all down. With the machine gun like fire, the originally angry guests suddenly screamed in horror and squatted desperately on the ground, holding their heads. Those who rushed to the front were shot and killed on the spot. I need an explanation. At this moment, among the robbers, a figure like a head came out, staring angrily forward. What's the F****************** G sea monster? It seems that the robbers don't know what happened, but they're now rudely treating the hostages and are starting to look for anyone who knows. No, I don't know. Pardon me, sirs. Maybe the sea monster will come back. You, a robber, just wanted to beat the man. But they were stopped. Save some effort. That guy is right. The sea monster may come back at any time. Then we will take food and water to occupy important strongholds. The power system of this ship is destroyed, and I am afraid I can't move it for the time being. What about rescue? Rescue? What rescue? You idiot. Do you plan to restore the radio and satellite positioning systems of this cruise ship? One voice yelled angrily. We're done in this way. Let people on the land know that we have kidnapped so many rich and powerful people, so we won't be able to fly. Then what to do? Wait, gather the food and water. The sea monster may leave soon, and someone will fly a helicopter to pick us up, as expected to be the boss. Listening to the complaints of these robbers and the information revealed, Lehan probably understood what was going on. Her mood suddenly sank. Obviously, this was a planned operation. In addition, the cruise ship lost contact on the sea. When the search and rescue team on the land began to move, it was already 10 days later. And at that time, even if the sea monster does not come, she felt that these robbers would not let these people go and would probably blow up the cruise ship and sink it in the end. As long as everyone is dead, no one knows what they did. But why? Why is it aimed at these people? It's hard not to make people wonder whether there is any terrifying conspiracy. Suddenly, Lehan realized a problem. The only thing they could look forward to now was the reappearance of the sea monster. Because only when the sea monster reappears, the robbers will panic like everyone else and hide everywhere. At that time, if she could find a way to interfere with the radio signal, destroy it, and then let the cruise ship send out a distress signal to the outside world, maybe the lives of more than 2,000 people on board could be saved. But obviously, she alone cannot do such a thing. Therefore, she can only rely on the means of the sea monster, and she has a hunch that the next attack of the sea monster is very likely to be tonight. Before that, she must be prepared. Under the terrifying, dark sea, the blue and green magic pupil stared straight at the bottom of the cruise ship. Luo Ji's body hung motionless from the bottom of the cruise ship. Two huge arms and legs are attached to the bottom of the boat. It stayed in this motionless state with its eyes rolling. It seems to be looking for fish prey in other seas. After all, the cruise ship temporarily lost its mobility. The methods of these people alone are not enough to repair the dismantled propeller. Without the propeller, the cruise ship would not move at all. So Luo Ji temporarily loosened his feet and began to dive deeper into the sea, looking for food. It's not very hungry after all. It can't treat people as snacks, let alone whether that bit of human flesh can fill the stomach. Luo Ji can't accept it physically and psychologically. Therefore, as long as the people on the ship don't take the initiative to provoke Luo Ji, most of them still hope to survive and wait until the rescue arrives. After all, Luo Ji himself hopes that these people can ask the outside world for help. Because when the second form transforms tomorrow, even if the rescue team arrives within a few days, he will have the means to sneak into it unconsciously. On a luxury cruise ship. Unlucky for him. The perfect plan was almost destroyed by a sea monster. By the way, the death of that surname Han is so bad. How did you beat *********D strangle him? Also, did you get that thing? In a room with no windows, only independent ventilation and air conditioning systems, life-saving and firefighting equipment, and communication and navigation equipment. The group of people who planned this shocking robbery on a luxury cruise ship, breathing in the fresh air, took out the ice drinks from the cold storage and started drinking. Don't worry, boss, it's already here. One of the robbers wearing a hood winked, and the people around him kicked the trembling cruise ship captain aside, and then opened a miniature cooler. Boss, what the hell is this? I don't know. It is said that this thing can make a person's combat effectiveness explode in a short time and obtain a superhuman physique gene serum, at least something worth $10 billion. Is it the gene medicine in the movie? It doesn't matter whether it's a medicine or a biochemical virus. Anyway, you have to do things if you give the money. Besides, none of the people on this ship are innocent. Do you think, Captain? I don't know anything. Don't kill me. The captain said shiveringly. He was just over 1 meter tall, and his face was pale at this time, and he seemed very afraid of the group of murderous demons in front of him. Cut. A sturdy man sitting by the sofa took out a few photos at this time. One of them was a woman. A closer look showed that it was the Lehan they had hunted down before. These few people are all related to the surname Han. Find them for me, and ask about the whereabouts of the USB flash drive. In addition, do it thoroughly and remember not to leave any clues. Yes, Captain. It can be heard from other people's names that the identity of this sturdy man is not simple, but a cruel person. As for their purpose, it doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that the cruise ship can no longer continue. In these 10 nightmarish days, how many people will survive tonight? Lehan has a hunch. That is, many people will die tonight. Just thought of this. Her mood is extremely heavy, but now is not the time to try her best. All she can do is try her best to survive. Boom, boom, boom. She came to the emergency escape route of the storage compartment and knocked on the small alloy door. Boss Lin, this is Lehan. I think we should be able to talk about it. Don't worry, there is no one else beside me. Only myself. Could you please open the door? After saying that, Lehan patiently waited for the reaction inside. About a few minutes later, when Lehan was about to knock on the door again, a mechanical creaking sound came from the alloy iron door. Do not move. The icy black muzzle was aimed at her eyebrows, revealing a man's face, and when he confirmed that there was no one else behind Lehan, he put the gun away and dragged her in. Then the things around Lehan were taken away, and the alloy hatch was closed tightly again. What's going on outside? As soon as he walked in, Lehan saw about a dozen bodyguards standing around a middle-aged man on a sofa. The man was smoking a cigar. The room was full of smoke, but his face seemed quite tired. It's a sea monster, a giant sea monster at least 10 stories high. Attacked this ship. What nonsense! The owner named Lin is the owner of this cruise ship. He looks more than 40 years old and always gives people a feeling of smiling, but not smiling, but the eyes have an eerie cold light. It's true. Boss, I saw it too. There's an octopus half the height of the Oriental goddess. The bodyguard beside him couldn't help adding one sentence, which made Boss Lin stunned. At that time, he hurriedly just fled and did not notice the movement on the other side of the deck. You sure? He squinted his eyes, then looked at Lehan and asked, Then, President Li Damei, the purpose of your coming to me is to tell me that a sea monster attacked me? Boss Lin, this is not a joke. Besides, do you know about Hanwei's death? Why didn't you notify others? Boss Han is dead? How could it be possible? He must have been killed by a robber. Don't pretend. The crew of this ship has already told me. Huh? What else do you know? Boss Lin suddenly sneered. Don't tell me you think I arranged those who kill people without blinking. No, I'm here to tell you that the sea monster may come back tonight. This is our only chance. What chance? When the sea monsters attacked, those robbers would never dare to act rashly. At this time, the only thing we can do is restore the radio system and request outside rescue. No, impossible. The captain's first officer shook his head and said in fear, They have jammers in their hands. We can't restore the radio at all. Now we are alone and helpless. That's why I said, this is our last chance. We can only take a risk. I need your help. I have to admit that as a woman, you have more courage than most men. Boss Lin looked at Lehan admiringly at this time, then shook his head and said, But I refuse. Why? Because I can't take the risk. As long as it waits 10 days later, people on the land will naturally send rescuers to search us. The food here is enough for us to stay for several months or even half a year. Why do we have to go desperately? Idiot! Lehan sneered. Do you really think you are absolutely safe? Didn't you say that the sea monsters will continue to attack the ship? If you don't escape as soon as possible, you can definitely live to that day? Hearing this, Boss Lin's face suddenly became gloomy, and he looked at Lehan dumbly. Also, you don't think that those people will let us go afterwards, do you? What will happen to this cruise ship when their accomplices pick up by helicopter? You should know better than me. Lehan didn't know if bombs were placed on the cruise ship, but obviously, Boss Lin didn't know either. Even the second commander of the cruise ship, the captain's chief mate, looked pale at this moment. The captain was arrested, and it seemed that he was beginning to doubt his life. Even he himself was not sure if anyone brought the bomb up. Really, as soon as this sentence came out, Boss Lin finally couldn't sit still. "What do you want to do?" he said solemnly. "We don't have many people. We only have 2 guns and some crowbars and steel pipes. You have also seen those people's arms. Don't talk about body armor and submachine guns. He may also be a professional mercenary who came in as a rich bodyguard. How could we be able to fight? No, since we can't fight, why bother with them? Didn't I say that when the sea monsters come again, we will find the place where they use the signal jammer and remove the jamming device? But do you know where the position is?" "I don't know, but your captain's first mate definitely knows." I don't know either." The captain's first officer became excited when he heard someone calling him, but suddenly he thought about it and said, "It must be at a height. This ship has 10 floors, but on the 10th floor, only the staff will go. In the room, the signal jammer must be there. The highest point." When Lehan heard it, it was almost the same as she had guessed. "But it's very tricky, because let's not say whether there is anyone on the top floor to guard it. If the sea monster attacks again, it will definitely attack there. However, this is also an opportunity because the sea monster attacks again, then the guards at the heights will be scared to hide. That was their only chance. From the next form of transformation, there will be a 24-hour countdown." In the deep sea, Demon opened his eyes. As the sun gradually sinks to the other side of the sea level, night falls gradually. Then, coming from the abyss, under the endless king's sun, thousands of meters, or even tens of thousands of meters dark and terrifying place. The tentacles were swimming, and, as the muscles contracted and released, Luo Ji's huge body rose instantly. It continuously sucked in a large amount of seawater and sprayed it downward. As if breathing to maintain a floating state, the whole process is not violent, just a force and reaction force. Asterisk. Gradually, snow-white waves are surging on the sea. If the Oriental lady's monitoring equipment is still working, it is estimated that the alarm will be raised at this time, and it is detected that the giant object is approaching quickly. The monster is coming. It was the people on the ship who screamed in horror. Some of them were forced to stay on the deck for the first time to report the situation in the sea. Abyss. Some white people shouted a name from the Bible in horror. That is the name God gave the fallen angel Lucifer into the deep. That is Abyss, which means the abyss of despair, the bottom of hell. Hearing this creepy name, everyone trembled suddenly, like falling into an ice cave. It seemed as if the line of sight was pulled down for countless meters, and I saw the dark, deep sea at the bottom of the ocean. The terrifying feet were swaying and waving, gradually appearing on the surface of the water, slowly floating up. The cold eyes are in the deep sea, staring at them in the same way. Several people slumped on the ground on the spot, shaking in fear. But when the atmosphere reached its most tense moment, it came. Luo Ji is here. Countless tentacles waved, rolled in the snow-white waves, and slammed into the cruise ship. Wow! With the terrifying waves rising high, tentacles thicker than buckets burst into the air like sharp and straight spears. Swish, swish. This time the sea monster is really attacking the cruise ship. Luo Ji waved his tentacles and destroyed the building of the cruise ship. He directly traversed the 5th and 6th floor halls, and then swiftly swept away with his tentacles. From left to right, it was like sweeping garbage, shattering countless glass residues. Help! Hurry up! The sea monster is coming. The Oriental goddess leaned sharply and shook violently. Feeling the strong, shaking feet, Boss Lehan and Boss Lin realized that their opportunity had come. As predicted, the robbers suddenly disappeared at this time, and they must have been hiding in an unknown corner. The guests and waiters who were abandoned on the deck and outside were all reduced to sea monster bait. Lehan took advantage of this opportunity and quickly ran to the highest level. The surrounding glass was bursting, and the stairs below her feet began to sway, but she couldn't stop. As long as these people can survive tonight, there may be rescue. Then the helicopter will take them out of here. As for the sea monster, an intercontinental missile can wipe it out on the spot. The cruise ship shook again suddenly, and Luo Ji's movement over the deck stalled. Hundreds of people are watching themselves in fear. Luo Ji's magic pupils swept across them, as if looking for his target. That's right. Luo Ji was looking for the group of people who shot at him yesterday. With the character of revenge, Luo Ji is waiting for them to appear today. But it's better now. The group of bastards hid, and some innocent guys were pushed out to die. Therefore, Luo Ji did not pay attention to the horrified people on the deck. Its eyeballs seemed to be in perspective, then stretch out slender tentacles and explore in every corner and room. Just one tentacles can fill the entire hall. The tips of the tentacles can also make eye contact, and there is even an alien organ like a mouth, including also possesses sensory abilities. When the tentacles are close to the living creatures, they can probably feel their life characteristics. So Luo Ji uses this method to distinguish the identities of the group of cubs who shot him. What? In the cabin on the 5th floor, one of Luo Ji's tentacles caught a guy holding a submachine gun that was shooting continuously and directly tied his neck and rolled it up. At this moment, he was dragged out of the room and swung in the air. Middle. Next moment, everyone saw that the robber who was swaying high in the air was strangling with the terrifying barbed feet, and the whole person was shattered into a piece of dregs like a piece of tofu. The menacing fear made people vomit. The deep-sea devil, named Extreme Chill, is raging crazily on the cruise ship, and countless tentacles are still looking for its target. Luo Ji is not stupid. Of course, he knew that these robbers weren't good people. By doing so, he was saving the hapless group. They had no reason to fear themselves. But it's not impossible to be afraid of yourself. It's just that there is no need to think of yourself as a cruel sea monster. After all, so far, what I have killed is only to provoke my stupid. Lehan was about to be frightened crazy at this time. She saw the tips of several tentacles in front of her more than once. And even at the corner of the stairs, she suddenly saw barbed, tooth-shaped tentacles extending close to her. When she came to the 5th and 6th floors, she found that the terrifying, mysterious sea monster had attacked here one step ahead of time, and the magnificent decoration was drowned in blood in an instant. Those wicked people died tragically on the spot, without human form. After holding back the huge fear, she, Boss Lin, and a few bodyguards around her ran toward a higher place step by step. Careful, they saw a tentacle twisting nearby, as if they had spotted them, and the tip of the tentacle quickly approached like a python. But when it was more than 10 meters near these people, the tip of the tentacles seemed to sense something, and then slowly contracted back, penetrating toward other places. What? Another scream sounded, and Lehan saw a robber with a gun being rolled up by his tentacles and was directly dragged out. Take advantage of it now. Go! Although, I don't know why the tentacles only attack those with guns. Maybe I feel that those people are more threatening. But Lehan and others didn't have time to pay attention to these, but continued to climb the stairs to the 10th floor and above. But at this moment, the belated robber leader and others appeared near the deck, poking out from under the cabin to look at the giant sea monsters raging outside. Bring the bazooka for lousy. Yes, sir. When the RPG 740mm rocket launcher was held on his shoulder by a sturdy man, he instantly showed the courage to face the sea monster. Asterisk. All fears come from lack of firepower. When the RPG is in your hands, no matter what sea monster it is, you don't believe that it can't kill it with a blow. Then, the sturdy man carrying a rocket launcher, when aiming at the back of the blue-patterned giant octopus's head, the rocket burst out with intense flames, and the shell shot forward in an instant. Boom! The monstrous flame burst in midair, and the terrible heat wave shook the people on deck away in an instant. When the smoke and flames dissipated, the ferocious smile of the sturdy man suddenly froze on his face. I saw the terrible sea monster waving a few steamy feet, and then the head turn around, and the terrifying eyes were staring directly at this side. F***K. I'm F***G dead. It seems that as soon as this sentence was finished, the chest of the big man was penetrated by a sharp foot. Then, like 10,000 arrows pierced through the heart, More and more touched feet penetrated his body, and as they broke apart and torn apart, they instantly turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the air. Damn it! The RPG rocket launcher fell on the blank ground, but no one dared to pick it up. At this time, the sea monster's tentacles were swaying at several times the original speed. It seemed that they had been wounded by the rocket bomb just now, and had fallen into a state of anger. Top floor. Finally arrived at the signal jammer. Lehan and others hurriedly searched for the jammer's whereabouts. Found it. Fortunately, the thing was obvious, stored in a silver-gray iron box. Call the rescue. As soon as he finished speaking, the radio was snatched by Boss Lin. He shouted, "What damn coast rescue team? What be asterisk 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 D helicopter? Come and rescue us. We must see the rescue within 24 hours. Anxiety, restlessness, fear, anger." In this case, their emotions were suppressed to the climax and even shouted. Tick, tick. There was an electric current on the other side of the radio, and finally human voices rang intermittently. "This is the search and rescue team. Satellite positioning. The coordinates of the South Daxia Sea." Finally succeeded. After successfully getting in touch with the land, Lehan breathed a sigh of relief like a survivor. However, boom! With a shot, the bullet pierced the back of Boss Lin's head, causing him to die on the spot. Then, as soon as Lehan turned around, a gun was pointed at his forehead. Without knowing when it started, a robber with his head covering his head stood up nearby. It turned out that he fainted just because of the violent shaking. When he woke up, he found that someone had dismantled the radio jammer, and he suddenly became angry. Damn it! The robber scolded and stared at Lehan's beautiful face, then squinted his eyes and said, "The Lehan, right? The vice president of Huashing Entertainment and Media Company. Hurry up and hand over the USB flash drive." "What USB flash drive?" Lehan was stunned, and then subconsciously said, "Oh, you disk in the storage compartment. Do you want to go with me to get it? You can't open the code lock without me. Don't play tricks." Hearing this, the robber who was about to shoot paused, and then fired several shots behind Lehan. With several screams, everyone except Lehan was killed. "Take me." Suddenly, Lehan shuddered. These guys were more cruel and ruthless than the sea monsters. In fact, she didn't even know where the U-disc was. At this time, she came to the storage compartment only to find the silver suitcase with a pistol loaded with bullets. This was the foreshadowing before. She thought it was useless. Unexpectedly, it would become a life-saving straw at this time. But how can it be killed when the enemy is unprepared? So Lehan saw the swaying tentacles of the sea monster. She suddenly had a bold plan, which was to bring the robbers close to the place where there were sea monster tentacles and use the power of the sea monster to kill the robbers, although she might be attacked together. But other than that, there is no other way. Wow! Luo Ji opened his eyes when he broke through the water. He was just hit by a rocket bomb, and his whole body became hot and the water evaporated a lot. But there was the sea nearby. After jumping into the water for a while, the dry skin on her body returned to normal. Then, the Oriental maid once again became its stronghold. At this time, Luo Ji saw a woman who was different from the others walking in the cabin. She was naturally beautiful and had a unique temperament that could not be said. But Luo Ji just took another look. Then I found that the woman was deliberately approaching in her direction, seeming to attract her attention intentionally or unintentionally. So Luo Ji looked at her again. It was found behind this woman that there was a vicious man holding a gun at the back of her head. Just paying more attention to this made Luo Ji understand her intentions. Lucky for you, Luo Ji is about to settle accounts with those guys who shot at him and bombarded him with RPG. I didn't expect it to be delivered. Then Luo Ji's tentacles specially spared the goddess for a circle and slowly shuttled from the building behind like a snake to Lehan and the robber, and then the tentacles seemed to say hello and patted it. The shoulder of the robber. Immediately afterwards, the robber stiffened and slowly raised his head in a panic. The tip of the instant tentacles opened up like a python, swallowing his whole person into it and splitting it in two on the spot. Lehan curled up on the ground, his pale face and almost colorless lips trembling, watching this scene in fear. Then the tentacle slowly approached in her direction. As if confirming some information, the tentacles slid across her face and wrapped around her body. After confirming that it was not the target, she left a pile of slime and then began to retract back. At the same time, Lehan, who was alive after the catastrophe, was breathing heavily, and he didn't even pay attention to the pile of wet things left on his body. Now she has only one thought, that is, it's great to be alive. On the other side, a reminder sounded in Luo Ji's mind. From a next form of transformation, 15 hours countdown. Then, it's daybreak. Asterisk, it's daybreak. Unknowingly, Lehan spent another night, sitting on his knees in the damaged cabin, looking up at the morning sun like a restless man. At this time, the cruise ship had been destroyed by nearly 1/3. The sun has come from the sky, and the darkness has begun to recede on the sea. However, the huge sea monster gradually became unresponsive and fell on the deck like a deep sleep. Immediately, the sober people also retreated in all directions in horror, not daring to approach this giant sea monster at all. What's going on? No one knows what happened. Only Luo Ji knows it himself. As on the surface, after being exposed to the sun, it fell motionless on the deck. It's like dead. That's right. Luo Ji was playing dead. Because time slowly reached the end of the countdown, he didn't need to continue wasting his energy. Although there are still some robbers hiding in dark corners on this ship, no matter how much they destroy, they can only be found after the ship is broken down. It will be better to play dead to lead them out. Creatures like octopuses are extremely smart and very intelligent, like things like pretending to be dead. Coupled with the ability to change color, Luo Ji looks like he is really dead. The originally blue eyes have now become fish white, in order to act like a bit. When Luo Ji's tentacles were still in contact with the sun, he deliberately curled up with painful tentacles, and his skin and muscles began to become scorched. Dead, are you dead? Incredible! Although many people couldn't believe it, the scene before them made them only accept this fact no matter how doubtful it was. Then many people burst into tears and cried loudly. Finally saved. After a whole night of suffering, so many people finally fell asleep on the deck and other places exhaustedly. Time passed bit by bit. 16 o'clock in the afternoon. Some people still stayed sober, watching the place where the sea monster fell nervously, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they didn't respond until now. Captain, that sea monster seems to be dead. Below the cabin, the leader of the robber used the binoculars to peer at the huge octopus sea monster lying on the deck, taking a breath. But it seemed that he was still not at ease, and at this moment let his ministry go down and pick up the RPG rocket launcher. It's impossible for this monster to belch when it sees the sun, right? Go and test it. Then the rocket launcher will blow it up. If it really is dead, then we will go out. Luo Ji did not hear these words. Otherwise, he would have to live on the spot and then get angry. Fine. Although these robbers are very cautious, the bazookas have become their life-death props in disguise. When the bazookas were recovered, Luo Ji also began to notice their movements. But these people did not act immediately. Instead, continued to wait until dark because the sea monsters attacked the cruise ship at this time. Finally, around 2300 hours, nothing happened on the deck. It seems to be really dead. Captain, do you want to continue to blow it up? Yes. Killing so many of our brothers. This monster is too cheap to die like this. 50 minutes. These guys who were not afraid of death took the rocket launcher and approached Luo Ji and pointed the rocket launcher at the sea monster's head. At this time, Luo Ji was considering whether to get up and kill them all. But after thinking about it, he had a plan. 59 minutes. The rocket slammed and flew over, directly hitting the head of the sea monster corpse at very close range, followed by a huge explosion. The sea monster disappeared like a splash of flesh and blood. The corpse of the sea monster that had curled up due to the sun's rays was covered in flames and disappeared in the fierce burning. Almost everyone on the cruise ship saw this scene. watching that sea monster finally disappeared under the rocket launcher. Oh, die, completely dead. We killed this monster. These people reveled, only where no one noticed. Even Luo Ji himself was extremely surprised that at this time, it's gone. To be precise, without the physical body, it is as if it disappeared out of thin air, as if it was really gone. However, it is not. Only Luo Ji knew that he had successfully deceived these idiots and made them think that the sea monster was killed. In fact, the transformation time is over. At this time, Luo Ji chose the form of the high-dimensional creature, Shadow Alligator, by using the previously unused reward of a free choice of form, when he transformed randomly at the end. Ha 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 ha! Luo Ji was laughing wildly, but the laughter did not spread. Everyone has not noticed the anomaly at this time. That is, they have not noticed that under the reflection of the burning fire, a shadow monster with a huge mouth like a crocodile scissors is lurking in their shadow. Wanton. Name: Shadow Crocodile, Luo Ji. Category: Different dimensional creatures. Level: High dimensional level. Countdown: 168 hours. This creature is a high-dimensional creature with a shadow shape. The shadow state resembles a giant crocodile. Its mouth is full of sharp teeth. It feeds on the shadows that swallow all living creatures, and the living creatures whose shadows are swallowed will suffer the same damage. As literally described, Luo Ji, who turned into a shadow crocodile at this time, slowly opened the huge abyss-like mouth and bit towards the shadow of the man carrying the bazooka. Silently, he bit off the reflection of his arm in one bite. Suddenly, the man carrying the bazooka screamed in horror, and his arm began to bleed. The bazooka crashed down again, and his arm disappeared out of thin air at some unknown time. Watching this extremely horrifying scene, the others were shocked in an instant and didn't know what happened. At this time, Luo Ji sneered in the shape of a crocodile, shuttled among the shadows between people. As long as he deliberately hides himself, he can even be attached to the shadow of other people, so it is impossible for anyone to discover his existence. This is the horror of Shadow Crocodile. What humans can explain is called science, but there are many that fall outside this category. According to the laws of projection and perspective, the representation of high-dimensional objects in the low-dimensional world is projection. For example, we can depict three-dimensional objects on a two-dimensional surface. In the same way, four-dimensional objects are represented by projections in the three-dimensional world, the world we live in. Therefore, Shadow Crocodile is not a creature that can be proven by science, but a high-dimensional monster that is difficult for humans to understand. Once the living creature is eaten by the Shadow Crocodile, it will die even if the body is not eaten. Disperse the shadows can also regroup. Those humans who are harmed by alligators but are not lethal will leave eternal scars on their bodies. Then whenever the Shadow Crocodile approached, the scar would faintly aching, reminding him that the Shadow Crocodile was coming. What? Silently, the monster in the flame reflection bit off the arm of the man carrying the RPG. Blood splashed all over the place instantly. The man carrying the RPG bazooka let out a scream, knelt on the ground with a puff. His arm began to bleed. My hand is gone. As the weapon squatted to the ground, his arm disappeared out of thin air at some point. Seeing this extremely horrifying scene, everyone was shocked instantly, thinking that the sea monster was resurrected. Run! The monster is here again. Where? Where is the monster? There is a saying called, "The oldest fear of mankind is the fear of the unknown." This sentence is most appropriate here. This group of people showed more horror than when facing the sea monster, because they couldn't find the existence of the monster at all. Many people have begun to go crazy because of the intense fright, and they are obviously in despair on the verge of collapse. Some people even went into a mental disorder altogether, and the whole person was in a trance. At this moment, when a man with a severed arm was holding his hands in horror and looking left and right, the robber leader shouted, "Let's withdraw." The others panicked and dragged the injured companion in the direction of the underground cabin. At the same time, Luo Ji, transformed into a shadow crocodile. Once again slowly swim forward from the shadows, swinging like a crocodile body, approaching the group of wicked people in the form of dark reflections on the ground and on the buildings. That is, while everyone was fleeing in horror, only Lehan, the robber leader, and a few people saw the true face of the monster. The monster looks like a scissor-like shadow, about 20 meters long, and its shadow state resembles a giant crocodile. Its mouth is full of sharp teeth, and there are dozens of slender tentacles on both sides of its body. At first glance, it appears to be the silhouette of a sea monster. Damn, what is this? The robber leader was shocked and immediately took out an assault pistol from behind and shot at the shadow on the ground. He didn't see any signs of harm to the shadow crocodile until the pistol's magazines were all shot. Run for lousy. After shouting, the leader of the robber turned around and fled, without even looking back, completely abandoning the group of threatened companions. What kind of monster is this? Others also left the injured companion one after another and ran away scramblingly. However, at this time, the shadow of the shadow crocodile on the ground suddenly moved faster, and the blood basin slowly opened, as if it could swallow a car and bite toward the shadows of the group of escaping villains. Click! Puffing, a row of figures that had lost their heads knelt on the ground at the same time, and the blood flow continued. Take 3 kills again. Now there are only the last 2 people left. One is the leader of the robber who has escaped, and the man with a broken arm hides silently in the crowd near the cabin. But at this moment, Luo Ji, in the form of a shadow crocodile, sensed that someone was watching him. When he slowly turned his head back, it was precisely the shadow on the ground that changed its direction. Oops, it was found. Lehan stepped back 2 steps, walking backwards weakly. She watched in panic as the huge shadow crocodile slowly swam on the ground, as if a monster on a 2-dimensional plane was moving step by step, with a huge, jagged crocodile mouth slowly spreading over its teeth. Growing up, countless tentacles began to dance wildly, apparently entering a predator state. Sister Lee, come here. At this time, someone shouted. 2 bold young men ran over at the refuge, hurriedly raised Lehan's arm, led her to the refuge, and then closed the heavy alloy gate tightly. Bang! The metal hatch closed tightly. Luo Ji, who was in the form of a shadow crocodile, stopped at this time, tilted his head, and looked at the closed metal hatch in a daze. But soon it laughed. The smile is extremely terrifying, even terrifying, because the metal hatch also has a shadow. Everything in this world has its own shadow, and as long as there is a shadow, it will be swallowed by an alligator. When a huge, scissor-shaped crocodile opened its mouth in the abyss, it was clear that the metal door and the shadow of a large building in the cabin were corroded by the dark matter. This is a means of dimensionality reduction strike, as if it were being black holes. Eliminating the same, a big hole appeared in the metal door and the building easily. Then there was a scream of horror from the cabin, and the shadow crocodile, Luo Ji, swaggered on the ground and moved the shadow in tightly against the wall. Asterisk. If life is a script, then Lehan thinks this scene is terrible. Damn it. At this time, the beautiful president was wearing a dress, holding his head with a splitting headache, thinking about what happened in the past few days. Something is wrong. Nothing is right. In the first instance of Boss Han's death, from the moment he died, the cruise ship's radio had a problem and lost contact with the land. Continue again. That group of mercenaries who murdered without blinking took control of the entire cabin, and it was this time. The sea monster appeared. Its huge tentacles all over the suckers entangled the entire ballroom, completely breaking the original script. Let's not talk about the sea monsters. First of all, Boss Han's death is 80% inseparable from the mercenaries. And what exactly is the U-disc they're talking about? Lehan began to sort out clues and information, linking up everything she knew. At first, it was 10 days ago, probably a week before the trip of Asia's most luxurious cruise ship. Lin's alone, Boss Lin began to convene rich people from all over the country, saying that he would hold an annual meeting on the sea. By the way, develop interpersonal relationships, and establish a money social. And among them are Boss Han and others. If Boss Han is the clue, why did those mercenaries look for him? Also, why the mercenary guarding the radio didn't kill him when he met on the top floor and categorically asked if he knew the whereabouts of the U-disc. Secondly, Boss Lin was shot at that time. This means that Boss Lin was completely unaware, or Boss Lin was originally a pawn that was thrown away after using it. But because Boss Lin died too quickly, the clues to him were broken. In this case, we still have to analyze for Boss Han. Lehan thinks about it carefully to see where he has a relationship with Boss Han. No, it should be said whether there is a cooperation between Huaxing Entertainment Media Company and Wangjing Pharmaceutical Company. At this time, she remembered what her father told herself before. The father said, "This trip is not just about social networking. Han Wei's son is your blind date. Try to get in touch with him. Remember not to be too indifferent and lose face." Lehan didn't think much of that time, but just nodded perfunctorily. It now seems that Han Wei's son may have become the key to the matter. It seems that he still doesn't know the death of his father. Maybe the mysterious USB flash drive is in his hands. Mercenaries are also looking for him now, and this unlucky guy probably finds it difficult to leave this yacht alive. Just now, suddenly there was a strange noise from the cabin door, as if something had been bitten off. What? Then came the scream. A group of people shrank back in horror, staring at the shadow monster on the ground with fear. Lehan's pupils shrank slightly, and it seemed that he had never thought that the shadow crocodile could easily invade here, and it seemed that all obstacles were imaginary to him. It's terrible. Regarding USB flash drives or mercenaries, it doesn't matter what matters. They're all left behind by Lehan. How to survive is the most important thing. That shadow-like crocodile monster was different from a normal creature. It was exactly like a monster. At this time, it slowly approached with a strong sense of oppression, threatening the lives of about 2,000 people in the cabin. Help! Who can help me? Mother! People who are all middle-aged still cry and call their mothers in extreme fear, which shows how far their psychological defenses have collapsed. However, when the shadow crocodile moved near the hull, its speed began to slow down. Instead of continuing to advance in a straight line, it crawled towards the wall with reflection on one side and moved slowly on the ceiling. Lehan couldn't help looking at the crystal chandelier, staring at the light blankly. She finally woke up and suddenly stood up and looked forward. Everyone is spread out. Keep a distance of at least 1 meter between people, and don't let the shadow overlap the surrounding objects. What's the meaning? Why do one do this? It's already crowded here, so how could it be possible to make room? Shut up. If you want to survive, just do what I say. Lehan seems to understand what the alligator fears, that is light. The opponent is a shadow monster, so as long as it shines a special light from all angles, it will definitely be able to block its actions. However, there is no such equipment in the cruise ship. The only thing you can do is to expose yourself to strong light as much as possible. In this way, the monsters who are shadows cannot easily approach them, as long as there is a distance between people, standing under the strong light. Then, holding a flashlight and other lighting tools, waiting for the sun to rise, they still have hope of living. But is it really useful? At this moment, Luo Ji suddenly saw the people on the lower deck of the yacht's cabin hiding in the light. Then he also heard the yelling voice of the woman named Lehan. Let yourself exist in the light. What a clever approach. Only, as a shadow crocodile, I'm not afraid of light. Light can't kill myself, but if there is light in all directions, then it is really difficult for me to act. Because the shadow crocodile must rely on the shadow to move. The distance between the shadow and the shadow cannot be too long. At least it cannot exceed the range of action of oneself. Otherwise, oneself may fall into some kind of restraint state. Thinking of this, Luo Ji complained a little. That guy named Lehan forgot that he saved her life before, and now he's going to deal with him in turn, which is really a kind of gratitude and revenge. That being the case, then put the target on you and eat your shadow. Then, the shadow crocodile on the ceiling gradually opened its split huge mouth and swooped in the direction of Lehan's shadow. Just like a leaping fish, the huge shadow crocodile jumped directly over a distance of more than 10 meters, all the way like scissors cutting paper, harvesting all the shadows that it touched along the way. Asterisk. However, it was at a critical juncture. Lehan suddenly illuminated himself with a flashlight, causing the position of his shadow to change instantly. With a swish, the huge shadow crocodile flew out close to Lehan's shadow. Just so close, the head above her neck was gone. Even so, the neck above her collarbone was bruised by a small piece of alligator's teeth. Suddenly, the blood flow continued, and the pain struck. "It hurts, it hurts!" The severe pain caused Lehan to squat on the ground with his neck covered. At this time, the shadow crocodile also appeared in the shadow on the other side of the wall, staring eagerly at this side. Missed. Luo Ji was a little surprised that he actually rushed to the air. It seemed that the shadow was dislocated just in time. But just when he was about to turn around, he saw a few doctor-like people rushing over, holding some special lights in their hands. Shadowless lamp? Good guy. All the shadowless lights in the operating room are taken out. Luo Ji thought for a while, and just wanted to teach that woman a lesson. He didn't really want to kill him, otherwise the entire yacht would have been bloodbathed inside and out. His purpose is to find the man with a broken arm lurking in the crowd, so he approached here. But Lehan thought it was going to kill other people, so he blocked it, so Luo Ji regarded it as a trouble and was the first to deal with it. But since Lehan has lost the ability to act, there is no need to waste time on her. Not to mention, the group of people ran to Lehan with the shadowless lamp. The basic principle of shadowless lights is to use lights with the same illuminance to illuminate objects at multiple angles, so that the shadows caused by the objects cancel each other out. If the lights can be arranged in this way in ordinary lighting places, the effect of invisible shadows can also be achieved. Under this arrangement, even Luo Ji, who is a shadow crocodile, would find it difficult to move an inch, but just couldn't act. At this time, the bitten Lehan's painful tears came out at this time, and a large amount of dark matter appeared in the place where the crocodile was injured, like some kind of virus infection. Her neck turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it spreads towards the whole body. "Hurry up and let the blood." The doctor saw this scene and immediately understood it as a complex component similar to snake venom. Then he used a knife to cut Lehan's neck above his collarbone, and after all the dark blood was drawn out, Lehan's pain suddenly weakened a lot. But the wound has become an eternal scar, and being marked by the crocodile means that she has become its prey for the rest of her life, and she will be easily spotted no matter where she hides in the world. Same. When the shadow crocodile approached Lehan again, the wound would be aching, reminding her that it was coming. Besides, the group of poison blood that was pulled out looked like a dark shadow, leeches twisted, and it was actually alive, trying to get into the other shadows. Don't let them touch the shadow. Lehan didn't know what the weird things the shadowy, leech-like, poisonous blood was. But her instinct told her that if she let her grow up, she would most likely split into more shadow crocodile monsters. It is even possible for humans to mutate into monsters. Pack them in glass tubes. The doctors reacted. They knew the terrible nature of this virus-like monster cell. So I carefully contained it in a glass tube and put it in a silver suitcase. At this time, Lehan's snow-white neck had been bandaged. When she raised her head weakly again to look around, the alligator was long gone. In addition, the wound on the neck didn't feel any tingling, so my instinct told her, it's finally safe now. The only way to kill a shadow crocodile is to destroy the object it is attached to, so that it will suffer the same damage until it dies. This is the only weakness of the alligator. But this weakness is only known to Luo Ji himself. As long as you are cautious, it is impossible for other people to discover this secret if they want to break their heads. Therefore, as long as there is no strategic heavy weapon to bomb its own location, the shadow crocodile is completely invincible. Of course, if someone throws an intercontinental missile here, it's another matter. But it's impossible. After all, who is free to throw missiles to play? President? Even the president, it is impossible to throw missiles where he is. The alligator only needs to take advantage of this point, and it can easily threaten anyone, and it can even be said to be the most perfect assassin. After all, who can imagine a monster living in his shadow? Latent, concealed, close to the prey, and then kill with one blow. The shadow crocodile not only looks like a crocodile, but also has similar habits. Just as the crocodile is waiting for the prey to approach slowly by the water, the shadow crocodile will also be lurking in the shadow, patiently waiting for the arrival of the prey. Waited for a suitable attack distance. It will explode with a speed like thunder and instantly launch a fatal blow. With human reaction speed, unless the attack is predicted in advance, it is difficult to avoid it. Secondly, it's useless for people to avoid it. The key is that shadows also have to avoid the attack range. It is precisely because many people have neglected this that it is easy to be killed. After all, when you reacted, the shadow crocodile had already opened its blood basin and swallowed you. Therefore, the best way to meet an alligator is to run. Run toward the place with light, run as fast as you can, and run as far as you can, and never look back. At least it won't be so painful when you die. You don't come over. The man with a severed arm was extremely frightened at this time. The wound of his broken arm was already black, and a lot of dark matter began to proliferate in the body, and almost half of his body was covered by black matter. Russell, in the shadow of the dark door, a mouth was slowly looking forward. The earth is dark. The man with severed arm widened his eyes and watched the shadow crocodile, with his mouth opening slowly appearing in front of him. Below the huge mouth of the abyss, the slender tentacles on both sides of the shadow crocodile's body were swimming, slowly approaching the eroded man with the broken arm. But just when he was about to open his mouth to eat him, there was a bang gunshot. The man with a severed arm fell headlong and chose to commit suicide in extreme fear. Did you die? Luo Ji, who was in the form of a shadow crocodile, was taken aback, closed his mouth, and retreated in the direction of the shadow. I didn't expect it. This sturdy man was so arrogant when he fired on himself, and as a result, he was so courageous, he was so scared to end his life by himself. It's really cheap for him. Having said that, how come the rescue team of this cruise ship is so slow? And also, where did the last person who attacked himself went? That is, the boss of all the robbers, the ultimate boss of the wicked gangster, has been avoiding himself now and disappeared. Somewhere in the cabin. Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Let me leave my life. Please. A young master with a face full of fear knelt on the ground and was stepped on his head by a fierce man's feet, as if it were painful. Be quiet. The man with a murderous look is holding a gun in one hand and a USB flash drive that looks very encrypted in the other. But luckily, this thing finally got it. Without the contents of a USB flash drive, there would be no 10 billion US dollars. The medicine can be exchanged for at most 2 billion US dollars. The real good things are in the USB flash drive, and there is some experimental data needed in the organization. The man muttered to himself, looking down at the boy brother. He was Lehan's blind date, Boss Han's son, but he did not expect to have been found by the robbers' leader. It's just that you have no value anymore. Begging. With a crunch of bone cracks, the man stepped on the son's brother's neck, and he didn't even need to use a gun to deal with such a guy. Then he quickly put the collected U-disc and gene serum in the alloy box exuding air conditioning, and then took out the pre-prepared radio from his waist, pressed the button, and started to send signals to the outside world. He will prepare to evacuate within 4 hours. At that time, the entire cruise ship will be detonated by the bomb at the bottom, allowing the cruise ship to be infused with seawater, and then in tens of minutes, the cruise ship will sink Wangyang. Things have achieved this point. So sorry, everyone will have to die. Only, men have to do one thing, and that is to live. For hours is not long, but on this cruise ship, it was more difficult than imagined to flee for 4 hours in order to avoid the chase of the shadow crocodile. Then, the man with ruthless methods came up with an idea. That is to go into the crowd and let thousands of passengers become his umbrella. In this case, if the shadow crocodile wants to attack him silently, there's a high probability that it will eat the human shadow outside first. No matter who is eaten first, from which direction, he will remind the man the first time that the alligator is coming. At that time, he only needed to avoid. Although only one automatic pistol and one grenade were left in the man's hands, he believed that none of the 1,000 people had the guts to fight against him. After all, if these wealthy passengers had the guts to resist, they wouldn't be able to survive until now, and they would be dragged to the rescue. The last 4 hours, after the countdown is over, everyone, including the monster, just wait to sink the sea. The other side, Lehan rubbed his neck unconsciously, as if there was a sting like a needle. When she panicked, the pain got worse. The hotness seemed to remind her of something, as if something was approaching. Is it an alligator? Lehan wanted to move, but was helpless. Her current situation, it's more painful than death, and even a thought of choosing quickly within a limited time, no, is quickly looking for a comfortable way of death. Forget it, die, it's all to this point, and it's futile to resist anymore. Lehan closed his eyes as if confessing his fate. The pain at the wound mark began to worsen, and she prayed silently, and then waited for her fate. The heartbeat became clearer and louder, but gradually, Lehan squinted his eyes and sneaked a glance at a huge black shadow in the nearby corridor moving silently, seeming to ignore her at all, and rushed towards the crowd. Oops, the target of the monster is the crowd? This caused Lehan to be taken aback. She turned over and stood up, preparing to send a notice in the direction of the crowd in the hall. But just when she was about to shout, but accidentally saw that on the other side of the crowd, the back door of the room was opened, and a man with a tattoo on his face got into the crowd. Lehan has seen that man, once on the deck. Although few people have seen his face when he took off his mask, Lehan remembered that this guy was the commander-leader of the group of robbers. The shadow crocodile was the first to escape when it attacked. But why does he appear here? And the shadow crocodile seemed to be approaching in that direction, approaching from one side of the crowd. Although he didn't know what would happen next, Lehan had a weird thought. Think carefully. So far, the people eaten by the alligators are the same people as the people attacked and killed by the sea monster. That is to say, this group of robbers, obviously there is a certain kind of hatred between the two. Moreover, the sea monster died somehow and was blown up somehow, even without any residue. Even Lehan felt that the sea monster and the shadow crocodile might not have any direct relationship, but they must have a common goal, which is this group of villains. She repeated deep breaths, and now she had 2 choices before her. 1. Yelling, let people notice the crocodile attack. 2. Sit back and see what will happen next to confirm your guess. In the end, in indecision, she chose the latter. Lehan gritted her teeth. She felt that she didn't need to be kind to this point because no matter how many people died, what did it have to do with her? What she needs to consider most now is how to keep herself alive. Human beings are not powerful, nor do they have supernatural powers. Without the tools they made, whether civilization or society, people are destined to collapse. To be precise, what else can they do if they are isolated and helpless on the cruise ship? It is impossible for all of so many people to survive, and we can only hope that the rescue will arrive sooner. If death is really a trial, then the people on the cruise ship shouldn't be alive, so many. Sure enough, just as Lehan had guessed, after the shadow crocodile quietly entered the shadow of the crowd, it did not rush to attack, but lurked in the shadows, slowly approaching the target location. It seemed that the robber leader hadn't noticed what had happened, and the shadow crocodile was only less than 20 meters away from him. This is already the best attack distance. But if alligators attacked at this time, with the density of the crowd, at least a dozen people would die at once. Watching this scene, Lehan held his breath. She saw that the shadow crocodile did not stop, but slowly opened its huge mouth. But at this moment, as if he was aware of the arrival of a crisis, the boss man felt uneasy and began to step back a few steps, leaving the attack range of the crocodile. Something is wrong. The leader of the robber always felt a kind of panic on the verge of death, and he felt that he had been targeted. Boom! The man fired a shot at the ceiling decisively, and the crowd suddenly panicked and squatted down to hold their heads. It was also because of the chaos of the crowd that the shadows began to flicker rapidly, exposing the figure of the hidden crocodile. When more and more people noticed that the crocodile was approaching, they suddenly dispersed in horror. Call! Lehan breathed a sigh of relief, wondering if he felt fortunate for this group of people or what. Only, Luo Ji was a little surprised at this time. It seemed that he underestimated the robber leader and was so cautious. Come on, monster! The man was still provoking himself, as if planning to deal with him, and ran towards a brightly lit place while retreating. Haha, it's stupid. Luo Ji thought that he could kill this guy quietly, but he didn't expect to dare to challenge himself. Very good. Let you know what true despair is. Individual split. At this time, Luo Ji, the huge shadow crocodile body, shook violently, and two other terrifying heads appeared from the left and right sides, and within a few seconds, from the 20-meter huge shadow crocodile, split into three little alligators measuring about 7 meters. Except for the shadow crocodile in the middle did not move. The other two little shadow crocodile lurked in the shadows on both sides like swimming fish. What? Also bring this to play? The robber leader was shocked, but he didn't expect the monster to become three independent individuals. Kill him. Luo Ji gave instructions in his heart, and the eyes of the two separate crocodile split immediately showed fierce eyes, staring at the robber leader. One left, and the other began to surround him. Run. A man's first thought is to escape. If he is surrounded, he will die. Unfortunately, this time Luo Ji was really moving and directly caused the shadow crocodile clone to start devouring and gnawing the shadows of those buildings. Rumble, like the sky and the earth. The hall that had suddenly lost its pillars suddenly began to collapse. Countless people screamed in horror and ran desperately toward the deck floor. Immediately below the cabin, everything was destroyed, the room collapsed, and the sound of something being broken was heard, and the shadow crocodile clone began a brutal, indiscriminate destruction mode. No matter what it was, everything it saw was eaten. Those objects whose shadows have been bitten off are as if they were erased out of thin air. Suddenly there are gaps in the table. The plates are bitten off, the steel is bitten off, whether you are alive or dead. Eat them all. Of course, only eating a living body can add nutrients to the shadow crocodile, and eating the shadow of the dead will not allow it to continue to evolve. In this way, the two shadow crocodiles that split up are as flexible as Luo Ji's left and right hands. At this time, he chased and killed the leader of the robber, driving him to a dead end, and finally his body would wait for him at the only exit. It's up to you now. Luo Ji just can't satisfy Luo Ji by simply eating the robber leader. He will see this guy collapse. Let him feel the same despair for the crime he committed. To die with despair, even people who are accustomed to withdrawing will not be able to bear it. At this moment, the terrible things that happen on a cruise ship are unknown, but many things happened in the outside world at the same time. Report to the command center. The search and rescue team has entered the South Dacia Sea, and the signal on the Vostokny is weak. After a sufficiently detailed satellite search, it finally confirmed its current location. After the Long Kingdom's Navy lost contact with the Oriental Goddess and issued a distress call, it has dispatched a search and rescue fleet with 20 carrier-based helicopters. After more than 5 consecutive hours of high-speed sailing, it will arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning today. At that time, we arrived at the sea area where the lost contact cruise ship was located in the South Dacia Sea and began the search and rescue mission. And this time, there were a number of helicopter gunships escorting. At the same time, 2 jet fighters were already circling over the cruise ship to investigate the situation. After confirming the status of the cruise ship, they returned to their missions. Listen, no matter if it is a pirate or something, everyone must be rescued from me as quickly as possible this time. Yes, sir. On a huge ship in the Long Kingdom Naval Fleet, a middle-aged man with the rank of general gave serious orders. Another minute to rescue may be less dangerous and save more lives. There are at least more than 1,000 Huxia compatriots on this cruise ship. Regardless of those pirates who want to hold hostages to our country, there are still other purposes. In short, after confirming safety, Rescue everyone as soon as possible. The Long Kingdom Navy had already paid attention to this situation, but they did not dare to act rashly. Because Boss Lin said on the radio before his death that the ship was attacked by monsters, and there were many terrorists and terrorists on it. They were in a very dangerous situation and needed urgent support. But after the fighter's survey, no so-called monsters were found. It was observed that there were indeed many corpses and signs of robbers' activities on the ship. In addition, there are many rich men and businessmen on the ship, so the special forces of the Long Kingdom concluded that this was an unprecedented cruise ship robbery. And their task is to eliminate these robbers and then rescue thousands of hostages. The pattering sound of water is very subtle, and it is far in line with the sound of ocean waves. Lehan woke up dimly. The sky outside was still dark. Because she was curled up on the deck to maintain a stiff sleeping position, her neck was sore. She tried to stand up with uncoordinated movements, and she was taken aback. The sound of helicopter propellers. She actually heard the sound of the helicopter. They flashed like a beam of light in the dark in the distant storms, making a whistling wind. Lehan almost stood up with his hands and feet holding the ship's railings, looking into the distance, feeling the coldness. The rain fell on his cheeks. 4 o'clock in the morning. There's never been any rain that can make her so ecstatic. It's a helicopter. Rescue is here. At this moment, many people who discovered the helicopter shouted excitedly. They're grateful to the ethereal god. Thank Buddha, thank God. Finally come. Lehan is now hungry, thirsty, and tired. She can only hope that she can close her eyes this time and get a good night's sleep. Even many people are desperate. But now, fate has pulled them back from the brink of death. Call the headquarters. This is number 9XX3. The target is found. The status of the cruise ship is being confirmed. The confirmation is complete. The cruise ship is still in good condition, and the trapped persons have been found. Lehan looked up, watching the helicopter stagnating in the air in the distance, and did not appear to be coming right away. She was instinctively puzzled, but then suddenly came to her senses. The helicopter rescue team is here. But it doesn't mean that the fleet has also arrived, and the helicopter can't take away many people, at most a dozen people. When the armed helicopters began to approach, Lehan understood that they were a group of elite Dragon State Special Forces. The robber has not been found. Confirm safety. Everyone, get ready to board the cruise ship. Yes, Captain. The helicopter begins to descend. As several helicopters were suspended more than 10 meters above the deck of the cruise ship, and then a rope dropped, one after another, heavily armed special forces began to board the ship. Patter, patter. More than a dozen members of the Navy Special Forces were looking at the surrounding people with guns at this time. And then another helicopter flew in and threw down the airdrop box containing medical supplies, food, and fresh water. We are members of the Long Kingdom Navy Search and Rescue Team. You are safe now, and the ship rescue team will arrive here in a few hours. However, these special forces did not hear the imaginary cheers of being saved, but felt a group of pleading but vaguely rejoicing eyes. Please, let me go by helicopter first. Me too. Take me out of this damn hell. However, more people desperately ran towards the suspended position of the helicopter at this time, completely ignoring the members of the Navy Special Forces. Now they are extremely frightened. Seeing the only life-saving straw, they naturally refuse to give up. What's the situation? The members of the Naval Special Forces looked at each other, and then Lehan and some reasonable people approached them. Brother soldier, there's a monster on this ship. You can't deal with it. There are robbers. Not surprisingly, there's a bomb planted on this ship, and it is estimated that it will detonate soon. Monsters, robbers, and bombs. The members of the Navy's Special Forces were shocked, but they didn't expect the situation to be so serious. They immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, Report. Report. There's a bomb on the cruise ship. Let the rescue team move faster. It's over. You the big head stay. Others, follow me to the cabin to save people. After speaking, the captain of the Special Forces took the lead in holding the gun and rushed towards the cabin where the robbers existed. Wait a minute. Watch out for alligators. Lehan hurriedly reminded them. Don't worry. We will be able to rescue the hostages. As for the shadow crocodile, they thought it was the code name of the robbers and others. Besides, even if they are monsters, can they still hold the bullets? It's not that special forces don't trust other people, but that they can't easily draw conclusions without seeing them in person. Besides, even if there are monsters, do they just let it go? The answer is whether there are monsters or not. As long as there are hostages in them, they will surely break in to save people. Remember to turn on the flashlight. The monster is afraid of light. At least it can delay its pace. After reading the Special Forces' thoughts, Lehan took a deep breath and reminded them what to do if they encounter alligators. I see. The captain of the Special Forces waved his hand at this time and asked his subordinates to bring a few more flash bombs and shock bombs. Regardless of whether they're monsters or not, these are equipment that can control the chaos. That's all. A small group of members of the Navy's Special Forces quickly approached the cabin, and then 2 men stood guard at the door. The others leaned against the wall, looking for shelter, and slowly approached inside. However, soon after entering the door, they were shocked by the scene before them. There was chaos in the cabin, and there were fragments swept by some terrifying force everywhere. Many rooms collapsed, as if they had been attacked by an explosion. The difference was that there was no trace of the explosion. What's happening here? The captain of the Naval Special Forces is a veteran with more than 20 years of experience in rescue and counterterrorism, but this is the first time he has seen such a scene. Captain, shall I charge first? A special soldier next to him asked in a low voice. Okay, other people cover. The captain nodded and looked at the wall that seemed to be bitten by some monster. A huge hole appeared in it, just for people to pass through. The others keep up. When they saw the first team member go deeper, everyone followed them and ran inside. Then they saw it. In the depths of the cabin, the leader of a robber who had long lost his legs and was wailing a pool of blood was holding a metal suitcase tightly with a look of despair. Who? The once sturdy man. The robber leader instinctively wanted to pick up the pistol, but when he saw the strong light of the flashlight under the muzzle, he narrowed his eyes and saw the members of the Naval Special Forces approaching quickly. He shouted, "Don't move. That guy, it's above you." What? The captain and others put down their guns, surprised. Idiot. The leader of the robber looked at the Naval Special Forces who still didn't know what happened. He vomited blood again and then shouted in a hoarse voice, "Yes, shadow, crocodile, asterisk. Yes, shadow crocodile." What shadow crocodile? Although the captain of the Naval Special Forces did not know what the robber leader said, but he and the players still looked up to the ceiling subconsciously. Captain, there is a situation. The small team members who are keen on danger are standing upright at this time, and other people who have been on the verge of life and death all year round have also felt a threat to their lives. Watch out. They didn't see anything, but the captain of the Naval Special Forces saw a dark reflection flashing across the wall. Who? After seeing the weird dark shadows, they immediately looked left and right, and several people began to cling to their backs, looking at the windows, entrances, and other places outside the cabin room. If it weren't for a relatively sealed place, they would even wonder if they had hallucinations. Hurry up, attack the shadow. The robber leader of the sturdy man vomited blood at this moment, but at this moment, the captain of the Naval Special Forces suddenly woke up and looked at a shadow. Above his head, a huge, scissor-like crocodile mouth was slowly opening and approaching. This is alligator. The captain finally understood what the monsters these people were talking about was, and he immediately shouted, "Flash bomb!" In desperation. When the shadow crocodile was about to launch an attack, the captain threw a flash bomb, and then everyone turned their backs and covered their eyes tightly with their hands. Boom, buzzing. The strong flash instantly made the entire room shadowless, and the monster in the form of a shadow crocodile instantly froze in place, seeming to be stunned for about 3 to 5 seconds. With the help of this short time, the captain turned his head to look at the location of the crocodile. When the others were about to shoot, he said, "Stop. The bullet is not valid for that thing. And this cruise ship is much more dangerous than we thought." So everyone retreated immediately. At this moment, the captain's judgment here is correct, which is equivalent to saving everyone's lives in one sentence. because the shadow crocodile strapped by the flash bombs they used was only one of the two individuals that Luo Ji split, and at this time the other one was on his way. Including Luo Ji himself also noticed the movement here. So if they choose to fight this crocodile, they will all die here in less than half a minute. What about this guy? Drag him away. Yes. No way. Although no more hostages were found, the robber leader knew the location of the bomb, and there might be a glimmer of hope for taking him away. If he were to die here, many things would be impossible to solve. Pity. The shadow crocodile did not give them this opportunity. Just when the special forces were about to drag the leader of the robber, the shadow crocodile that recovered from the flash bomb swooped over in an instant. The moment the special forces had just dragged the leader of the robber a few meters away, he bit his head. I do. The special forces boy was directly frightened and stupefied. The robber holding a metal suitcase disappeared out of thin air. Only half of his body was left in front of him. In an instant, a fear from the spinal cord spread, and even the captain who had seen many dead people and experienced many battles was terrified. At this time, people had to evacuate quickly with that suitcase. I yelled 1, 2, 3, and threw flash bombs one by one, and the others fled together with their eyes covered. Yes, if it weren't for well-trained, and Lehan had told them what the shadow crocodile feared before, otherwise there would definitely be heavy casualties here. Now, the captain has only rejoicing in his heart, and he can understand why the group of people on the deck would want to escape so madly when they saw the helicopter. Even if they were replaced by these soldiers with strong psychological qualities, some of them almost couldn't bear this fear of the unknown. Run! Everyone leave the cabin! During the retreat, one shadow crocodile chased behind, and the other shadow crocodile intercepted on the sidewall. If it weren't for the effect of a flash bomb, someone had fallen under the ambush. But even so, someone almost got his arm bit off, including the rifle in his hand, which was also cut off out of thin air. That's all. They evacuated the cabin, but they had just walked onto the deck. Rumble, rumbling, 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 rumbling. Two dull and shocking sounds came from the bottom of the cruise ship. It seemed that it was a bomb originally set, but it was detonated in advance for some reason after the death of the leader of the robber. What? Hurry up. Naturally, it is impossible for a huge cruise ship to be destroyed in an instant. With a body of 160,000 tons, the most simple and effective way to sink it is to blast a big hole in the bottom. Then the sea water will naturally surge up frantically, gradually engulfing everything on the cruise ship. The cruise ship is sinking. In the intense shaking, the huge will finally begin to sink a little bit like a collapse. At most half an hour, the cruise ship will sink Wangyang. It takes a week to 10 days for the fastest ship to arrive from the Dragon Kingdom to the center of the Pacific Ocean for thousands of kilometers, while the airplane takes 6 or 7 hours. This is why the helicopter is here, but the rescue fleet is still on the way. No solution anymore. Start the rescue now. The current situation is that when the giant ship sinks, you must not jump into the sea without a last resort. Leaving aside the sharks, the terrifying vortex that was set off when the giant ship sank, the swells of the sea and the temperature of the sea cannot last long. Go and find the lifeboat. Life jacket. There are 20 lifeboats and 14 conventional lifeboats on the Orient Goddess, each of which can carry 65 people. The remaining 4 folding boats and 2 special lifeboats can also carry 40 people. But these combined can only take away 1,150 people. And the Maid of the East carried more than 2,300 people. You can't ask everyone to be rescued. Even the helicopter can only take away a dozen people at a time. There are a dozen people hanging on the hanging ladders. In addition, there are at least nearly 1,000 people falling into the sea. But it is more terrifying. If they want to find a lifeboat, they have to go to the cabin, which is the territory of the alligators. In other words, if you want to find a lifeboat, you have to fight the crocodile. Can be done in half an hour? One says one. The sinking of the cruise ship has nothing to do with Luo Ji. Even without him, the group of robbers would have joined their comrades with something worth tens of billions of dollars. As for these 2,000 people, It's time to feed the fish on the bottom of the sea. If it hadn't been for the sea monsters that transformed themselves to attack the ship, they would create space for survival and kill a group of robbers. They have a chance to ask for help. Will there be a chance to live till now? Of course, it is impossible. So, no matter in terms of morality or human nature, no one is qualified to judge whether Luo Ji is doing right or not. Even now, Luo Ji can leave. Because the shadow crocodile is not afraid of water at all, it can swim wildly on the surface of the sea. After all, the sea water itself is a substance that can be attached to and is the best medium for shadows. It can also be said that the shadow crocodile in the sea is an invincible existence. Now, as the cruise ship began to sink in this chaotic half an hour, Luo Ji opened his pupils. The shadow crocodile actually has eyes, but it looks too two-dimensional. The eyes are located in the gap when the mouth opens like screws on scissors. The pupils of the eyes are dark red. It looks extremely alien and chilling. At this moment, Luo Ji, who is standing by and waiting near the lifeboat, is waiting for the arrival of people. Let me follow along. At this moment, Lehan's voice rang. I've been bitten by an alligator before. If I get close to it, the wound will become severely painful, so as to remind you when it will attack. Understood, we will protect you. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible for the captain to let a female victim like Lehan participate in such a dangerous thing, including other passengers who also volunteered. Because everyone knows that if you're still afraid of death at this time, it is really hopeless. The other side, in Luo Ji's field of vision, he also felt the breath of Lehan, the only survivor who was hurt by himself and had not yet died. It's like GPS positioning. Lehan's every move appeared in his eyes, and he was approaching towards him at this time. By the way, is this woman crazy? Dare to come over after being injured like this? Is she tired of life and wants to die? Luo Ji finds this woman a bit difficult to understand. Does she think she is the heroine in the movie? As long as you want, you can hunt her off at any time. At the same time, Lehan also felt a bitter cold and pressure over there, as if she was submerged in the sea and hadn't risen to breathe for a long time. Her chest was not suffocated, but the pain caused her cold sweat. The shadow crocodile is nearby. After speaking, Lehan took a deep breath, and the weird feeling came out again. But she didn't have time to think carefully about why the shadow crocodile didn't rush out to attack them immediately. Even the door to the lifeboat was snapped off in advance, so that they can go all the way to the location of the lifeboat without hindrance. All this went smoothly, making people feel uncomfortable. It was as if the crocodile had deliberately asked them to come to get the lifeboat, but the group of people who noticed something was wrong stopped instead. Be careful, this may be a trap. Heard this sentence. Luo Ji looked dumbfounded. He kinda did a good thing to the end, but this group of people suspected that he was uneasy and kind. You should hurry up and move the lifeboat. Why do you have to have trouble with yourself? Or that these people will be uncomfortable if you don't attack them. Seeing this group of people motionless, they were looking for the trail of the crocodile. Luo Ji finally couldn't bear it anymore. He summoned 2 other split entities. At this time, 3 shadow crocodiles infiltrated out from under the door of a nearby room, and then the other 2 shadow crocodiles approached Luo Ji's body and reunited. Moment. A huge shadow crocodile with a body length of more than 20 meters appeared at the passage leading to the room where the lifeboat was located, slowly opening an abyss-like mouth. Sure enough, I didn't expect it. It's ambushing us. This guy may have extremely high wisdom. Trouble now. That's right. You asked for the trouble, Luo Ji complained inwardly. But right, now that the massacre has slaughtered them all, it may not change much. Then, Luo Ji thought of a new attention, which is to act in another play. Still pretending to die. But this time, I need to act like a little bit. As long as these people think they are dead, then they can leave this place without knowing it. As for how to act, it's actually really easy. The eternal scar on Lehan's neck is the key, because someone bitten by an alligator will leave a mark on his body. The shadow crocodile can be attached to it through this mark, which means that Luo Ji will be attached to Lehan's mark and become her shadow, so that where Lehan goes, Luo Ji is equivalent to being taken there. In addition, Luo Ji has never exposed his possession ability so far, so it is impossible for this group of people to find out how they disappeared if they want to break their heads. Maybe they will feel stupidly that they have become great heroes, defeated monsters, and saved thousands of people. Yes, Luo Ji needs such a fool to hide his traces for himself. As for everything that happened on the cruise ship, as long as there is no evidence, dictation alone is not enough to cause turmoil in society. No one cares whether there are sea monsters and shadow crocodiles. Only some people think that this is the conjecture of a group of people who have fallen into despair. Bring it on. Stupid. Would you like to leave without killing me? It's like a horror movie at the end staged a plot of forced wit. Luo Ji started acting right now. He deliberately slowed his movement speed a lot, exposing flaws, showing them even more fearful of glare. Is it effective? Seeing the light began to push back alligators. Members of the Navy Special Forces and Lehan were pleasantly surprised. By the way, take out all the flash bombs. They have an idea. That is to lead the alligator into a sealed room and then use the intense light burst from the flash bomb to disperse it. To be honest, with their clumsy acting skills, if Luo Ji hadn't understood their loud conspiracy, maybe they really didn't understand that they wanted to lead themselves to ambush in a room. I'll lead it away. Lehan was really bold and took the lead. She felt that the alligator had been swaying near her from the very beginning, looking at herself strangely. That's probably taking oneself as a prey. Thought of this. She ran forward immediately, and the shadow crocodile immediately turned to chase after her. Others saw this scene and took the opportunity to run to move the lifeboat. After wasting a few minutes of precious time, they finally took action and almost moved Luo Ji. All right, next, it's time to get rid of this beauty named Lehan. Luo Ji sneered, slowly showing terrible fangs. Asterisk. At dawn, a light gradually appeared in the sky. When the last mist in the darkness cleared, the sun's rays appeared over the cruise ship. At this time, in the cabin, what replaced it was a shadow. The brighter the world outside, the darker the shadow inside. What Lehan was terrified was that perhaps the purpose of the alligator was not simply to eat her, but probably something that turned her into a monster of the same kind. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. At this moment, the perilous surroundings erased the hustle and bustle of the surrounding wind and waves. The false shadow reflected in the bottom of the eyes is constantly deforming. The atmosphere began to become deadly silent. Her pupils were like a mirror, watching the wall in front of her being eaten away by the shadows. Boom! The wall collapsed, and a dark shadow that swallowed everything rushed out in the dark. As if his head was cut off, his field of vision changed. In horror, she turned her head abruptly and saw the shadow crocodile, who was less than 2 meters away from her, staring at her at close range on the top of the wall, staring at herself with bright red eyes. With his head up and down, Lehan stared wide-eyed and watched as a shadow gradually overlapped with the shadow crocodile. Attention! Flashlight bullet! The moment the sound rang, Lehan closed her eyes tightly. Even though she closed her eyes, the strong flash of light penetrated her eyelids for an instant, causing her to fall into a state of dazzle and blindness. So uncomfortable, so painful. Only then became confused and couldn't hear anything. Have we succeeded? We repelled the monster. Great. Miss Lee, wake up. Are you okay? We succeeded in her ear. This kind of voice. Yeah, we succeeded. The crocodile was repelled. Lehan's consciousness was not clear at this time. She felt a red in front of her eyes, and she couldn't see anything else. And for a long time, there's been an irregular shadow in front of me. Finally, are you saved? At the last moment, Lehan only felt that he was being helped up, and he instinctively walked outside under the support. Because she couldn't see everything clearly, Lehan only felt that she was carried to a place, with the whistling sound of the helicopter lingering in her ears. She was probably taken away by someone on the helicopter. That's all. Lehan fainted. Her father, mother, and family members felt familiar and déjà vu in her mind. It's like a revolving lantern. At the end of the consciousness, fainting, she didn't even realize that the wound on her neck was no longer painful. Boom! The ship is sinking. Quickly, it's important to save people. Except for those who boarded the lifeboat. Let the helicopter make a few more trips and take the remaining people to nearby ships in batches. Yes, Captain. After that, it was a thrilling rescue mission. Approximately 900 people were sent to the ship's direction by 20 helicopters in batches. The remaining people, led by special forces, took a lifeboat and put on life jackets on the sea waiting for follow-up rescue. That's all. After an hour, there was no trace of the crew's ship in the open sea. However, there are several more ships of the rescue team. The last 1,000 people were finally saved at this time, but 293 people were still killed. However, what makes people feel headache and trouble? After being saved, many rich people in Xiaomis were in a trance, like a traumatic stress disorder, and they would scream when they heard any surprises around them. "Ah, weird monster! Hurry up and hide! Help, don't leave me!" Such screams repeatedly sounded. The entire hospital bed of the ship was almost full of people. Even these doctors had no choice but to shook their heads and said that they would slowly recover when they returned to the land to take them to the big hospital. The other side, because of his special status, coupled with the heroic fight against the shadow crocodile, which effectively delayed time, Lehan took the lead to return to land by helicopter. Her eyes were wrapped in gauze. He was lying on a stretcher and was taken to the hospital in the nearest coastal city. After getting in touch with the land and learning about the nearly 10-day journey to hell, the families of the rich and the crew came to them with great anxiety and began to comfort their wounded hearts. Maybe after this, many people may have a post-traumatic stress reaction after seeing a cruise ship or the sea in their entire lives. Yes, we found that monster. At this time, the captain of the Naval Special Forces was making an encrypted call with a boss, and he said all the incredible things he had seen. That suitcase is there. There is also the dark substance in the container collected by the doctor on the ship. It seems to be the cell of that monster. What? I want to take it by myself now. In the research base? Covertly, I understand. Ongoing call. The identity of the victim has been investigated, and her name is Lehan. She is the vice president of Huaxing Entertainment Media Company. Her father just called and said that someone will be sent over soon. Watch her. I see what you mean. Yes, sir, I promise. Call ended. It seems that the captain has a new mission. Move the perspective to somewhere in the hospital. Time passed another day and night, and the news on the LCD screen was still reporting about the cruise ship crash and the successful rescue. After leaving the death cruise for nearly 10 days, Lehan was lying in the hospital bed. Now she was too weak and had to start to recover physical functions. "Are your eyes better?" the young nurse asked with concern. "It seems I can see a little bit." Lehan slowly opened his eyes, and he seemed to have fully recovered without knowing it. Even the soreness in many parts of the body has recovered as before, and the scar mark on the neck has long since healed, but it has left a dark shadow scar. Your body is incredible. It took less than 2 days for your body to be almost weak and dying from the beginning to the full recovery now. Yes. Lehan nodded slightly. She was frightened a lot during this time. The feeling of the rest of his life will make his senses extremely fragile. Lehan thinks he is a strong person, but still can't help but want to cry. Her memory stayed when she thought she had killed the crocodile in the end. At that time, she touched her neck subconsciously, but found that the mark no longer hurts. At that time, Lehan realized that she was saved. In this way, Lehan showed a bitter smile. "I'm going out first. You have a good rest, and ring the bell if you have something to do." The young nurse smiled sweetly, and then when he saw Lehan wanted to be alone, he walked towards the outside of the ward very politely. "Thanks." After the young nurse left, Lehan twisted his uncomfortable neck. She doesn't know what she has changed now, but she wants to see herself through the mirror. Fortunately, there is a round mirror in front. After she opened it, she stared at the black mark on her neck that looked like a tooth mark. Staring at the scar, as if looking at the eyes of some monster across a dimension, at that moment, a horrible feeling appeared behind her. Lehan's body stiffened, and this feeling was the same as when she first met an alligator. She wanted to yell in fear, but her voice was stuck in her throat. Even though the wound mark is no longer in pain, he still touched his neck subconsciously. It's like confirming something. Lehan slowly twisted her neck and looked towards the ground. Gradually, her expression became horrified. In those eyes full of disbelief, she saw despair born out of fear. She saw, seeing my own shadow, it is turning into the shape of a crocodile little by little. I don't know when it started. Lehan was already possessed by the shadow crocodile. She thought she killed it herself, but she didn't expect that she actually brought this monster into the real world. No, do not want. Watching yourself in the mirror. Lehan was shocked to find that the 3 light black scars beside his snow-white neck suddenly moved. That's right, the 3 scars squirmed spontaneously, and the color of the scars slowly became deeper and spread out, changing strangely. As the scar changed, Lehan also felt the severe pain from the scar. He couldn't help holding the scar with one hand and fell to the ground with a thud. What happened? The door was pushed open in an instant, and the young nurse hurried in. When she saw Lehan fell to the ground, she was shocked and quickly moved closer to help her up. "Do not come," Lehan yelled. The young nurse froze in place. "What's wrong?" "Yes, alligator." Lehan pointed to his alien shadow in horror. But when she turned her head abruptly to look over, she only caught a black shadow flashing by the window in the out of her sight. As the glass burst suddenly, the huge black shadow had long since disappeared and left. This ward. What? The young nurse was taken aback, looked at the glass slag on the floor, and hurriedly started calling for help. Disappeared. When Lehan watched his shadow return to normal, somehow, the scars on his neck no longer hurt. Could it be that it's gone? Her face instantly turned pale, and she realized that she had made a serious mistake. That is, she brought this monster to this kind of city. It is really hard to imagine the terrible consequences that will happen next. "Miss Lee, are you okay?" The doctor and other nurses rushed over and looked at the broken glass, thinking that something was wrong. "I'm fine, but forget it, it's okay." Lehan suddenly swallowed when he spoke. She didn't know how to answer now. These people had never seen a crocodile, so naturally they didn't know what terrifying monster it was. Secondly, if the crocodile is still alive and the fact that she was brought here is told, then he will definitely be locked up in the research institute. But if you don't say anything, what should the shadow crocodile do? She doesn't want to experience the chase that is infinitely close to death anymore. Now that she has decided to live well, she can only think of a way on her own. Luo Ji came to other corners of the hospital at this time. Hidden in the shadows, shadow escape. As long as he stays still and allows his body to overlap with the shadow, no one will notice whether there is a monster in the shadow. But just when Luo Ji was about to find a way to evacuate the hospital, several people with different temperaments walked towards them. They didn't look like ordinary people, but rather like investigators of a special organization, such as the National Bureau. "Excuse me, what ward is Ms. Lehan in?" "The second one. Turn left on the 3rd floor, are you?" "Don't say anything." After the man in the lead showed the doctor's certificate, the doctor calmed down immediately, stopped asking more questions, and nodded to let them in. See this scene. The shadow crocodile Luo Ji continued to hide in the shadows and stared at these people as they walked past him. He probably could guess what the purpose of these people was, and 80% wanted to investigate information about him from Lehan's mouth. Unfortunately, they didn't think that they would soon be out of this hospital. And the time for the shadow crocodile's transformation is actually over. The reason why Luo Ji can still maintain the shape of shadow crocodile is that he is in the 24-hour free time of non-mandatory transformation. Luo Ji at this stage can now switch back and forth between the 2 forms of extreme cold and shadow crocodile. But since it is in a city with people coming and going, turning into a giant octopus monster is basically nothing, and it will instantly attract a large number of armed helicopters, special forces, and armored vehicles to encircle and suppress. Then it was positioned by satellites, which directly caused huge turbulence on a world-class scale. This is bad news for Luo Ji. Therefore, the monster forms of the North Sea giant monster and the Norwegian sea monster are only suitable for use in the sea, and forget it in the crowded cities, and they are not as amphibious as Godzilla. But the shadow crocodile only had the last half-day left. At 24 o'clock tonight, Luo Ji will transform into a new monster form. For this, he needs to prepare in advance. An hour later, in an office of Longwy University of Technology, Professor Mu, these are all the information on the cruise ship incident, especially about this shadow crocodile. A man like Ching seriously said to an old professor who seemed to be in his 60s. Well, it's really weird. The old professor stared at the content of the information. He shook his head and said, "It would be better if there were photos, but since the dictations of thousands of people are exactly the same, it is enough to show that the information is genuine." In other words, the shadow crocodile makes the opponent hurt by attacking the shadow and is immune to bullets, indicating that it ignores physics and does not appear in 3 dimensions. From a certain perspective, it may be a 2-dimensional creature or even a multi-dimensional creature. Professor Mu, if you explain it this way, how does it attack 3-dimensional objects from 2-dimensional space? The middle-aged man uttered his questions one after another and said, "If you say that a 3-dimensional object is a person and a shadow in a 2-dimensional space, then the shadow is the key to the interconnection between the 3-dimensional and the 2-dimensional. So I think the crocodile, in fact, it is an invisible monster." Not necessarily, Xiao Wang. Let me give you an example. A complete hand is a complete shadow in the daylight. How to make it disappear in half? The shadow crocodile may be a projection of a 3-dimensional object, but in a 3-dimensional attack, the shadow shows how it acts. And this 3-dimensional object we can't see or touch is like a soul, but it can make you deadly. It should be said, it is a multi-dimensional creature located between multiple spaces, and we're only in one space, so we cannot see it, but it does not all enter the world where we are, so we can only see the shadow or only the projection. When Professor Mu said this, the middle-aged man nodded one after another, agreeing with this explanation. Amazing. As expected of Teacher Mu. Haha. Actually, I highly suspect that the alligator has a body beyond human understanding in the 3-dimensional space, and even logically speaking, that body completely exceeds human imagination. It exists somewhere in reality, but you and I cannot feel it. The only connection is the shadow. If this theory is true, then the shadow is destroyed and its body is naturally destroyed. On the contrary, the body is destroyed and the shadow is also broken. So, while the shadow crocodile destroys the shadow, there are unknown substances in the 3-dimensional space that destroy the body of the object. It can be said that he killed us through our shadow. Just like we spread the sound through the air, there must be something, a mysterious medium. Papa applause. So that's it. Is this the secret of shadow crocodile? A multi-dimensional creature? Such great research value even far exceeds our human cognition. But such a monster, why does it appear on the Earth? As you can see, you need to investigate this yourself. Our understanding of it is only one-sided, and even many of my previous speculations are invalid. For example, there's a contradiction between whether the alligator is a 2-dimensional or a 4-dimensional creature. But no matter what, only by seeing the shadow crocodile in person can you really know what it is. Professor Mu's words were not humble, but very excited. If you can figure out the origin of the alligator, you can even directly overturn the past human theory of the dimensional universe, and it might directly increase the level of human civilization. After all, this is a living high-dimensional creature, even more shocking than alien life forms. I really trouble you, Professor Mu. As soon as I have a new clue, I will definitely come to visit you again. Okay, but Wang Long, remember, when investigating the existence of this monster, you must do what you can, because the other party is an unknown, higher-level life form that we don't know. It is really hard to imagine annoyed. What are the consequences after using it? Please rest assured, I will remember. That's good. Lu Ching, are you crazy? What horror movies are you watching most of the night? Sorry. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 college girls who were renting together in a community walked towards the toilet holding hands. Since it had just arrived in February, the cold wind was still blowing outside, and the phone screen reflected dazzling light. The girl named Luo Ji felt terrified at this time and was frightened. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be looking at those lanky ghosts, Bloody Marys, and the slithered girl. Oh, it scares me to death. Hurt, don't say so much. The toilet in this broken community is also broken, so I can only go to the public toilet downstairs. Another fat girl who is very carefree does not seem to be afraid of the so-called ghosts or horror movie content at all. It's just that she thinks it's chilly outside, and it's very troublesome to take a trip like this. But complaining, Luo Ji is a good girlfriend of hers. If she doesn't go to the bathroom, the other party will definitely trouble herself again, and then she will really be unable to sleep. The corridors of the whole community are quiet. There was silence all around. There was no one on the street, and the windows facing the street were strangely ajar, and there was no sound inside. After a while, the surrounding walkways were covered with gray, and it was almost impossible to distinguish the north, south, east, and west, and it was as cold as the environment in a ghost film. I'm so scared. It always feels like someone is staring at us in secret. Behind it is cold. Shut up, besides, I'm scared too. They walked slowly, using their mobile phones to illuminate the surrounding area. Because the public toilet downstairs was very close, they touched the edge of the toilet in a short while. Pop! The bleak, incandescent light lit up, causing them to squint uncomfortably. I always feel that the atmosphere when I go out to the bathroom in the middle of the night is weird. I hope there won't be a face in the mirror. Another bold girl deliberately frightened Luo Ji, and when she saw her aggrieved, crying expression, she grinned suddenly. At the same time, she also laughed in the mirror. Is it an illusion? She always feels like she is staring at herself in the mirror. Luo Ji, what's wrong? You look in the mirror. I'm so strange in it. No, I don't watch it. Just take a look. No, I don't want. When she said this, Luo Ji took a step back and accidentally knocked over a trash can. The plastic trash instantly fell to the ground and poured out. However, when she looked back at the garbage dump, she was horrified to find that there were blood stains everywhere in the garbage bag, and a pile of unclear meat piled up in it, and she was frightened suddenly. In extreme fear, she could not shout. Luo Ji's body was limp on the ground at this time. She didn't have the strength to escape at all, and the girl next to her was almost the same. But shortly after they knocked over the trash can, Luo Ji looked up in other directions in horror, as if she was looking for something, but soon her gaze stopped on a half-open window. A terrifying man's face was looking at them in the shadow of the room, and his pupils were unspeakably cold. At this moment, Luo Ji finally understood why there was a feeling of being stared at before. Run to run. Her whole body was trembling, and her teeth were also afraid of bumping up and down. Luo Ji hurriedly pulled the girl next to her, seeming to perceive the danger. What? The girl didn't seem to have recovered yet, but Luo Ji just wanted to run away at this time. Run away quickly, the sooner the better. Just when they looked back again, ready to get up. Suddenly, he discovered that, at some point, the terrifying man Luo Ji had seen before appeared under a nearby building, staring straight at them. Run! Wait for me! Luo Ji just turned her head, but found that her best friend was running extremely fast. At that speed, she even kicked off the slippers she was wearing on her feet. Then she was the only one who had soft legs at the critical moment and couldn't move. The terrible man was getting closer. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and a suffocating fear struck. At this time, the silent darkness swallowed everything, and Luo Ji lost consciousness. Looking at the fallen girl, the terrible man approached, wearing a black mask, his eyes swept around, but suddenly he seemed to see something terrifying. His eyes widened. Before he could even see what it was, he fell into a coma like the college girl. Then they seemed to have come to another world. The world of nightmare. In the deadly darkness, footsteps suddenly came. The footsteps became clearer and louder. Luo Ji's eyelids trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, then subconsciously curled up, looking around in horror. But nothing. Where she was, there was darkness all around, but there was a vaguely lit door in front of her. There was a burst of noise from inside, and at the same time, the footsteps in the dark behind Luo Ji were getting closer. Do not want. The terrified Lu Ching ran forward at this time, hurriedly opened the door of the room, and rushed in. Next moment, the footsteps stopped abruptly, but Lu Ching was stunned by the scene before her. 1, 2, 3. About 9 people of different ages are in it, including men and women, big and small, dozens of teenagers. Another one. If you count her, it should be the 10th person. Damn it. What the hell is this? Who kidnapped us? You are. Lu Ching stared at the people in front of her with wide eyes. She found that the layout here looked like a train car, except that the windows were nailed to death by steel plates, and no one knew what was going on outside. I could only feel the ground shaking slightly, and it seemed that the train was moving at high speed. The layout of the carriage is very simple, just like a normal train, but at the front of the carriage, there's a striking clock, and the pointer stays at 2:30. Dee. A crisp sound rang on their wrists, and then everyone raised their hands and found that there was an extra metal bracelet on their wrists, which looked like an electronic screen showing a paragraph of text. Welcome to the world of Nightmare. The player's identity is confirmed. Let me explain the rules of the game. The red heart on the bracelet represents your health, and the time represents the countdown of your current game. At this time, Lu Ching looked at the bracelet that suddenly appeared inexplicably in her hand in disbelief and couldn't take it off. A game in the world of Nightmare? Is this a prank? Or is it a fun game that was broadcast live to the rich after the kidnapping? She stared at the words on the hand ring, and the player above unexpectedly appeared her own name, which made her feel uneasy. Asterisk. The current game content is Death Train. Difficulty level C. During the high-speed train, you need to avoid the Chainsaw Man and survive until the end of the time. The countdown is 30 minutes. At the same time, there are rewards in each compartment. The rewards will provide you with a heart's health. Please make good use of it. The extra hearts can be exchanged for gifts at the end of the game. Reminder, if you're killed in the game, you will die in reality. Please work hard to pass the level to earn more rewards, and good luck to you. After the scarlet and eye-catching text appeared, there was a burst of intense dizziness. Everyone felt that the dark space began to spin around, and then they discovered that a figure suddenly appeared somewhere in a room. A scary man with a chainsaw and a height of nearly 2 meters appeared at the end of the car at some unknown time. Looking closely, he was wearing a brown-black top hat and a leather coat. One right hand is a sharp iron claw made of metal, and his body is covered with scars after being burned. Just like a demon crawling out of hell, his eyes are extremely shocking. He is Luo Ji, but not exactly, because this is not the real world. It's the world in the nightmare. Meaning is, these people are actually in a nightmare. It was just because of a certain connection that they were pulled into this nightmare world together. And they have various identities, but they all have one thing in common. That is, there are no good people. Mental madmen, black-hearted traitors, murderers, human traffickers, etc. Only. But there's a guy who was simply involved in an accident, Lu Ching. Luo Ji stared at the female college student at this time. That guy was unlucky, because Luo Ji's goal was the man upstairs who spied on them. That guy was a QJ criminal, and he was going to attack Lu Ching. It just happened to be Luo Ji's nightmare ability, and Lu Ching was in the range of being swept by the nightmare, and was accidentally involved in the game. Also, the current identity of Luo Ji is Nightmare. Nightmare. S ability is to create its own domain, Nightmare World. This guy who looks like a chainsaw massacre is an avatar he has fabricated casually. Not only that, there are many images in horror movies that can be created at will. Luo Ji in this realm is almost invincible. He can bring sleeping or unconscious targets into his world to manipulate and construct their dreams. He can also feed on fear and absorb energy from the target's dreams. But if the target leaves his nightmare world, Luo Ji will not be able to bring harm to the target. Certainly, if the target dies in a nightmare, as long as Luo Ji is willing, he can directly cause this person's brain to die or become a vegetative abolishment. Even, it can make a very evil person repent and rehabilitate. Just like the person whose heart was stolen in Persona 5, he repented like a demon and became a good guy. At the same time, in the real world, in an abandoned building, Luo Ji's nightmare is sitting motionless in it. The image looked like an upright humanoid creature, dressed in clothes and a hood, except that there was no human face under the hood, but a cloud of dark fog of invisible form. Yes, this is the true face of Nightmare. The human form of the mist monster is like the nameless fog that represents the signs of insanity. The nameless fog is the parent of Yog-Sothoth in Cthulhu's novel. Of course, Luo Ji does not have that great ability yet. He is at best a legendary nightmare monster that can make people have nightmares and feed on fear. And those guys who are controlled by him and enter the nightmare world, if someone examines their brains with high-end equipment, they will find a cloud of fog wriggling in their brains. This is the real reason why they enter the nightmare world. As for how powerful the nightmare is, as the level increases and evolves, Luo Ji can draw everyone in a certain area into his domain. Let's just say it. Now Luo Ji can get people from several streets involved in his field. If Luo Ji becomes strong enough in the future, it is not impossible to even bring the entire real world into his domain. In this field, he is omniscient and omnipotent, and he is the supreme existence of a Tathos. It can even be said to be the master of the dream dimension. In short, let's brag later. Now let's go back to the nightmare game and have a look. Welcome to the world of nightmares, gentlemen and ladies from now on. Please escape to your heart's content. Jiha ha. Wearing a brown-black top hat, wearing a leather coat, Luo Ji carrying a chainsaw in his left hand and an iron claw in his right hand. Luo Ji let out a terrible laugh, and the group began to flee. Ghost, ghost, kill, run away. What the hell is going on? Am I having a nightmare? That's right, it's a nightmare. Luo Ji said, taking a big step forward. Shit. Luo Ji waved a chainsaw to cut the car on the side, and the wind pressure from outside instantly blew in. The biting cold wind made people feel refreshed, and the real thing was not like a dream at all. Then came a cry of horror. A group of people scrambled and ran toward the other carriages, and immediately disappeared into hiding. Help! Oh, don't! Lu Ching stood up instinctively and ran to the other carriages. For some reason, although she was scared, she was not slow at all. Maybe in the dream, all the basic abilities are in the best condition. Maybe, game. Is this really just a game? Lu Ching thought scared. She pinched her face and found that she was dead in pain. This meant that it was definitely not a nightmare, but the real world. In the world of nightmares, pain also exists, because your brain will judge that this is a real thing, so your brain will simulate pain. In addition, if you are disabled in reality or are dying, but in the game, you're in the best physical condition, and even your broken arm will grow back. The weird voice rang from the back of the car. Obviously, Luo Ji was explaining to these people. His purpose is actually very simple. A nightmare is a monster that feeds on fear. If these people can't feel fear, then Luo Ji will be a nightmare of a fart and become Santa Claus. Even so, Luo Ji still has the ability to make people dream beautiful, but no one is afraid of beautiful dreams. They are only afraid of nightmares. Certainly, nightmare represents nightmare. No matter what dream it is, Luo Ji can change it from a good dream to a bad dream. As for the weakness of nightmare, in fact, there is no need to consider this question because nightmare has no weaknesses, and it is people who have weaknesses. If you are upright, how can you be afraid of nightmares? It is precisely because you have ghosts in your heart that you are afraid of the evil spirits crawling out of hell. If you have never killed or committed a crime, you don't have to be afraid of nightmares, and nightmares will naturally not come to you. Lu Ching, what about me? Nightmare. Luo Ji, you ran into the nightmare by yourself. Blame me? Actually, everyone has a dark side, including Lu Ching as well. She was often bullied when she was in junior high school, and later she became friends with another girl who was bullied at the same time. But when the girl was bullied again, she asked for help. She chose to ignore it because of fear, and then the friend jumped off the building. Lu Ching blamed herself for this. If she had helped her at that time, would she have saved her life? In this nightmare world, nightmares will magnify the dark side of human nature. Lu Ching kept reminiscing about the past in her mind. She thought it was her former friend who killed her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm all to blame. Luo Ji curled up under the seat of a certain carriage and wept. At this moment, the sound of the chainsaw sounded outside, and the sound of nightmare footsteps approached step by step. Got you! A voice rang behind Luo Ji. She straightened her back in horror and glanced behind her from the corner of her eyes and found that the terrifying weird person appeared behind her, as if teleporting. What? Scream. Then she ran forward, watching her running away. Luo Ji stared at a certain area of Luo Ji's body at this time, showing an unexpected expression. Colorless and transparent gray light ball, covered with a layer of lavender film. That is the human soul and the body of will that protects the soul. It's just that compared to others, the fear in Luo Ji's heart breeds the growth of the gray ball of light, making her mental defenses fragile. As long as the mental barrier is broken, she will go crazy directly. Brain damage and memory may also appear chaotic. Luo Ji shook his head. He didn't seem to understand why Luo Ji was so scared. It wasn't until he read the other person's heart that she realized what she was afraid of. So is it guilt? Luo Ji thought for a while and decided to give her a chance. At this time, Luo Ji summoned the most feared figure in Luo Ji's subconscious, that is, the ghost of her former friend. She was smiling, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and the girl in a big red dress was floating in the air at this time. She smiled and stared at Luo Ji, her strange eyes revealing sadness, indifference, and a hint of resentment and anger. When Luo Ji saw this scene, her whole body was frightened. Her neck seemed to be pinched, her goosebumps all over her body. This girl was exactly the image she feared the most. Very well, let's play with you too. Luo Ji turned around and walked towards the other carriages. As long as Luo Ji can pass this level, she will become an extremely strong woman in the future. But if she fails to overcome the obstacles in her heart, the inner demon will be forever sinking into a nightmare. Layers of fear, layers of nightmares. Constantly waking up in the nightmare and constantly reincarnating in the nightmare until the soul is wiped out. However, because it was accidentally involved, so Luo Ji gave Luo Ji a plug-in, that is, one more life value than others. As long as she can face her fear and defeat the female ghost, she can successfully wake up from the nightmare. As for the others, not so lucky, Luo Ji carried the chainsaw and walked towards them with the smiles most feared by those people. The wicked have their own grievances. The eternal nightmare was born for this. I am your most lucid dream, the monster in your nightmare, the demon with 1,000 faces. Shake in the nightmare, give in to death. The lights in the train compartment suddenly flickered and dimmed. As the space was distorted, Luo Ji, the incarnation of the nightmare, was instantly transferred to the third car. Ah, don't come here. It was a fat middle-aged man who screamed. He crawled away, but his spine was penetrated by the iron claws of the nightmare, and he ran like a fat pig. Ha 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 ha. Screams and weird laughter sounded, and a trail of blood was dragged out of the entire carriage. Luo Ji, 35 years old, used to the dark depravity, so you did irreparable things to your subordinates. Later, she was wounded all over your body and died crying out in hysteria. You thought you had faked a car accident. No one knows about it, but you often have nightmares about it. You dream of being torn to pieces by the vengeful ghost. Heart-piercing screams echoed in the carriage, shocking many people. The man's painful bow became shrimp-like, and he curled up tightly, with blood spilling from his fingers, and after a few twitches, there was no movement at all. Immediately afterwards, the clearly visible crystals of fear, as if absorbed, crazily poured into the nightmare's body. Luo Ji's power has grown again. There are still 20 minutes. Are you hiding? A strange voice rang. Make all cars 1 to 9 clearly audible, and Luo Ji directly used a chainsaw to make a big hole in the overhead cars, then jumped to the top of the train and walked step by step along the train at a high altitude. You're so smart. Nightmare made a sneer when he saw someone lying on the top of the car, as if he had come out of the skylight in the storage room. Ghost, ghost. The man stood up tremblingly and watched in a panic as he walked step by step on the carriage. The nightmare of the chainsaw cutting the iron plate at the foot was approaching along the way. Being full of sins and wanting to go to heaven, I'm still a devout Christian, religious. It's a pity that your so-called paradise is just a painful fantasy, right? There are countless families who have been miserably killed by your fans, and you are tired of the life of drunken gold fans. Then think as long as you really regret it, you can still go to heaven after death, right? It's a pity people like you can't go to heaven. Jesus didn't dare to accept you, I said. The nightmare wielding the iron hook and chain, at this moment, threw the rope chain out. One end pierced the chest cavity that sold powder, and one end hung him on the carriage, letting the train drag and air dry. Life is closely attached to death, exaggerating hope and despair. That's all. After the execution of a second guy, Luo Ji came to the next carriage. The next criminal was a woman, wearing the mask of an angel, doing things that are inferior to the devil. This guy is a personal trafficker. Needless to say how to deal with it. Asterisk. The fourth. He is a mentally ill murderer. When he was young, he was a very introverted and cowardly boy, but he had a very serious mania. He was often ridiculed when he said his ideals. When he was bullied, he stabbed his roommate with more than 100 knives. He was later sentenced to life, but he was released after 20 years for unknown reasons. But what Luo Ji wants to say is that a truly humble desire will not be laughed at, because it has a fortune that has never been said. It can grow wild in the dark, instead of waiting for sanctions in a nightmare like it is now. But this person feels indifferent to his fate. When a nightmare came to him, he smiled as if he was relieved, and seemed to be tired of the world. As a result, Luo Ji summoned the ghost that he had killed, and then was divided and eaten in a series of screams. The fifth is a QJ criminal, the sixth is a scammer, the seventh is a sadist, and the eighth is a black quotient. Repeated executions, repeated nightmares. It's so unbelievable, but only Luo Ji can see it. These people obviously have a bright future, but they have dirty hearts and the devil's actions. In fact, they're just a devil. Some took advantage of the loopholes, some were unknown, and some are powerful and powerful. But nightmares are treated equally. Can't get past his nightmare. All that awaits is destruction. Ching trembled coldly at this time. She held the knife in her hand and looked at the female, ghost in red, lying on the ground in front, her lips trembling and tears streaming. No, this time. She only noticed that the red-robed ghost's body had long been covered with large and small wounds. Bloody scabs formed on the hideous cracks, bruises on the white skin, and no breathing. Only then did she understand what kind of abuse her friend had suffered before he died. Ching was in extreme pain. She was deeply saddened and felt sorry for her past, and it was precisely because of this strong emotion that the fear in her heart was washed away. Because the guilt and self-blame for herself were far greater than the fear of the female ghost. The nightmare had no effect on her, and it could only be said that it made her stronger. Yes, I will live with everything you have. Do my best, don't hesitate. It seems that I finally talked to my friend. At this time, when Nightmare Luo Ji came to Ching, she was no longer afraid to stand up. Come on, I won't die here. As if made up, Ching took a big breath, then resisted the pain in her body and ran towards the other carriages. Yes, so Nightmare started a chase with her. Immediately after the final countdown, Ching was also driven to desperation, but she thought that since it was a dream, would she also possess superpowers? Turn out, before she had time to test, the game ended. The familiar dizziness hit. Ching tried to stabilize herself, not letting herself pass out. The space in front of her suddenly distorted, as if countless mists were dissipating. The next moment, the scene switched to the bedroom. You're awake? The female classmate's guilty face appeared in front of Ching. Sorry, Ching. I shouldn't have left you alone. I called the police immediately after I got back. The police said that you were just fainted by a fright, and then sent you home. Also, they caught the man. The QJ criminal reported in the news not long ago has now been taken to the police station. You scare me to death. I thought you were murdered. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Ching held her head and recalled. Was it really a dream just now? And why was so real? It's like to confirm something. She hurriedly looked at her wrist. But after discovering that there was no such thing as a metal bracelet, he was relieved. There was just a shallow strangle mark, which was ignored by her. But since then, she hasn't had nightmares for a long time. I have dreamed of the memories of a former good friend playing with me, and dreamed that when she grew up, she also agreed to continue to be friends with me. A few days have passed since then. In the office of a vice president in Huaxing Entertainment and Media Company, Lehan, who had experienced cruise ship robberies and crocodile attacks, finally left the hospital and returned to his normal life. She has experienced many things these days and met many people. Most of them cared about her. Some of them asked her investigative organization, and some even suggested that she should make a movie about what she had experienced. It's just that she is not in the mood to think about those now. What worries her is the disappearance of the alligator. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door outside. Please come in. Lehan held a cup of coffee, then raised his head to watch a young woman with sunglasses approaching. Are you all right, Xiaohan? What came in were women whose beauty and figure were not inferior to her. Why are you here again? Is it news about that guy? No, I just came to see you. The woman's name was Xia Xiaojing, and she claimed to be a member of the mysterious investigation organization. She came to ask Lehan many times about what happened on the cruise ship. It's just that Lehan didn't trust her, but just perfunctory every time. But now she is here again. That's why Lehan thought she was here to ask about the shadow crocodile again. Will you kindly come to see me? Come on, what's the situation? Hurt, don't mention it. I followed your clues to track the whereabouts of the shadow crocodile, but found nothing. I was scolded by the above and wasted a lot of manpower. Puff, I've said it. The shadow crocodile is much harder to find than you think. But I got a windfall. Xia Xiaojing took out a laptop at this time, opened a page, and handed it to Lehan. What is this? It's a nightmare game. It is rumored that someone will hear the footsteps of a nightmare after midnight. Nightmare game. There are eye-catching red fonts on the weird page. It reads, please do not pick up unclaimed metal bracelets casually, and try not to reply even if you receive a message. If someone asks if you want to know the true meaning of life, please answer a no, unless you are willing to play this game. In addition, there have been nightmare games such as Train Fright, Puppet Wax Museum, Many Ghosts, Clown Fear Night, Greetings Soul, Sick Building. The game is being continuously updated, and it is the 6th day. Tip: once the player dies in the nightmare, you will also die in the real world. Nightmare game. After reading the above content calmly, Lehan looked at Xia Xiaojing strangely and asked, does this have anything to do with the shadow crocodile? It looks more like an urban legend. Yes. Xia Xiaojing shook her head slightly, but someone witnessed a strange man in the middle of the night. He was dressed strictly, wrapped up his whole body, wearing black gloves and a motorcycle helmet. He often walked around at night. And the point is that bizarre brain death events have occurred wherever this man has appeared. So, didn't you arrest that man? Yes. We purposely stayed in one place and waited for the rabbits. But guess what happened later? We chased him into an alley. But when our people arrived, he had disappeared. Only a pile of clothes was left. And the helmet there. Xia Xiaojing shuddered, as if recalling something terrible. What do you think about this? Why are you asking me? Lehan asked strangely. Do you think that guy is a human figure disguised as a crocodile? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why there is no sign for a moment, but there's a lot of clothes left. Impossible. Even if the shadow crocodile can be disguised in clothes, it has no physical entity and cannot walk around in clothes. Secondly, the people attacked by the shadow crocodile are extremely brutal scenes. It cannot be like a brain death, kind of agental approach. You are right. So, tonight, I decided to test it myself. Are you going to try the risk? Yes. I have probably guessed what the so-called nightmare game will screen players according to. I have signed up and got this. A metal bracelet appeared in Xia Xiaojing's hand. She said, I found it in the courier box at the door of my house this morning. The message above said that you can participate in the nightmare game by wearing it, but at your own risk. You are crazy. Lehan felt that he was brave enough, but he didn't expect that there would be someone more deadly than her. Wait, You don't really think that the nightmare game that guy said is real? I'm staying in the room tonight. There are plainclothes police officers nearby, and there are cameras monitoring everything. You think I'm in danger? This can only say good luck to you. Do not worry. When Xia Xiaojing said this, she stood up and closed her laptop. In that case, I will go back first. If you remember any details about the crocodile, please notify me as soon as possible. I see. After speaking, Lehan watched Xia Xiaojing leave. I just don't know what news this reputedly smartest female detective in City S will bring to her tomorrow. University campus. Lu Ching looked down at her sportswear and walked outside. She saw some petite girls wearing uniforms of female high school students and black stocking socks over the knees, and she muttered in her heart. She used to like wearing these very much, and she is also a fan of two dimensions. She bought everything from COS and JK. Later, she felt too ashamed to wear them when she went to college. Closer to home, the place she went out of the school was a coffee shop where she had an appointment. To be precise, the other party asked her. The identity of the other party is special, and it is said that it is an investigator of a special institution or something. As soon as Lu Ching came near the cafe, she saw a beautiful woman with long black hair and sunglasses waiting for her in her seat early. Hello. Lu Ching said hello nervously. Hello, Lu Ching. I'm Xia Xiaojing, who I told you on the phone before, and I'm glad to see you. The female detective, who smiled slightly, stood up at this moment, introduced herself politely, and then began to dispel Lu Ching's worries by herself. Well, I heard. If this is the case, then I will go straight ahead. You have participated in a nightmare game, right? It seems that you're the only survivor. What? Lu Ching was startled. Her eyes flickered. Please don't worry. I won't be against you. I just want to investigate, and I also received this. When the familiar metal bracelet was taken out by Xia Xiaojing, Lu Ching's eyes shook visibly. She immediately covered her head, seeming to be caught in some bad memory. Are you okay? No, it's fine. But Sister Xia, I want to know why you said that I am the only survivor. That's it. We have collected the intelligence of all brain-dead people that night on the 16th, and they are all within a certain area. Besides, do you have any impression of this bracelet? Do you remember what happened at that time? Yes. Lu Ching began to recall that she gave a rough outline of the rules in the nightmare game. Love represents life. Some props can limit the movement of ghosts. And is there a countdown train to escape? Sure enough, it's the same as stated on that website. Website? What site? Don't you know? Xia Xiaojing seemed to suddenly realize something. Who created the website of nightmare games? What is the connection with the culprit of all this? In other words, the founder of the website itself is a nightmare. She immediately started asking colleagues who were investigating and tracking the founder of this website. But my colleague's answer is very tricky. Generally speaking, this page will only appear when the nightmare game starts. The rest of the time is offline, and the person who created this website seems to be a hacker himself. A hacker master. Well, it would be great if Luo Ji was here. Luo Ji. Lu Ching was taken aback for a moment. Nothing. He was a playmate when I was a kid. I played very well on computers, but when we went to college, we parted ways. Then I heard that he was lost in the North Pacific with all the other passengers following the plane crash. United. Although Xia Xiaojing did not point out, Lu Ching probably guessed that Luo Ji was dead. After all, she also read the news report. It was really miserable. Really sorry. Apologize, it's just a pity that the guy just became the deputy director of the IT company, and he didn't have time to honor Uncle Luo and the others. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Xia Xiaojing began to sort out the information, and then said, if this is the case, then I will go back first. If you have more clues, or if you encounter other troubles, please call this phone. Thanks. Lu Ching thanked him, and then watched Xia Xiaojing quickly sort out the files, stuff them in her bag, and then left the coffee shop. Next, that night, dim room, dim light, cramped space. There's a computer with a strange man sitting next to it. He is the nightmare, Luo Ji. At this time, he was typing on the keyboard, staring at the list of more than a dozen new players, and then focused on a familiar word. Xia Xiaojing. Luo Ji's unclear face under the hood began to roll like a mist. Haha, interesting. With the keyboard hitting enter, Luo Ji placed the mouse on the start game. At the same time, the bloody countdown words began on the pitch-black screen. Please close your eyes at dark. All game players wearing bracelets on their hands suddenly felt a strong sense of sleepiness. They fell on the ground, sofa, bed, and began to fall asleep. The other side, Xia Xiao stayed quietly in the room, with a camera next to it, and there were many plainclothes policemen watching here. But suddenly, Xia Xiao Jing, who was not sleepy, felt tired. She suddenly realized that the nightmare game was about to start, and after sending a signal to her companion, she went into a state of sleep without a sound. Ding ding dong. The melodious bells rang throughout the campus, and as the bell rang, something seemed to be a little different. When Xia Xiaojing slowly opened her eyes, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. This is Tianyu High School. That's right, this is the high school campus, Xia Xiaojing once remembered. In some things, there's a crowd's premonition that is very precise. This is a very mysterious power, mysterious and mysterious, but people with this power can only detect something from a subtle. And Xia Xiaojing happened to have such a physique of the Emperor of Europe. She often has some premonitions that are sometimes ineffective, and her intuition tells her that she might meet some important people here. The noise gradually sounded, and the scene in front of her was gradually rendered like a memory in the photo. On the corridor of the campus where Xia Xiaojing was originally alone, she saw several other strange figures appearing nearby. Who are you? Several high school students looked at Xia Xiaojing suspiciously at this time, and seemed a little bit weird. Wait, are you also players? Xia Xiaojing seemed to realize something. She lowered her head and looked at her body. But she found out that she didn't know when she was wearing high school girl's clothes, knee-length socks, and in the mirror, she also recovered to a young appearance of 16 or 17. This made her probably understand that this place was where she had been. High school places. Player? You said that. When I was looking at the phone, I did click on something. It's a nightmare game, right? Another high school student hurriedly said, it seems that he also accidentally clicked. But whether it was accidentally or deliberately, this will not be said for the time being. Anyway, they have entered the nightmare game. Didi, a crisp voice sounded on Xia Xiaojing's wrist, and the other high school students also raised their wrists. Then Xia Xiaojing raised her hand and found that the metal bracelet on her wrist, like an electronic screen, displayed a paragraph of text. Welcome to the world of Nightmare. In the Nightmare game Extraction, the theme of this game is Secret Campus. Difficulty of the task, B level, normal, can be teamed up to complete the task. The player's identity is confirmed. Let me explain the rules of the game. A kidnapping incident occurred on a very quiet high school campus on weekdays. Please complete the decryption within 12 hours and find the trapped person on the campus. When a mission is completed, all survivors are rescued. The mission is overtime or fails, and all staff are eliminated. Hint: the red heart on the bracelet represents your health. The items obtained in the game can provide some special effects. Remember, if you are killed in the game, you will die in reality. Please work hard to pass the level to earn more rewards. I wish you a happy game. Swish, swish, dash. At the moment when the prompt for the start of the game sounded, everyone's vision was blurred, and they were teleported to a classroom. Immediately afterwards, Xia Xiaojing found herself in Class B of the second year of high school. She looked at the surrounding environment and seemed to have a blank and bewildered player in each seat. A total of 12 players are sitting at their desks, 6 male players and 6 female players. F***K. Is this a nightmare game? Like the real thing? I'm afraid I am not dreaming. It seems to be a dream, but I heard that it is a nightmare that scares people to death. Wait, what do the prompts say? If you are killed in the game, you will die in reality too? Real or fake? I'm not playing anymore. Let me go out. Since it's a dream, then I should be a super talent. Dream, make me a gun. Why doesn't it respond? The classroom suddenly became noisy, and at this time, with the sound of clapping the table, everyone was quiet. What are you doing? Rebellion? You are not allowed to yell in class. It was a teacher-like person standing in front of the blackboard. He glanced sideways at all the players present, muttering like phlegm in his throat, and then said angrily, "Everyone, stand behind me." "Grass, who is this?" "It seems to be an NPC, like a teacher." "It's the same. It reminds me of my former head teacher." This group of student-like players, although they were taken aback at this time, they still stared at the NPC teacher curiously. Listening to their discussions, the teacher's forehead seemed to burst with blue veins. At this time, game tip: the consequences of angering the class teacher are very serious. It seems that someone hasn't realized the meaning of this sentence, but the teacher who immediately became angry with the crown immediately turned into a monster like a prajna, like a whole body, with high muscles and a terrible feeling of oppression. It's all over the entire classroom. F***K. A ghost. Yes, I'm sorry. Several players who reacted hurriedly apologized and quickly ran to the back to stand in a row. When the others saw it, they followed suit. In the end, the 6 men, 6 women, and 12 players stood straight. After seeing this scene, the teacher, who was like an evil ghost, gradually dissipated his anger and returned to a normal human form. Asterisk. Scared me. A boy's heart was beating at this time, and the other girls were also pale and shivering. Only Xia Xiaojing's eyes flickered at this time, and the ghost-like teacher in front of her was her former head teacher, but she was named the old ghost by her classmates in private, which meant that he was terribly angry. What the hell is it? At this time, other people's discussions and whispered chats were ignored by Xia Xiaojing. She had only one thought in her heart, which is why this school was exactly the same as in her memory. Who was the kidnapped person? Could it be? Suddenly, the get-out-of-class bell rang. With the sound of the teacher's hard work, the 12 players who were punished at this time breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, what are your names? My name is Momo, and I am 21 years old. But sister, you look like you were 16 years old, and other juniors look so young. Aren't you the same? It seems like we are all high school students here. It seems to be. The game just now shows that you guys also heard it. Find the trap person, and the time limit is 12 hours, but with the addition of class time, there are not many opportunities for us to really be able to move freely. It seems we can only find clues separately first. What do you think? No problem. We still have to gather here when we wait for class anyway. It is mentioned in the rules of the game that if we don't have class, we will be chased by the teachers of the whole school. It's terrible. Yes, you must be back in time before class. That's all. After a brief exchange, these players agreed with Xia Xiaojing to act separately. As if to investigate and confirm her guess, Xia Xiaojing looked around in the clean and tidy campus corridors. She even hurried to the corner of the stairs. After confirming that there was no one around, she took off her skirt and looked at the skirt. Inside, really, the small white labels on the inside of the skirt are exactly the same, even with her name written on it. Is this really a nightmare? It's too real. It was as if to repeat the past life completely. But suddenly, Xia Xiaojing remembered something. At this time, footsteps came from the corner of the stairs, which shocked her. For a while, she didn't know whether to put her skirt on or hide. Who is it? Just when Xia Xiaojing held her breath, the figure walking down the stairs appeared in front of her. Xia Xiaojing half-bended to look forward. Her pupils shrank sharply, and she saw a familiar figure. Luo Ji, the high school boy about 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin, looked at Xia Xiaojing rigidly at this time. His handsome face looked incredible. Ew. Xia Xiaojing, what are you doing? The high school student Luo Ji was stunned at this time. It seemed that there was a girl at the corner of the stairs taking off her skirt, and she was a childhood sweetheart he had known since he was a child. I want to say, too, are you dead? No, it seems like a dream here. I'm ashamed. I remember when I was in high school many years ago, I was caught you look at it this way just once. Xia Xiaojing didn't know whether it was joy or weeping, and she couldn't help getting excited. It's Luo Ji. Luo Ji is alive, and he was still in high school. Even if it was the person in the memory, Xia Xiaojing had a sore nose when she thought that her good friend in the future would die, and she couldn't help but want to hug her. However, Luo Ji avoided her hug without a trace, and stared at her strangely. What are you doing? What am I doing? Why do you want to avoid? He's really a straight man. The one who can't find a match for a lifetime. No wonder you are so handsome, but you will always be single in the future. Having said that, Xia Xiaojing had already put on her skirt quickly, tried to calm herself down, and then carefully looked at the boy in front of her. Shut up, you. Okay, I'm going to class, so you can go back quickly. Luo Ji was a student in the class next door to Xia Xiaojing. At this time, she shrugged and walked towards the second grade D class, and seemed to want to leave this embarrassing place early. Xia Xiaojing looked at his back and smiled bitterly. She didn't expect that when she saw it again, after many years, she would be in this kind of dream. That's all. Xia Xiaojing took a few deep breaths to calm her mood, and she repeatedly told herself that now is not the time to remember the past. The situation is terrible now, and the puzzle must be solved early. Because if the kidnapped hostage died within 12 hours, then their time is very tight. The other side, the high school student Luo Ji walked, turning his head and looking behind him slightly, when it was confirmed that Xia Xiaojing had already returned to the class. His immature face gradually changed, returning to what he looked like in his 20s in the future. Why, it is you. However, since it is you, you should know how to solve this puzzle, Xia Xiaojing. Then Luo Ji disappeared like a black mist. It seems to have turned into a nightmare again, and began to lay out new traps and obstacles in this campus scene. At this time, the outside world. Late at night, several people appeared around Xia Xiaojing, who was sleeping. How is she? The breathing is very stable, and the heart rate has just suddenly increased like a nightmare. Would you like to wake her up? Will something happen? No, it's too dangerous to wake up now. Wait a minute. How was the investigation conducted by the safety net unit? It's still under investigation, but the man behind it is probably locked in this city. Now the police have begun to narrow the scope of the search, and it will take about 2 hours or so before the action will begin. You guys are really amazing. No, thanks to the clue provided by Xia Xiaojing. Moreover, the hacker seems to be in the process of a nightmare game, and there is no movement on the network anti-tracking on the body, indicating that this is not a gang crime, but an individual. Well, let's look at Xia Xiaojing's next. I hope she can successfully find out what the so-called nightmare game is all about. Asterisk. In the classroom of Class B in high school. This classroom is as warm and familiar as Xia Xiaojing remembered, with potted plants on the windowsill and a total of more than 30 seats in the classroom. All the players are interspersed with the students in other dreams. At this time, the players talked with the NPC students in their dreams. At first they thought they were pure virtual characters, but then they discovered that these students actually have distinctive personalities. Just like real people, they laugh loudly when they make jokes. When you are angry, you will get angry. Not only that, they also have their own memories, their own lives and past. If it hadn't been known in advance that this was a dream, everyone would feel in a daze in another parallel world. In fact, what is the difference between dream and reality? Just when Xia Xiaojing was thinking, a petite girl approached at this time and stared at her nervously. Xia Xiaojing raised her head and looked at the high school girl. Hello, she said tentatively, tilting her head and looking at Xia Xiaojing cautiously. Are you a player? My name is Himeng. It's the player, Xia Xiaojing. Xia Xiaojing smiled and nodded. Looking at the cute little girl in front of her, she suddenly had a desire for protection. Well, will we really be okay? Don't worry. I will find a way to take you out. I have been following this game for a long time, and I know some clues. Really? Himeng looked at the girl in front of her and said. Although Xia Xiaojing looked a little younger than her, she still had a kind of veteran, as reliable as a big sister. Are you? Female detective. Huh? Really, I thought there were no detectives in Long Country. It sounds so cool. Himeng showed a surprised look, but then he looked admiring. Haha, yes, but they belong to marginalized professions. Basically, they are found in the first-tier cities of Long Country, but they are more on the internet, using signs to deceive and deceive people. What do the detectives usually do? Detectives usually take the trouble to do things that police officers don't want to do, or some tricky things. Xia Xiaojing can't always say that she usually only has business, such as collecting evidence for extramarital affairs and separating her from the third party. Although she occasionally does some business of recovering the debts owed by Luo Ji and cracking down on commercial counterfeiting, these are not what she likes. But in fact, the current Xia Xiaojing works in a mysterious investigation bureau. The organization has the secret support of the state. Therefore, Xia Xiaojing and her colleagues usually have the full cooperation of the police in their actions. The detectives must be very smart. Yes, but the detectives' assistants are different. Some are Kong Wu's powerful veterans who specialize in solving problems. Others are smarter and specialize in collecting intelligence and analyzing difficult problems. But anyway, detectives. This industry is also classified into different levels. In fact, many detectives who are not influential and third-rate are scammers. Xia Xiaojing seemed to be answering He Ming's popular science, talking about her work-related matters. But then she asked, "What about you? He Ming, what do you do?" "Me? I'm not as good as Sister Xia, and I'm an infamous female singer, alas. I have encountered unhappy things in my life and work, which may be very small in your eyes. One thing, but my waywardness made a lot of trouble. I wanted to apologize the next day, but I didn't expect someone to send me a link to this nightmare game. I clicked on it and, confused, signed up. Yes." Xia Xiaojing frowned and said, "But who is so wicked? I will send you the webpage of this horror game." "I don't know, but suddenly a stranger added me as a friend. Maybe it's a prank? Maybe." Xia Xiaojing's suspicious character as a detective made her feel a little strange, but this is also a reality, and she can't do anything in dreams. "By the way, Sister Xia, did you have a clue about this game?" "Yes, because the setting of this game is Xia Xiaojing's high school alma mater. She didn't understand why it was such an arrangement, and what did she have to do with herself? At this time, she remembered the high school student Luo Ji she met not long ago. So Xia Xiaojing had a bold idea. Therefore, she must find Luo Ji again. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the dim room, there were knocks on the door. "Sir, your takeaway." In the dark room, filled with mist, Luo Ji slowly opened the nightmare eyes. Looking outside with a weird look, he showed coldness. As the black mist surged in the house, Luo Ji quickly put on his clothes, disguised as a man with a mask and a hood, and slowly opened the door at this time. "Hello." Luo Ji played the prepared recording at this time, and it felt like he was talking. "Sir, your takeaway." The guy who looked like the takeaway boy stared at Luo Ji tentatively. "Are you alone here?" Luo Ji nodded and played the recording. "You found the wrong person." "Huh? Isn't this your takeaway?" Luo Ji shook his head after hearing this. "I am really sorry. I read the wrong room. I'm sorry to interrupt." When the takeaway talked about this, he quickly apologized and smiled. Then, under the gaze of the other person, Luo Ji slowly closed the door, and in the room, raised his head, revealing a black misty face in the form of a human. The other side, behind the door, the deliver man's smile faded away. He then picked up the walkie-talkie under the collar and said, "Report. I have confirmed it. There is a man in the house, and no suspicious facilities have been found. Keep looking." An anxious voice came from the headset. "Clear." Then the takeaway brother walked towards the next room and began to inquire about the situation inside. On the other hand, Luo Ji at this moment tilted his head slightly to listen to the situation outside, and the red light in his eye sockets lit up. "Didn't you expect to be found so soon?" "Much faster than expected. But it's useless. Mortals can't fight nightmares if it's a last resort. Luo Ji will plunge everyone here into an eternal nightmare." Thinking so, in his cuffs, the black misty hand kept leaking out the black mist. As if a dark demon, as the thick fog rises, the entire sky outside at night seems to be darker, and black clouds are slowly moving over the city. Soon, wait another day, the nightmare will spread to the whole city, and millions of people will sink into the nightmare on the same night. At this moment, the nightmare game. Before class, everyone returned to the classroom, gathered and shared information. "My name is Fu Wan, and I am a doctor." The melancholic spectacle man pushed his spectacles. "I think we are doing useless work. We should directly ask the dean here." "What you said makes sense." Some players agreed with this idea. Everyone listen to me. My name is Han Yu, and I work in a hotel in reality. A girl who seemed quite temperament introduced herself politely at this time, and then she said, "It's like this, I'm outside." I found a very interesting thing. It is about the scope of the game. After investigation, the school gate here is not accessible at all. The wall is covered in thick fog, and the fog seems to be another world. In short, there is no way to test. Compared to these, I have a clue. Have you noticed the distinctive warning slogan here? You mean, 1. Say hello to the teacher. 2. No running in the corridor. 3. Don't make a lot of noise. 4. Any violation of the above rules will be chased by the teachers and the student committee and taken to the confinement room for execution. The student committee, Xia Xiaojing frowned. She recalled the past members of the student committee. I think the president of the middle school student is an aggressive girl who always appears suddenly with confiscated mobile phones, comic books, and other extracurricular things. Just like a ghost, I don't know when he will appear next to you. And many more. Speaking of ghosts, Xia Xiaojing seemed to see a figure of a girl in a white dress floating at the end of the corridor when she came back. Isn't that the president of the student council in the past? Classmates, get ready to go to class. Just when Xia Xiaojing wanted to confirm something, the teacher came. No way. I can only do it again after class. So a lesson passed slowly under the torment of 12 players. Classmates, get out of class is over. Teacher has worked hard. Those students who stood up looked no different from normal human beings. After class, some of them were laughing and playing, some were reading quietly, and some were running outside with their shoulders on their shoulders. It looked like an ordinary classroom scene. Everyone gets started. Finally, it was the free exploration time for the second round. Some of the 12 players walked out alone, and some started to team up. Yimeng pulled Xia Xiaojing's clothes nervously. Perhaps she had entered this inexplicable game. The development rhythm of everything was too weird, and she didn't seem to be comfortable with it now. But this does not prevent her from accepting her current situation. In a safe situation, Yimeng felt that he had to go around and explore. Of course, it is on the premise of safety. But go alone. She is always a little uneasy. It is easy to be killed alone in a horror movie. Imagine that when she was exploring the laboratory of an unmanned teaching building, a terrifying ghost suddenly appeared behind her. Wouldn't it be scared to be crazy? Sister Xia, or I will act with you. Yimeng stared at Xia Xiaojing pitifully, as if she didn't trust other people very much. No problem. Xia Xiaojing nodded, and after she walked out of the classroom, she walked towards the other classes. Where are we going? Find someone, a good friend of mine. His name is Luo Ji, and he's an NPC here. What are you talking about? Yimeng Gran was stunned. Her innocent eyes widened in disbelief. After a little hesitation, she asked, Sister Xia, you actually know the NPC here? This is a long story. In short, this school is my old high school alma mater. Yimeng was shocked by this incredible remark. Is it true what she said? Then why does the owner of this nightmare game use this school as a game environment? Hey, what are you two doing? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Xia Xiaojing and Yimeng, without even hearing footsteps approaching at all. This voice is... Before Xia Xiaojing turned her head, Yimeng screamed. What? The cold sweat ran down her back. At this time, she looked at the white figure behind her in horror. It was a girl with long hair and waist, with her head hanging down, and her black slender hair had bloodshot eyes. Their eyes met each other. Yimeng's heart almost stopped suddenly. She shook Xia Xiaojing's arm mechanically, and the other party turned her head back and was stunned when she saw the girl in white, and then she reacted. Student President, what's the matter? Xia Xiaojing, you are not allowed to shift around. What are you doing here? No, just passing by. Xia Xiaojing's heart sank, and it seemed that she couldn't find Luo Ji at this time. This female, ghost-like student council leader wanders around at all times, as if she is staring here to prevent people from approaching this class. Could it be that there are any key people in this class? Let's go. Yimeng's trembling voice came from her ears. She seemed to find that something was wrong with Xia Xiaojing at this time. That lovely face and tender face became pale, and the whole person trembled slightly. Goodbye, President of the Student Council. Xia Xiaojing said something politely, then turned around and continued to explore other places. And the female, ghost in white clothes, stared at this side with malicious eyes. Then she looked at the scene in Class D of the second year of high school. In her vision, she could only see that the students inside were sitting full, but there is no Luo Ji figure. If Xia Xiaojing found out about this, she would inevitably guess something. Speaking of, at this time, Xia Xiaojing wondered where she would meet Luo Ji. And the so-called kidnapped student, is it a male or a female, and where is he hidden? At this time, ding, a long warning sounded, so the players looked in a certain direction in astonishment. A sharp whistle sounded. They saw a group of teachers rushing out of the office, seeming to rush in the same direction. What happened? I don't know. Hurry up and have a look. After Xia Xiaojing finished speaking, she hurried over first. But when they rushed to the scene, everyone took a breath and found that a boy had died on the spiked fence of the campus, with a hideous face and bleeding. Asterisk. Ah! Who is dead? Looks so familiar. Didn't that guy come with us? Who of you remember his name? I don't seem to have heard him say it before. Is he dead now? It looks like he fell and died suddenly while escaping over the wall. The man who died was called Ma Zhao, one of 6 boys, lonely and a little bit out of gregariousness. But it was such a person who died suddenly now, and suddenly many people did not react for a while. Some felt unbelievable, and the girl screamed. What? When He Meng was about to yell, Xia Xiaojing hurriedly covered her mouth and looked at her in horror. Others seemed to have forgotten what, and some screamed. The next moment, all the demonized teachers all looked in one direction. Staring at the screaming people, they walked step by step with a sense of horrible oppression, holding various sticks and murder weapons in their hands. Run! The screaming person seemed to realize that they had caused trouble and violated one of the school rules. No loud noises are allowed. Because of this, another chase battle began at this time, and the student council president, who looked like a ghost in white, also suddenly appeared in the corridor like a ghost and began to arrest these students who violated the rules. There's only one consequence of being caught, and that is to be killed. Less than 2 hours after the start of the game, several teammates were facing a life-and-death crisis. The hare is horrified. Maybe you shouldn't have come here with the indifferent mentality, because this is a nightmare game, not a warm house. If they're not afraid, what is the meaning of nightmares? Follow me. Xia Xiaojing stood back at this time, took He Meng's hand, and walked quickly toward the corridor. But she didn't dare to run, because it was also against the rules. At this time, she passed the female ghost and the evil ghost teachers. As expected, the students who did not violate the rules would not be attacked. He Meng covered her mouth, biting on the back of her hand without daring to make a sound. She could only let Xia Xiaojing take it away with her soft legs. Where are we going? She asked in a low voice. Senior Sophomore Class D. Xia Xiaojing had only one idea at this time, which was to find Luo Ji. In this case, only he can help himself, because Luo Ji is very smart. He has been a person whom Xia Xiaojing admired since childhood. If it were him, he would surely be able to solve this puzzle. But there seems to be a content in the rules of the game. It is not allowed to disclose information about yourself as a player to the existence of non-players in any form. But even so, Xia Xiaojing still believes that Luo Ji must know something. For example, this campus was weird from the beginning. However, when Xia Xiaojing came to Class D of the second year of high school, the high school student Luo Ji, who was not in the classroom, suddenly appeared in a window seat. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Xiaojing knocked on the window, and then the boy inside slowly turned his head and looked outside. What? Luo Ji showed a puzzled look. Come out, we have something to look for you. Xia Xiaojing spoke in a low voice, while Luo Ji sighed helplessly, stood up, and walked outside, near the corridor. As soon as Luo Ji walked out of the class door, she was grabbed by Xia Xiaojing's other hand and walked away quickly. What happened suddenly? Say it. I ask you, Luo Ji, do you remember what we agreed upon when we were young? Xia Xiaojing hurriedly asked. When I was young? Oh, I remembered. You said you were going to marry me. Puff. He Meng couldn't help laughing when he heard the handsome guy's words. No, It's not this, but you remember that you said that if I get into trouble, I can come to you for help anytime. Did I say it? I don't remember. Luo Ji said he hadn't said it before, and then turned to leave. Wait, I'm serious. Okay, what's the trouble with you then? Have you heard of a strange incident in school recently? For example, who is missing? Xia Xiaojing asked seriously. No. Luo Ji shook his head. Really not. Really do not have. Okay, I'm running out of time, so let's ask you to help me one more thing at the end. Can you help me lead the student council president away? That fascinating student president is like a ghost. How could I get her away? Please help me. Don't. I really can't bear the appearance of you acting like a baby. It's the little beauty next to you that is more pleasing to your eyes. Cut, hurry up. This is a life-saving grace, Xia Xiaojing said anxiously, as if hearing the footsteps of the student council leader on the other side of the corridor. Okay then. Luo Ji nodded and walked over there. But at this moment, Xia Xiaojing suddenly shouted, Luo Ji. What's the matter? The boy turned his head. If only you weren't dead. You just died. What else? Luo Ji said silently. It's okay, you go quickly. Xia Xiaojing seemed to be relieved. It seemed that Luo Ji was really just a microcosm of her dream. But she didn't seem to know. Luo Ji, who was walking in the direction of the female ghost at this time, curled his lips slightly. Want to scam me? Luo Ji thought in his heart. Based on your Xia Xiaojing's IQ, you can see through your underwear in front of yourself. How can you see the flaws? But she could detect something wrong with her, and it was pretty good to be suspicious. Unfortunately, it is impossible for her to find the kidnapped student, because that student, it is Luo Ji himself. It can be said that this game is doomed from the beginning. Next, it's time to slowly harvest fear. The other side. Xia Xiaojing walked and turned around suddenly, and she asked strangely, Ming, when he just squinted at you, why did he call you? It seems to be Little Beauty. Yes. Xia Xiaojing nodded thoughtfully. But why did Luo Ji call another female high school student of the same age as Xiaomei? Isn't he also about 16 years old? It's really strange. Players enter the free exploration time. Say hello to the teacher. No running in the corridor. Don't make a loud noise. The above rules must be followed, otherwise it will attract chase. In the classroom, there are only 8 students left for boys and 4 girls. In the last round of elimination, someone overcame the wall to play truant and failed and died. Then the 2 screamed and the 2 ran wildly, leading to being hunted down and locked up in the confinement room. The situation is still unknown. It is precisely because they have not announced their state of existence. Only then will the rest of the people feel extremely fearful, and the fear points above their heads are all rising crazily. Fear points are an important thing used by Nightmare to measure the value of these people. For example, humans are domestic animals and cows. Fear is milk, and nightmares are monsters that feed on them. Compared to the guys who like to yell and panic. Nightmare hates beings like Xia Xiaojing even more. He is incredibly courageous, and he is fearless about many things. He is upright and does not fear any monsters. Simply annoying. This type of player is usually the protagonist's destiny, the son of the chosen one. But Nightmare can't help it. When encountering such courageous people, they can only target those characters who are easy to be afraid of. Because according to the rules of the game, the owner of the Nightmare, cannot personally shoot the player. Players must be allowed to expose their flaws and then show fear, so that they will be invaded by nightmares and take away the fear points in their souls. Under the stimulus of such a real death, the criterion of all actions will be based on survival. Before the tragic death of a companion who has just met recently, will there be people who are not afraid, right? It's just that under the current circumstances, as long as they don't violate the school rules, they are not in danger for the time being. There are less than 6 hours left. Now the world in the game has come to the afternoon, but the real horror has just begun. Once it enters the night, there will be more and more weird things, and their exploration progress will become slower and slower. At this time, in the classroom, everyone, I just found this in the sports room. With a cold voice, a tall boy opened his palm, revealing a black pistol. "This is a gun?" Several other players instantly became nervous. Afterwards, the tall boy steadily grabbed the pistol, which he didn't know what model, and said, "I really don't understand why there are such dangerous weapons everywhere here. Does the owner of the game want us to? Do you use weapons against those monsters and evil spirits? Is it really that simple?" Xia Xiaojing looked at the muzzle. Maybe this gun was just used to kill each other. Just one mistake, we lost 4 companions. By the way, if I read it right before, there is another rule in the game. When the task is completed, all survivors are rescued. The task is overtime or fails, and all the members are eliminated, right? So if there are people with pig brains among us, please stand up directly. If all of us are killed because of one person's mistake, then I'm sorry, I will collapse you first. The tall boy said viciously, seeming to be very angry, and then sweared. He is the only one who died, so you dare to run blindly? You have to kill Lousy to be reconciled. Don't split up, both. How to play if you're scattered. Then you all have to listen to my command. Well, I have no opinion. A boy wanted to talk, but was suddenly pointed at his head by a gun, and he swallowed his saliva and dare not make a sound. The rest of the people are almost the same, including Xia Xiaojing, watching this scene quietly and perceiving the subtlety of the atmosphere. Those with powerful weapons have the most say. The tall boy began to pin the gun to his waist. Seeing his proficient movements, it was obviously not a good thing in reality. At this time, Xia Xiaojing suddenly realized. Up to now, most of the people who have participated in the nightmare game are wanted criminals, or they're dead internet celebrities who have to click in to sign up, and there are people like Meng who have been scammed. But compared to those who were pitted and killed by themselves, there are more of those wicked and wicked people. This is because even if such people die suddenly at home, they will not attract the attention of other people. In addition, they have a criminal record and can easily be regarded by the police as a retaliatory murder. "Hey, Xia Xiaojing." The tall boy stared at him and said, "Aren't you very smart? Tell me what you found." Others also tell their own information. If they dare to lie or not, just wait. "Eat bullets." Xia Xiaojing saw the tall boy in front of her unobtrusively revealing his nature. It seemed that he was frightened by the scene just now, and now he doesn't pretend to be a student anymore, and simply has a direct showdown. Although this guy in high school looked like a human, but who knows if he is a criminal in his 30s and 40s in reality. Well, let's start sorting out information now. It just so happened that Xia Xiaojing also wanted to take this opportunity to completely overthrow the mystery of the entire campus. First of all, time. According to the school's rules, we can only explore time freely during the end to get out of class, eating and resting. We must return to the dormitory at 18 o'clock. We are not allowed to stay in the class, and at 20 o'clock. In the following night, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to leave your room. Therefore, time is the key. Although it leaves us with 12 hours of looking for the kidnapped person, in fact, all we can use is it took less than 4 hours in a sporadic time. The others didn't interrupt when Xia Xiaojing said that there was a pattern, and the fierce tall boy also fell silent. Continue reasoning. Okay, then it's the scope of activity. Everyone knows that we can only move in the school. But didn't you pay attention? The student council president will regularly patrol the corridors, and we are not allowed to go to other classes. This greatly limits the scope of our actions, so the difficulty of this copy has increased again. In the limited fragmentation time, the area we can explore is also very limited, which shows a very important problem. What is the problem? Seeing how well-behaved and obedient people were, Xia Xiaojing continued. That's the kidnapped person. They must be trapped in a certain class. Wait. Why do you make such assertion? Because the school is so big, the more we don't allow us to get involved easily, the more it shows that there are problems. When Xia Xiaojing finished speaking, other people's rebuttal was aroused. But if we guess wrong, we won't be dead. Also, since the president of the student council has been staring at the corridor, how can we easily shift in class? Don't forget, the few people who died told us answer with their lives. Asterisk. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, but everyone was not a fool and naturally noticed it. Either the teacher or the student council president can be drawn away. In the process of being drawn away, we can freely explore any place that is not allowed to enter. But new problems came soon. So who was going to lead? The atmosphere fell silent again, and everyone knew that those who led away the evil spirits would surely be violent. But having said that, if you don't do this, it will be dark immediately after school. If you still can't catch up with the time to complete the task, then all the staff will be eliminated. In this situation, this is the time when people are most tested, and it is also the most hopeless stage. I go. Xia Xiaojing suddenly volunteered and said, You go? Really? Really? I can lead them away, but you have to do what I said, otherwise I don't want to die by myself, and then you all fail to solve the puzzle and lose the game in the end. Go ahead. First of all, you go to Class D of the second year of high school and find a boy named Luo Ji. Luo Ji, why are you looking for him? You don't need to do anything, just stare at him. Then I will find a way to lead the teacher and the student council president to him, and then all the truth will come to light. The reason Xia Xiaojing said so was not because she suspected Luo Ji. It's because she found a problem. That is, ordinary students in this school seem to be unable to see ghosts and ghosts. In their eyes, the teachers and head teachers who are jealous are all normal people. But in the eyes of players, they are pretty terrifying monsters. It's not just Xia Xiaojing who perceives this, but also other people. As for why these monsters were brought to Luo Ji, it was because Xia Xiaojing had guessed that the kidnapped person was most likely in the second grade D class. Because the difficulty of this nightmare game is not high, the main difficulty lies in fragmented time management and limited range of activities. You only need to screen and exclude them based on intelligence. Earlier, Xia Xiaojing had already realized that the student council president had been monitoring the movement of Class D in the second year of high school, which showed that there was something she cared about. No running, no talking, no shifting. Isn't this clearly showing that their target is trapped in the cage of the class? If the student council president is the guard and the other teachers are the jailers, then the students are prisoners. Then the easiest and most effective way is to cause confusion and let the target take the initiative to show up. In that case, let me do it. At this time, a thin boy said. He looked around. I'm a track and field athlete in reality. I have started sports as early as high school, so I have more physical strength. Secondly, if Miss Xia makes a mistake, it is not just her. We will all die. In essence, we are grasshoppers on a rope. Now no one can run away. It's just the difference between dying early or dying late. Damn it, can I just give it a go? It's not the safest, but it's definitely the fastest. Because even if we drag on, we may not be able to find the target when the final time is over. Well, we're divided into two groups. One group will lead the enemy away, the other group will investigate each class one by one, and finally gather in the second grade D class. No problem. In fact, this approach is very risky. They don't even know the name of the target, whether it is a male or a female. But the most difficult point in this level is cooperation. If there's no cooperation, one is absolutely impossible to clear the customs. Just as the answer was given at the beginning of the game, one person wins, all players clear the game. If they fail, all players are eliminated. At this time, dim and quiet corridor. When the time was approaching for school, Xia Xiaojing and others checked the time, and it was 1750. As the evening approached, the pale lights flickered and dimmed, flickering one after another. Accompanied by the sizzling, buzzing sound, this long corridor seemed to lead to the end of darkness, creepy. At this time, the end of the corridor seemed to fall into black and white. Black is an extremely dark color of despair, and white is a mottled chaos. A terrifying figure appeared at the end of the corridor, limping slowly. That thing looked like a person without hair or skin, and it was full of flesh and oil under the light. It was the principal. What are you doing here? The principal spoke, his eyes fixed on Xia Xiaojing's group. It's not time for school yet. It's now start acting. Hey, Bald, come and catch me. The track and field boy used the simplest method to arouse the other's anger, and the principal's expression suddenly became gloomy. Good guy, maliciously noisy, without respect, running in the corridor, directly filled with hatred, making the principal ascend to heaven on the spot. Come on, catch him for me. With a sharp, low drink from the principal, Rapid footsteps sounded in the surrounding aisles, and the ghost-like teachers who did not know where they came from all swarmed up together. Immediately afterwards, as the track and field athletes ran away, all the fierce teachers chased them out. Let's act quickly, too. I am in charge of Class A in the second year. I'm one of the first class downstairs. I'm in the third year of high school. Let's go, Himing. Let's go to Class D of the sophomore year. Thus, the thrilling chase began. Afterwards, they respectively found and met the mirror girl in the first grade of high school and found some clues. I encountered a long and thin ghost in the third grade of high school, and the clues all pointed to the same direction. That is, the second floor of the second floor D class. So far, Xia Xiaojing has understood their real goal. When everyone gathered in Class D of the second year of high school, scary monsters appeared in the corridors on both sides. They all hid in this class in a panic. Scared me to death. Almost thought the person was gone. They're catching up, Xia Xiaojing. Think of a way. Those monsters are not afraid of bullets. They are too cruel. Everyone calm down. Xia Xiaojing was breathing at this time, and then said, I think I already know the identity and name of the target. What? Really, is it so fast? Yes, in fact, our goal is to find the real nightmare. The so-called kidnappings are fake. I did an investigation before coming here. The name of the owner of the nightmare is called Nightmare, and every once appear in the game in the form of some kind of NPC, either as a horror monster or as another character. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaojing looked like she had succeeded in reasoning. At this time, she turned to look at the members of the second grade D class. The real nightmare is among these people. Then she looked sharply in one direction. There, Luo Ji, who showed a look of astonishment like the other classmates, was looking here. Am I right? Luo Ji. No, disguised as Luo Ji's nightmare. Asterisk. Xia Xiaojing. What you talking nonsense? The high school student Luo Ji stared at her with a look of astonishment at this time, wondering, You are not in class and come to our class. Are you playing some game? Don't pretend to be stupid. Are you sure it is him? If it is true, give him a shot to see the reaction. Will you admit the wrong person? No. No one knows Luo Ji better than me. If he is really Luo Ji, he must know who I've always liked in the past. Xia Xiaojing looked ahead seriously at this time and stared closely at Luo Ji's eyes. The people you like? Don't you like those stars with good looks? At this time, Luo Ji froze suddenly, seeming to realize that he had said something wrong. You just read my heart, right? Xia Xiaojing smiled suddenly. Then the smile disappeared, and she questioned. Wrong. You are not Luo Ji at all. Even if you pretend to look like him, you are not him. Because what I like is Luo Ji, but I just deliberately thought about other things. If you are not a nightmare, it is impossible to read me. In my heart, and said this false answer. You fellow. Luo Ji was confused inside, and he suddenly felt that he was talking too quickly. Something is wrong. It stands to reason that I cannot make such a low-level mistake. But what made him feel incredible was that Xia Xiaojing simply said that the person she had always liked was herself. It's impossible, so why didn't I notice it before? And this question, even if she says that she likes herself, will still shock Xia Xiaojing. Because the past self didn't know that she liked herself at all. Even if the correct answer was said, it would still arouse the other person's suspicion. In that case, there's no need to waste time. As expected of you. At this time, Luo Ji pulled up on both sides of his mouth and smiled like a devil. Show your being, monster. No, Mr. Nightmare. Under the nervous gaze of Xia Xiaojing and others, there was a burst of weird laughter in the classroom at this time, and all the NPC students disappeared like foam fragments. What replaced them was a human-shaped, dark mist-like alien life form. This is a nightmare. That thick black fog is his true face. It looks terrible. They looked forward in horror. The appearance of the nightmare was unpredictable, with a pair of cold eyes open in a faceless black shadow, and a pair of horrible blades on both sides of the body. Darkness is approaching. I feel your fear. Extract all the lingering nightmares in the sentient mind, and then merge them into a demonic entity. Traveling through the nightmares and the real world time and time again, taking those fears that really grow wild in the dark as their food. This is what is called a nightmare, and it is already a primitive power of pure evil. Mr. Nightmare, are you really going to act on us yourself? Xia Xiaojing became nervous at this time. She was not afraid, but worried that the nightmare would turn back and kill them all with anger. Ha 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 ha. No, you may think the game is over, but the real nightmare has just begun. Speaking of which, the nightmare smiled tentatively and stepped back, and then the space was violently distorted. Everyone withdrew from the dream and suddenly awakened in the real world. What? Xia Xiaojing woke up from a nightmare at this time, and then saw several familiar faces staring at him. You woke up. Xiaojing, what happened? No, my head hurts. Xia Xiaojing held her head and began to fall into the memory at this time, and her back was cold at this time. When she was finally teleported out of the dream, she heard the nightmare just whispering to her alone, as if to warn her, you can't save everyone. Everything is too late. What does that sentence mean? By the way, how is the situation outside? Still tracking down the hacker, but he has probably been locked in a certain building. Really great. At this moment, Xia Xiaojing's eyes trembled, and she suddenly raised her head and asked, No, I think I know the real purpose of a nightmare. What? It wants to drag all of us into our dreams. How was this possible? Do you mean us people? No, maybe it's much bigger than this. Maybe the whole district, maybe the whole city, or even... It seems to have verified what Xia Xiaojing said. At this time, the sky was densely covered with clouds in the outside world, and it was clearly morning, but there was no sign of dawn, as if a thick cloud had been blocking the sun. Why is there such a big smog outside? Not good. At this time, the voice of a male colleague came from the door. He yelled, Something happened. The people who tracked down the hacker have all lost contact, and the whole building was surrounded by layers of black mist, and everyone inside fell asleep. Are you sure? At 8 o'clock in the morning, more and more people ran out of the house at this time, or people who were accustomed to getting up early were looking up at the sky on the street. As a result, they saw a shocking picture. Embrace the darkness. Nightmare, the building where Luo Ji is located. Many police cars surrounded it, but everyone fell into a drowsy state. Not only that, the entire building was covered in thick, dark fog inside and out. It's almost time. At this time, Luo Ji's nightmare, his hands grew longer, turned into a billowing black mist, and plunged into the sky. Suddenly, the sky was densely clouded, and the black fog revolved, covering the entire city like a shadow. A group of people raised their heads in a panic, the majestic black fog looming in the clouds. And with the release of the nightmare's ultimate move, the darkness and fear that rushed toward the face made everyone's hearts touch their throats. What's the situation? Why is the sky getting darker? It's already early morning. Is it a typhoon? Take a picture and post a circle of friends. On the top of the densely foggy building, the nightmare is standing there, with his hands raised high, releasing a large number of nightmare sources toward the sky. The light is gone. Are you scared? Now that Luo Ji has absorbed enough food for fear, he can already make the entire city fall into a nightmare. The nightmare has got rid of the shackles of the spiritual realm. At this time, it has invaded the real world after waking up from the dream and began to release the nightmare, causing the fear of people in the dark to grow wildly. Next, millions of people in the city will all enter the world of dreams. Let the city fall into a nightmare together. Embrace the darkness. At this time, darkness fell, and the sky began to twist like a kaleidoscope. Luo Ji extracted all the lingering nightmares in the sentient mind, and then merged them into a nightmare of a demon-like entity. To be precise, the nightmare at this stage has evolved into an eternal nightmare. Before he could only allow people in a certain area to enter the nightmare world. Now he can drag the entire city into his dream world. Luo Ji slowly crossed his arms and continuously released the black mist. At this time, he assumed a middle two posture and gradually stretched out his arms, as if he was embracing the sky and the whole world. Darkness is approaching. Eternal Nightmare Luo Ji. Damn, what happened to this? Damn it, why is there no signal on my cell phone? Me too. Not on the server. Such voices sounded everywhere, and the panic of tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of people continued to ferment at this time. At this time, the smog in the sky dissipated, and a dark and blood-red sun gradually appeared. Seeing such a horrible and absurd scene, everyone felt like they were dreaming what was going on. Officials, rich people, soldiers, ordinary people, regardless of age or gender. At this time, millions of people found themselves in a special world, as if it was not the Earth at all. The surrounding high-rise buildings are very grotesque. Some places look like ancient mansions. Some places look like horror wax museums. Some places have many high-altitude sport car tracks, and some places look like ancient mansions. Extremely cyberpunk. There have been many future drones and robots. Damn it, is it still succeeded by it? Xiao Jing and other colleagues walked out the door at this time and looked at the strangely changing world outside. The sky was dark, but the dark red sun brought a faint light, except for the flashing of the streetlights. For a flash, the atmosphere became even more weird. Hey, what happened over there? There seems to be an air wall or something. They also saw that on the dividing road between the urban area and the urban area, people in another urban area could not enter their urban area, and at the same time their area could not enter another area. Like a huge glass wall, the soft air carries a strong thrust, preventing them from approaching and breaking through this barrier. Suddenly, Xiao Jing had a bad feeling in her heart. Where is the nightmare? What? I said, where's the nightmare? It is the culprit that turned everything into a nightmare. There! They all pointed to the tallest building in the city. On top of that building, a looming black shadow stood on it. When more and more people discovered its existence, the nightmare seemed to take action. Hey, can you hear it all? Quiet. A strange sound that sounded like an explosion out of thin air rang throughout the city. Then there was a sneer of laughter. Gentlemen and ladies of the whole city, welcome to the country of dreams. Here is a dream dimension far away from the real world. Everything is as you imagine. This is the world of dreams. And I am the only master here. Nightmare. The appearance was unpredictable, like a monster with a pair of cold eyes open in a faceless black shadow. At this time, the body became huge, occupying almost the entire sky, allowing people in the entire city to clearly see its terrifying appearance. Next, let me announce the rules of the game. The 5.47 million people, including you, all of them will be divided into a city, B city, C city, D city, E city, F city, G city, etc. 16 cities. Next, you will represent 16 districts in the elimination trials. Everyone will participate, and only the winner can enter the next elimination round. 16 enters 8, 8 enters 4 enters 2 semifinals, and then the finals. The city that finally wins can leave this nightmare alive. What a joke. A large group of people below became angry. Who are you? What determines our life and death? If it's a nightmare, wouldn't it be fine to wake up? Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Death in the game is also regarded as death in reality. Anyone who has played the nightmare game should know this rule. This statement came out. The faces of Xiao Jing and others were pale, and they suddenly realized how serious the problem was at this time. They couldn't imagine that this nightmare had such a powerful force, dragging everyone in the city into the water. But the sound of a nightmare then sounded, making one look up from the panic. There is a saying among human beings called fishing by exhaustion. I also understand this truth, so I will add a setting for you collectively. All the people who die, lose, and are eliminated in the game will not die immediately, but will become the soul form and be imprisoned in a cage. That's it. The nightmare's huge body flew in front of the dark red sun in the sky, and then weirdly opened the lid on the sun, as if opening a cage at will. It grabbed the sun and faced other people. It's ridiculous. Is that the sun? Is it a real star? It must be fake. It's just an ornament. But it says that it's a prison, which means that we may be trapped in this sun after we die. All the guys who are eliminated and died will be imprisoned in this black sun. If one of the human beings wins, then I will liberate everyone. If all of you lose, then everything in your soul will be mine. How about it? Isn't it fair? Not only that, if one of you wins in the end, you will be rewarded. The final winner will receive 54.7 billion in prizes. What? Some people think this kind of reward is too general? Nightmare chuckled as if pretending to listen to the voices of the crowd. He went on to say, "Then, as another reward, I can realize one of your dreams, whether it's immortality, becoming a superpower, or resurrecting the dead. I can do everything you can imagine. What you can't imagine, I can do it too. Of course, in the dream." Sneer, haha. The so-called fulfillment of any wish is actually what Luo Ji said nonsense. But it is not entirely a lie, because fulfilling a dream means fulfilling a promise. But his words caused a frenzy throughout the city. It was originally a huge fear, but then more and more people became excited. With a bonus of 54.7 billion, you don't need to be a social animal for several lifetimes, and you can realize any wish. What a nightmare, it's a god. But only people like Xia Xiaojing, Lu Ching, and He Meng who have experienced nightmare games know about it. The real nightmare has just begun. Asterisk. We want us to represent 16 districts in a knockout match. What a joke. At this time, the senior officials of City S were furious. Faced with such an unthinkable thing, they even doubted whether it was a reality or a nightmare. But anyway, the action still has to be acted upon. Even in a dream, you can't just sit back and watch. Hurry up and gather everyone together, and then start public speaking. Anyway, as long as we can gather the hearts of the people, we can gather a huge strength. Others, investigate the so-called nightmare game. What is going on? Yes, sir. Most other areas have similar ideas. And Xia Xiaojing enumerated all the information she had at this time, such as the past, train fright, puppet wax museum, ghost shadows, clown fear night, resentful sick building, secret campus, and so on. There are 6 games known. Today is the 7th day. The name of the game is Layers of Nightmares, Layers of Fear. Scope, the whole city. Number of people, more than 5.47 million people. Huaxing Entertainment Media Company. The beauty vice president, Lehan, was standing in the building at this time, calmly looking out the glass window with the sea view. Is it a nightmare after the shadow crocodile? She pondered, compared with the 2 monsters, the sea monster and the shadow crocodile. The nightmare seemed a little more special. But even so, she still believes that the nightmare has a body, just like a shadow crocodile. Maybe the real body of the nightmare exists somewhere in the dream. Maybe the key to breaking this dream is to find the real body of the nightmare, and then confront it. Maybe you can wake up from the nightmare. In terms of ingenuity, Lehan is even better than Xia Xiaojing. But in terms of courage, the latter is stronger. Because in Luo Ji's impression, Xia Xiaojing is a naive person. Other girls are afraid of bugs, snakes, and the like, but she is not afraid at all, and even often catches them for research. To be honest, Luo Ji doesn't care who wins. What he needs is the fear that these millions of people have when they have nightmares. Once this huge source of fear took shape, it was absorbed by myself. Then he will directly evolve from legendary level to mythical level existence. Maybe nightmare will become Luo Ji's first mythical transformation. For example, it evolved into the king of nightmares, that is the master of the dimension of dreams. In the dimension of dreams, time, quality, space, and things are completely controlled by him. Seeing who is unhappy directly draws a wave of frenzy in the domain of one's own dimension. Monthly reading. At this moment, the people coming and going in the city lead not to the sun-filled streets, but to the abyss of nothingness. The sky was slightly red, and the flowing clouds were filled with scarlet red. The street layout no longer looked like a normal environment, but the kind of extremely underworld, as if no one's hell. Next, the game started. 16 districts. Each district holds a different game mode. Battle Royale. Zombies come out of the cage. Zombie cemetery. Survive in the sea. The cruise ship sank. Seen from high above, it looks like 16 small squares. Each square is an independent world, just like a miniature multiverse. In the dream, everything is so incredible and hard to understand. As long as I can imagine things, I can achieve them here. Luo Ji squeezed a non-existent fist at this time, and a narrow scarlet light appeared in his eyes in the thick fog. He was excited by his powerful power. Such a person's spiritual realm is controlled in this way. This is a more powerful existence than the shadow crocodile and the octopus sea monster, such as the extreme deep sea. Unfortunately, he only has more than a day left. If it is not for forced transformation, he really wants to play more in the world of dreams and do things that he had imagined but couldn't achieve. No way. Before waiting for the next forced transformation, he can only continue to grow stronger. Because the nightmare form will definitely be useful in the non-compulsory transformation phase in the future. At this time, Luo Ji suddenly thought of a question. System. I'm here. Like a classmate shout, AI, the system popped out again. Can I know what form the next transformation will be? Answer. The host currently does not have a predict series of monster transformation capabilities and cannot predict the future. To predict the future, you need the level of all-knowing and all-seeing the last time. Is there really nothing to do? Answer. If the host consumes various energies plundered in the real world, such as shadow energy, spiritual energy, fear energy, etc., it could be exchanged for precognition card to get a reminder for the next transformation. Here. Luo Ji put his sight on the system all. Precognition card. Consume 100,000 energy points to get a reminder of the next transformation. Transformation synthesis card. It consumes 990,000 energy points to combine two different forms into a stronger transformation form. Transfiguration delay card. It consumes 500,000 energy points to extend the current transformation form or non-mandatory transformation form by 1 day, which may have miraculous effects at critical moments. The others are a bunch of experience props, such as evolution stones and evolution books. They are also quite expensive and cost-effective, so Luo Ji didn't look at it much. Instead, he focused his attention on the prediction card. Then Luo Ji looked at the current points. It seems that the current fear points are almost 300,000 points, and when the next multi-million scale nightmare game ends, he can get more than 5 million fear points. Redeem a predictive card. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Ji chose to check the prompt of his next pattern. Anyway, 100,000 points is not a loss. Successful redemption. Do you want to use it now? Yes, with the sound of falling. At this time, Luo Ji seemed to have seen the future in the near future. A bloodstained monster appeared to be angrily destroyed in a laboratory. Then the monster became extremely huge and terrifying, and a warning could be heard vaguely. The shivering voice overflowed from the monster's teeth. It seemed to be saying something to someone. Luo Ji listened carefully. That voice is, blood is flowing, not one left. In the screams of horror, there was a huge sound of tearing and destruction of steel. Is this your next form? I didn't see anything clearly. Only heard a bunch of screams and the sound of steel being torn and destroyed. Also, the blood is flowing. What does it mean to not leave one? Is the future self who is chasing and killing someone. Forget it, that's it. Although I only saw the future within a few seconds, it was not too bad. At least Luo Ji felt confident in his heart. Now you can let it go. Time passed bit by bit. At this time, congratulations to the A, C, and F districts for winning and successfully entering the next round of the elimination round. On the playing field, as different districts are in the process of the game, the number of people and scoring points are displayed at the top of their competition area, and the district with the highest scoring points enters the next round of competition. Conversely, the city scores lower than the former. Then enter the punishment stage. Boom! The huge god of death descended from the sky, and with the swing of the sickle, the souls of all the people in the punishment city turned into countless howling thick mists that were absorbed into the black sun in the sky. Different urban areas have different punishment mechanisms. If it is the future city of the cyberpunk style, It will be a giant mecha judge who will execute the punishment after losing, and then shoot and rampage in the city until everyone is wiped out. Finally, 5.47 million people lost half in an instant. Only more than 2 million people were left in the second round of the game. After the previous Nightmare game, they seemed to have a certain understanding of the rules and scoring mechanism in their hearts. At the same time, some people were happy and some were worried, but most of them were very heavy. Although they knew that the group of people who were punished were not dead, they realized that if they lost, everything would be over. Even for those who were trapped, we must continue to fight and persevere. Then came the 8-in-4 game, but this time the rules of the game seemed to have changed. Because there are too many people, the decryption game is definitely not suitable. This time, I chose a competitive game. Meaning is, 8 districts will be randomly assigned to their opponents to conduct a singles between the 4v4 districts. There are many content of the game, sports-related, video game-related, racing-related. The games are randomly assigned, so those who are good at them are ecstatic, and those who are not good at them are worried. Now the boxing championship is in progress. Now the Forza Motorsport competition is in progress. Now the competitive electronic game is in progress. In different competition areas, a mini nightmare image appeared respectively, leading the beginning of the game as a host. For example, in the racing area, everyone has transformed into a super huge arena. Hundreds of thousands of people are assigned to high-end racing cars per person. At the same time, there are any modification and enhancement accessories for DIY in the nearby resting place. And then the map of the game is diversified, such as deserts, canyons, hells, and so on. But not everyone can drive. At the beginning of the game, a lot of racing cars collided and then turned into spirits and flew in the direction of the black sun, and the damaged racing cars disappeared like a mosaic. That's it, enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. The nightmare was laughing wildly, and all kinds of complex emotions flooded the court. Some people were terrified and desperate, while others were extremely excited, feeling that this dream was so exciting. Then, as the time passing in the dream was different from the outside world, a new winner soon appeared and entered the semifinals. The final is the semifinals of 4-into-2. Then came the 2-in-1 finals. After the finals, a representative will be sent from the city of the winner to fight the nightmare, Luo Ji, one-on-one. After the victory, all mankind triumphed and returned to the real world. If they fail, the nightmare will determine their future. Tall buildings, the abyss of nightmares. On the throne, the nightmare king Luo Ji lay on his side, looking at the dozen or so screens that appeared in front of him. The process and results of the event are displayed on the screen. There's a series of numbers in the upper right corner of the screen representing the fear points. There are currently 2 million plus fear points. Not bad. Very interesting, isn't it? It's just that Luo Ji's sight was quickly placed on a figure in city, apparently his childhood sweetheart Xia Xiaojing. Can you last to the end? Until you come to me. Having said that, Luo Ji stopped staring at her, but looked at other screens. Xia Xiaojing is also desperately scoring, because they also know that they can only find a real nightmare if they want to win and defeat it to save everything. But she knew in her heart, this is a bottom line, you can't look back once you've slapped it. The countdown on the watch was about to come to an end. Xia Xiaojing read the seconds silently in her heart, waiting for the indifferent broadcast of the mechanical sound. Congratulations to City A for winning and entering the next round of competition. The indifferent broadcast ended, followed by the familiar and unfamiliar dizziness, and the scenes were switched between the turning of the sky. Xia Xiaojing, who passed through one level after another, united with the only thousands of people left in the entire city, and now came to the 4-in-2 game. This time, she met other opponents who had participated in the nightmare game Lu Ching. Although the girl is very timid, her mind is quite delicate. After several rounds of the game, she has vaguely become an idol in the city where she is located. Unfortunately, the opponent met Xia Xiaojing, a woman who looked like she was hanging up. Finally, the game entered the finals, where Xia Xiaojing met another acquaintance Lehan. It's over. Xia Xiaojing was not sure to defeat that woman, the survivor of the cruise ship incident, and her talents and abilities were far above her. It can be said that she is one of a million talented women. But what surprised Xia Xiaojing was that Lehan seemed to be moved by her determination in the last time, and she actively abstained from the game, leaving Xia Xiaojing the chance to confront the nightmare. Till the end, a team that really entered the Nightmare Castle, looking for the king, has experienced the elimination of millions of people, only less than 100 people. Among them, Xia Xiaojing was already scarred, but that strong will and spirit made her no longer afraid of nightmares. She couldn't even feel the fear. In other words, it was numb. Now she has only one thought. It is to defeat the king of nightmare. In this terrible nightmare completely. Asterisk. The moment of entering the Nightmare Castle. Xia Xiaojing saw that the time appearing on her wrist began to accelerate. The 2 rows of numbers displayed in the upper right corner of it began to accelerate and decrease, and the love representing one's own life value also began to gradually consume and flicker slightly. What happened? At this time, the number above is gradually decreasing 1 second after another. Everyone panicked and watched their state slowly diminishing. I think this should be a time-limited mission, the time allowed by the Nightmare King to stay in the castle. It's about 10 minutes, right? In other words, you can only find it within 10 minutes and defeat it. How to do? Look separately. After Xia Xiaojing finished speaking, she looked at the spiral staircase leading to a higher place and walked upward. Let's move separately. It's faster this way. Understood. After all, it is 100 people who have survived from a million people, and they have long known how to cooperate. No need for other people to say anything. They started to act. Xia Xiaojing walked forward step by step, and finally came to the hall between the thrones. When she arrived here, she had seen the King of Nightmare with her head hanging down like the final boss, with his fist supporting her chin. At this time, there was a big black sword beside it, and the overall height was about 10 meters, which looked very impressive. A sense of oppression. It's you again. The King of Nightmare, Luo Ji, raised his head without joy or sorrow, staring at the player in front of him. Don't talk nonsense. Let's get started. Hee. Do you want to find death so soon? Xia Xiaojing, if it were you, what would you choose? Luo Ji, the King of Nightmare, stood up slowly at this time and asked calmly, "What's the meaning? If you can defeat me, what wish do you want?" "Me? Wish?" Xia Xiaojing was stunned for a moment, her eyes full of sadness. "Let's talk until you beat you." "That's not okay. If you don't have a wish, then the game can't start." "Well, does your wish refer to the 54.7 billion yuan? More than you really can achieve any wish, including resurrection from the dead?" Hearing this, Xia Xiaojing was a little touched, put down his weapon, and looked straight ahead. "Yes, any wish." The Nightmare King nodded slightly. "Then, can you resurrect someone?" "Who?" "His name is Luo Ji." "Why do you want to resurrect him?" The Nightmare King was stunned and asked. "It has nothing to do with you. Didn't you say that any wish can be realized? Why do you still ask me why? Could it be that you are a liar? You can't do this at all." "No, I can resurrect him, really." When the Nightmare King said this, he picked up the great sword. "But, can you defeat me?" Then my answer is, it must be possible too. The content of the last game is called Brave Fighting Devil. The heroine, who has been given superpower and a powerful attribute panel now, engages in a one-on-one duel with the King of Nightmare. The holy sword in her hand is a reward item. The stronger the personal will and the more angry, the stronger the power. In an instant, the entire castle was cut open by the huge sword energy, and the radiant holy sword almost tore the sky. "Yes, you are really strong." Luo Ji was very cooperative in the performance at this time, because his goal has been achieved. More than 5 million fear points have already been accounted for at this time. At this time, we should follow Xia Xiaojing's will and let the light defeat the evil, which is the usual method of fake death. Luo Ji intends to disappear here in silence. Let these millions of people just feel that they have had an ordinary nightmare. They returned to their normal lives safe and sound, and they became extremely powerful. Only, The win-win situation was touched by Luo Ji's heart because of Xia Xiaojing's arrival. With the existence of people who have 1 millions, the ultimate wish is to resurrect themselves. However, she didn't know that she had been resurrected, but he didn't know that he was no longer the ordinary human of the past. Therefore, Luo Ji can only say, "It's a pity that you were cheated." What? I can't do things like resurrecting people at all. The so-called rewards are just dreams. Haha. Any bonuses of 54.7 billion yuan and resurrection from the dead are just daydreams. UB asterisk 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 D. The angry Xia Xiaojing seemed to have become stronger at this time. With strong emotions, deceived, and with the will of millions of people, a beam slash that almost destroyed the world broke out at this time. It's like liberation with the sword of victory oath. A huge beam of light penetrated the body of the Nightmare King, allowing the shadow to dissipate in the light. Ha 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 ha. Stupid human beings, do you think you can kill me? No, the real nightmare will never disappear. Because the fear in your heart. At this point, the body of the Nightmare King shattered. The world of dreams also began to crumble. Seeing countless fragments falling from the sky, Xia Xiaojing knelt down on the ground as if desperate. She lost her most important person again. The hope that had just risen was once again completely crushed, but such a strong person still couldn't help crying. It seems that everyone has fear. Even she has things she fears. That is the fear of losing Luo Ji. At this time, in S City, the morning sun began to rise, and the millions of people opened their eyes one after another at this time, looking at their surroundings in confusion. What's wrong? Head hurts. It seems to have had a nightmare. I dreamt that I was killed. Me too. It's weird. I haven't had a dream for a long time. Why is the dream so clear yesterday? Do you remember what happened? I don't know. My head is blurred. Forget it. Don't worry. Let's continue to work. Such sound are everywhere in the city. In a building. Report. Found the target suspect. Start arrest. Stop, don't move. In a dimly lit room, the police started an assault and eventually found several strange guys tied up in the house. And a computer monitor next to them was on, with information about crimes committed by them and so on. Captain, something is wrong. These guys seem to be wanted criminals. Where is the founder of that nightmare game? The data seems to have been deleted. It seems that we are a step late. Damn it. It failed again. Alas, take these people back first. Yes. At the same time, in the dark alley, a tall and thin man in a coat and hood walked in it. He was expressionless and indifferent. At this time, Luo Ji watched the people coming and going in the city and the vehicles were driving. He lowered the brim of his hat and stopped a car casually. Go outside the city, Luo Ji said quietly, and then sat in a taxi. He stared at the normal city and streets outside, and raised his mouth slightly in the mirror of the car window. At this time, the driver was already controlled by a dark fog of tentacles. His gaze followed his intentions and drove towards the outskirts of the city. En route, through the window of the car, Luo Ji saw police officers running around outside, and Xia Xiaojing, a female detective, walking on the road in a daze. Watching this scene, Luo Ji slowly whispered some lines and said, "Are you my nightmare?" "No, I'm your nightmare. In the future, we will meet again." Until now, Luo Ji only guessed what his next form of transformation would be. That is a monster from the dark, known as the most ferocious dark creature, the bloodthirsty stalker, Werewolf. Night fell. The bleak moonlight filled the earth. Under the shining cold moonlight, the deserted grasses in the suburbs gave birth to countless mysterious shadows, which looked like a gloomy forest from a distance, with many ghosts and shadows. Wow! A car drove slowly. With the brake lights on, 2 seconds later, the rear door slowly opened. Patter! One foot stepped out of it, and Luo Ji walked out of it wearing a suit. His tall figure looked burly and sturdy and very handsome. If it weren't for the strong muscles, perfect lines, dark and thick hair, and domineering wolf head that are so strong that all men envy, perhaps many women would be fascinated and crazy about it. Yes, after a day and a night of driving, Luo Ji has driven hundreds of kilometers from the chaotic city of S to a small fishing village near his hometown. Name: Wolf King Luo Ji. Category: Magic Monster. Level: Legendary. Countdown: 168 hours. He is stalwart, well-defined, with clear lines, and his thick hair gleams in the moonlight. The extremely strong muscles contain explosive power in every inch, as if they can break the buttons of a suit at any time. His appearance is even more impeccable. His facial features are distinct and profound. His cold and gloomy eyes appear wild, unrestrained, mysterious, and cold, and he reveals a domineering wolf king that looks like the world. Handsome. Even Luo Ji couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he looked at himself in the rearview mirror of the vehicle. Finally, there's a monster form that looks at its peak. That's right. There's a saying that the Wolf King is really domineering. And it was not the inferior werewolf with brown mane, red eyes, blood-stained fangs, and long mouth, but a true werewolf. It is a noble, pure-blood werewolf form. Even among the dark creatures like werewolves, they belong to the highest lord level, such as the King and the Wolf King. The current Luo Ji is also a leader monster equivalent to the position of Wolf King. It's just that compared with those inferior werewolves, pure-blood werewolves have completely abandoned the so-called form of pretending to be human due to their excessive pursuit of perfection and greater power. It means that there are only two forms of pure-blood werewolves. One is the now mighty and domineering werewolf form, and the second is the giant wolf form that transforms in the full moon night when Aconitum is in full bloom. On the contrary, those inferior families enslaved by it are the inferior werewolves who can become humans. System: arrange an evolutionary route for me. Okay, host. The current form is the werewolf race. You have the following 17 evolution options, but here is recommended for you to evolve into God-Eater Wolf, Fenrir, in the later stage. Because of the better luck this time, I skipped the normal level inferior werewolves and started directly with the legendary level true werewolves. So next, if you want to evolve the mythical level, there are many choices. For example, Lehan, Jackal Constellation. In Greece, Kuei Wood Wolf. In the East, God of Death, Anubis. In Egypt, Golden Wolf God. In Amaterasu, and Devil Wolf. But in Norse mythology, Leo Wait. Compared to other less famous hell wolves and the like. The most famous and powerful one here is probably the giant wolf Fenrir. It is huge in size, and when it opens its mouth, its upper and lower jaws can withstand the sky and the earth. In the myth, it was imprisoned by chains for thousands of years with infinite anger and hatred, broke free from the chains, and launched the Twilight of the Gods. In the Twilight of the Gods, Fenrir, as the big brother, took his brother Jemingard and his sister Hela, the earthly python, and attacked the kingdom of God, and finally killed his heavenly father Odin. Of course, there is a good choice compared to Fenrir. That is the Egyptian god of death, Anubis. As the god of death, Anubis also has some compelling styles, but is often called dog-head by people, which is a bit disrespectful. So after thinking about it, Luo Ji decided to put the evolutionary route on the body of Devil Wolf. System: the next evolutionary route locks on Fenrir. Locks successfully. Locking the evolution path does not mean that you can evolve now. Just to tell you that you may evolve into this way in the future. Because the myth level is different from the legend level, there is a huge gap between the two. For example, the legendary Cyclops and the mythical flame giant Sulter. Can they be the same? One can be killed by human crossbow arrows, and one can destroy Asgard with one sword. Although they are all called giants, they are essentially different from heaven and earth. This is the power of mythical. Fortunately, at present, Luo Ji's nightmare form has also successfully evolved into the King of Nightmare, myth grade. Now, another identity is the Master of the Dream Dimension. He has his own dimension, so he is also a Dimension Lord. It's just a pity. The system's forced transformation into a form for 7 days allows Luo Ji to use the Nightmare King power only when he uses the transformation extension card to renew his time. Forget it, don't want this. In fact, the current form of the Wolf King looks pretty cool. Next, at this moment, the domineering werewolf Luo Ji tidied his suit collar, turned to look at the unconscious poor driver, and shook his head slightly. Go back to the world where you should be. The money in the car is what you deserve. For today's werewolf Luo Ji, money and wealth are simply as dispensable as dung. After dealing with the matter, the place Luo Ji will go next is his hometown. But it was just a glance from a distance. After all, no matter how handsome and domineering the werewolf was, ordinary people would still be frightened when they saw it. It's a pity that the darkness before dawn is always the deepest. If the twilight is the time of demons, before dawn is the time when demons and ghosts wander in the dark night. Asterisk, the night is getting thicker. Stars shone in the sky, fishing fires on the sea. Everyone in the small fishing village fell asleep deeply, dreaming of tomorrow's dream. The former Luo Ji was a child who grew up in a fishing village, yearning for the high-rise buildings in the city and yearning for the brilliance of the city. Later, he went to S-City, seeing cars roaring past everywhere in the big city, the thick exhaust gas, the forest of steel and iron, the noise. The big city is not as beautiful as he imagined. On the contrary, I feel that the small fishing village is so beautiful and so harmonious. If he had listened to his father, he would develop at home and inherit the hundreds of acres of fish ponds in the family. It is not as if the company will go abroad for meetings and lose life in the North Pacific. At least in that case, in the future, he will live a life in peace, marry a beautiful daughter-in-law, and live an ordinary life. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs. Be safe. Luo Ji raised his sharp wolf claws and put on a hunter hat of the same style as FanFic. He was in a suit and leather shoes. At this time, he also put on a gothic black coat prepared in advance. The pointed top hat, the main color of black, with an extremely strong feeling of darkness and mystery. I don't know if there are vampires like Dracula in this world. If so, I really want to try and see if they can survive my claws. The werewolf's aggressive and fierce vigor also affected Luo Ji's mood at this moment. Although he did not smell any bloody smell for the time being, there was also a smell of fish meat within 100 miles away. But Luo Ji knew that if he smelled too much smell of blood, he might become unable to restrain his wildness and became extremely violent. Of course, he can still be restrained by virtue of his reason, but he is very unhappy in his heart. Including now, too. There is always a desire to destroy, to shred something. He is now huge body, very oppressive, 330 centimeters tall. Only the sharp claws are 30 centimeters long, and they will grow further when raging. Under the terrifying appearance of the Wolf King, there are hidden huge powers that are unknown, as well as surprising horror abilities. In this way, even if a tiger tank is torn apart, it is no exaggeration. Such a violent monster is far more raging and terrifying than people think, and it is more difficult to restrain its own nature. Therefore, it seems that I can't go back now. The Wolf King Luo Ji stood on a high ground overlooking the small fishing village, sniffing the various bloody scents in the fishing village, and he felt his blood divergent. It's not as easy as the northern sea giant demon, shadow crocodile, nightmare. The werewolf form is the biggest challenge that Luo Ji has ever encountered. That is difficult to restrain the inner desire to kill. Now, Luo Ji looked at the direction of his hometown from a distance. There was a trace of desire in the deep pupils. But in order to avoid any accidents from happening again, accidentally run into something irreparable. In the end, he made a decision. Away from home, on the other side of the distant sea, it looked so beautiful. But where to go? Go with the flow? Still, at this time, Luo Ji thought for a while. If he remembers correctly, he also has a distant cousin studying in Eastern Europe. That cousin liked to stick to herself when she was young. Of course, remembering my cousin at this time is not about visiting her. It's a certain direction in Eastern Europe. There was something indescribable that attracted him. There, seems to have the same kind of breath. Do not forget, now Luo Ji is the Wolf King, and his sensory abilities are not known to be many times that of humans. As long as someone bleeds within 1,000 miles, it won't be long before it will be able to clearly detect it. Attention is to perceive, not to smelt, because even if the smell spreads, it can't spread for several kilometers. The Wolf King's ability is sensitive tracking of blood, more like a kind of bioradar detection. Of course, because there are so many creatures in nature, not everyone will care about the Wolf King. Only when he is fully focused will he track it specifically and specifically. But even so, it's like a breath of similar, just like GPS positioning. The legendary dark creatures that are also on the earth can vaguely feel the breath of another existence similar to their own. Moreover, this world seems to be more complicated than Luo Ji imagined. The previous 3 forms are fine. All Luo Ji is entertaining himself. But after turning into a werewolf, he gradually realized monster didn't seem to be the only one. Eastern Europe? Symbolically licking his paw, Luo Ji, the Wolf King, raised his head and looked at the night sky, making a long and loud wolf howling. Wuo dash! The Yin wind shook the cold suburbs, and the wolf was roaring. The extremely loud and shocking sound instantly caused the panic and alert of all domestic animals within 100 kilometers. The dogs in the nursing home shivered and hid in the den and did not dare to come out. Fishermen and ordinary people also suddenly felt a chill in their backs. It seems to have been awakened to the fear of beasts of human beings when they were apes. What happened? I seem to hear the voice of a wolf just now. Are there wolves here too? I do not know. In the small fishing village at night, every household turned on the lights one after another, and when they saw it densely lit up from a height, they all seemed to feel a certain degree of fright. Haba, Luo Ji, who seemed to have succeeded, showed a ferocious smile when he looked at the households who were awakened by the howl of a wolf. Next, before drawing attention, he decided to evacuate. The goal is, go to Eastern European countries to find the kind in the dark. Asterisk. It does not take time to travel from the outskirts of City S to Eastern Europe, because they are all on the same Eurasian continent. In terms of modern technology, Luo Ji only needs to transfer one more car on the way. As for the method, pick up the train during the day and run by yourself at night. During the day, the Wolf King Luo Ji only needs to drink and eat meat in the unmanned carriage of the transnational train, not to mention at night. Have you ever seen a werewolf running wildly? It was like a real monster. The speed of the train was not as fast as a fraction of it. 460 kilometers/h. It may sound exaggerated. When crossing hundreds of meters every second, the frigate bird has to shout Big Brother Nyobi when it comes. Of course, this speed is only a theoretical explosion speed. Even though the werewolf has extremely fast stamina and regeneration speed, there is no way to run at this speed on complex terrain. So considering practical factors, it was already the next morning when Luo Ji actually arrived at the Eastern European border. On the way, Luo Ji stayed for a while on the snow-capped mountains of Giant Bear Country. 2 brown bears were hunted and eaten to replenish their strength. Speaking of it, one of the male brown bears was 3 meters away from his stand, but when he saw Luo Ji, he turned and ran away shivering. The food that can be delivered to the door. How can Luo Ji make it leave so easily? Afterwards, several trees were severed by claws after liberation, and the bear's head was cut off. It didn't take long. Luo Ji appeared near the Carpathian Mountains north of the middle reaches of the Danube. Next, after crossing this mountain, you'll be Eastern Europe. Approaching the evening, after a rain, the temperature in this Eastern European town suddenly dropped. From the original 20 degrees Celsius, the temperature suddenly dropped to only a few degrees. The residents of the town went home early and set up the fireplace, but only a few scattered tourists were still hanging out. The name of the town is Tvagna, which belongs to Romania, somewhere near Hungary, near the Carpathian Mountains. There are mountains, snow, sea, deep lakes, small towns, ancient villages. Not only that, it also has the largest hot spring lake, which is rich in various minerals. Every tourist season, countless tourists come here to soak in hot springs, and there are often pictures of hotels without rooms. Fortunately, it is the off-season, the weather is very cold, and there are very few people outside. Otherwise, Luo Ji, who is a werewolf, might have to meet the tourists. Sniff. The town is not big and the road is not long. A few minutes later, Luo Ji, wearing a pointed top hat, a mask, and a black gothic coat, appeared nearby. He deliberately suppressed his height, and his bones and muscles were reduced to more than 2 meters. Even so, it still looked tall and burly. No one dared to approach it. Now is the time for dinner, and many restaurants are open. It's just that the nearby grilled foie gras, red wine stewed beef, grilled goose meat, and cakes do not attract the current Luo Ji. Compared to these, he wanted to eat some fresh blood food. Bull blood. Unexpectedly, Luo Ji actually saw someone selling bottled bull blood near the town. But when I took a closer look at the sign, I realized that it was red wine. Huh. Happy for nothing. Wow. Luo Ji, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly heard that the door of the hotel opposite was pushed open. Luo Ji looked up and saw 3 young people walking in from inside. I just ran into him. Oh my God. Look at that man. He's as strong as a G bear. The white man with short blonde hair, walking in the front, was stunned when he saw Luo Ji. It seemed that he had seen such a tall man for the first time. Even wearing a black coat, Luo Ji looks burly and strong like a monster. The extremely sturdy body, every inch, contains explosive power, making the clothes look as if they are about to burst at any time is exaggerated. Is he really a hunk? The blonde man with his mouth full of fake is also tall and looks like a muscular man who regularly works out. Damn, he looks much stronger than you. Other companions also exclaimed. Hey, Bearman. The blonde muscular man turned his mouth slightly upwards. With a cynical smile, his eyes were very impolite to sweep Luo Ji back and forth, and he said hello. Luo Ji lowered the wide brim of his hat and turned to leave. I didn't mean to talk to them at all. However, when Luo Ji was about to leave, the 3 white men came up on their heels. Hey friend, talk to you. The speaker was another long-haired white man, handsome and cool, tall, as if he was the dream lover of many girls. He followed Luo Ji and said in English, Are you a local? Can you take a photo with me? Go, go. Luo Ji's voice is extremely deep and strong, and it sounds more like the roar of some kind of beast. Hearing this voice, the 3 white men were startled and seemed to feel slightly scared, but then a little angry. Hey, we're not malicious, okay? Also, don't be so aggressive and show me respect. The muscular man who survived looked at Luo Ji, who was 1 head taller than him, a little unconvinced. He deliberately took a big step, trying to stop Luo Ji, who was walking sideways. Shut up, shut up. Seeing the muscular man walking up to him and trying to stop him, Luo Ji ran into him without mercy. At the same time, the ferocious eyes under the brim of the hat stared at him like a wolf, and with a wave of his arm, it was like knocking over something insignificant, and 1 hand threw the man several meters away. What? The muscular man who was knocked to the ground by puffing wailed in pain at this time. It seemed that he and Luo Ji had dislocated their hard shoulders, and the pain caused him to keep rolling on the ground. Wait, you can't go. The others followed quickly. You have to apologize to us. Hearing this voice, Luo Ji ignored it and wanted to leave the town before attracting more people to watch. Have you heard? Please apologize and compensate us, or we will call the police a ****. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji stopped, twisted his neck slightly, and turned his head to the side. As the red eyes with killing intent looked behind him, a chilling horror aura spread out. Then, yes, I'm sorry. My companion has caused you trouble. The young girl who was walking at the end looked at Luo Ji with a bit of loss. She seemed to be frightened by the look, and her legs were weak. She hurriedly bent over to apologize, even her long hair hanging down on the ground without knowing it. Humph! With a cold snort, Luo Ji returned his eyes. No longer focus on these guys. As long as these guys stop being stupid to provoke them, then there is no need to hurt them. If not, maybe there will be a few more ripped corpses on the trees outside Hanya Town. After all, he is a werewolf. Then withdraw his thoughts. Luo Ji continued to walk towards the dark forest outside the town. Asterisk. What the hell, that guy? After Luo Ji left, the three blushing blushes couldn't help but yelled. Hey, are you okay? FK, it hurts me so much, and my arm seems to be dislocated. What's the matter with that guy with such great strength, just like hitting an iron plate? He just knocked me out. The muscular man's arm twisted strangely at this time, but it didn't appear to be broken, but dislocated. Are you unlucky? That guy might be a fugitive who kills without blinking an eye. I almost thought I was going to be killed just now. The slender, 1.7-meter young girl said in shock. Damn, don't let me meet him again. The muscular man was still indignant, and all the things he dared not say face to face were vented out of his head. Stop talking. Let me help you to the nearby hospital. The long-haired white man put his shoulders on his shoulders, supported his body, and limped towards the nearby hospital. I hope I can catch up with the schedule early tomorrow. Yes, the main purpose of coming out to play this time is to see that. Which, have you forgotten? In that mysterious castle in Romania, it is said that there are legendary vampires in it. They sleep in coffins during the day and go out at night to bite people on the neck. Vampire. The muscular man came to his senses. Yes, their purpose this time was to visit the legendary vampire castle. In Romania, there is a mysterious castle. Legend has it that it was the place where the original vampires lived, but people who visited it often came to different conclusions. But everyone understands that there is no vampire. This is a scientific world. The so-called gods, demons, and ghosts are nothing more than superstition. It's just for the thrills, especially the three people like adventurers. So they plan to spend the night in the vampire castle tomorrow to experience the thrilling feeling. Now I hope that the blonde man's dislocated arm will heal sooner. In this way, their schedule will not be delayed. Coincidentally, Luo Ji's route on this trip also happened to pass by the vampire castle. Maybe they will meet again at that time. Moreover, these three people are very bold to some extent, especially in the thrilling game of death. For some unclean creatures, maybe they just delivered the delicious food to your door. The next day, when the sun rose, the white trio appeared near Romania. As the tourist bus stopped, they cheered and got out of the car, turning around and looking at the surrounding scenery. Hey, how are your hands? It's better. It doesn't hurt much anymore. That's great. Let's go to the vampire castle. It was still early, and with the surrounding tour guides and tourists, the three of them became courageous. Following the crowd, several people walked into the legendary vampire castle. Oh, it's so cool. Looking around, they found that the terrain where the castle was located was extremely dangerous. The castle was built on a hill, backed by a huge mountain that is difficult to climb, overlooking the road that passes through the valley, and even a bird passing by on the road cannot escape the eyes of the castle owner. But there are a lot of tourists here. The vendors at the gate of the castle are seriously selling information and souvenirs about vampires. There are also many people wearing vampire masks and Dracula's toys. Many adults and children walk here. It's hard to see any horrible places. How come there are so many people here? There was a huge crowd, and there was no interest in shopping. Let me just say it. It might be more atmosphere when you come back at night. The blonde man complained. Idiot, haven't you noticed the sign at the gate of the castle management office? It says, you're not allowed to enter the castle at night. Then we simply stay inside and wait till the evening is good. If an administrator comes to check, we will hide. Good idea, the long-haired man said excitedly. By the way, does your camera have a lot of battery? Don't worry. 14 hours of continuous shooting will not be a problem. That's good. Wait until the show effect on the hour tonight. Go back to the hair pipe. The broadcast volume will have to be hundreds of thousands. Even breaking 1 million is not impossible. That's right. Lena, you acted a little bit tonight. Last time I was complaining that the acting was too fake. Shut up. I have cooperated with you two very much, really. The young and slender girl rolled her eyes, saying that she shouldn't be shooting with these two idiots. Then, they stayed in the vampire castle, avoided the staff, and hid. In this way, time passed by a little bit. As tourists walked out of the castle one after another, the sky was getting darker, and in the mottled light and shadow, the castle gradually began to be covered by shadows, and it seemed to have such a bleak and dark feeling. From a distance, the castle stands on a steep cliff. like an eagle sitting on a huge rock, tall and old, once or perhaps brilliant, but now it is full of desolation. There was no sound in the castle, and under the bleak moonlight, it was even more cold. The surging sound of pine waves in the distance was faintly heard, occasionally mixed with the screams of wild beasts. The blonde and Lena only felt as if they were at the end of the world, where everything seemed to stop working. "Lena, are you ready to start shooting?" "Uh-huh." You imagine the next person being alone in a dark castle, that shuddering feeling. Don't say it, it's scary. I just want to be scared. Otherwise, wouldn't we just go for a trip for nothing? Well then, I will try my best. Lena is a lost person in this fashion, walking around in the castle under the moonlight. The long-haired man raised the camera at her, and then began to take a long shot to the window of the castle. But at this moment, the long-haired white man's camera seemed to have captured something weird. He was stunned, and then looked at a place a few kilometers away from the window behind Lena. Something seems to be moving over there. Oops, is it the administrator? No, it's not right. The long-haired man's camera focused, and he started to take pictures of a place in the distant mountains from the height of the castle, and then said with a little surprise, "It's a person, he's very big, wait. How could it be that guy?" In the lens, the tall figure walking in the mountains is the Luo Ji, who had a relationship with him yesterday. He walked slowly somewhere on a mountainside, and seemed to have discovered this way far away, staring at the long-haired man focused by the camera, and then stopped. Asterisk, it's the tall man who beat you yesterday. He seems to have found us. K him. The muscular man walked out the window at this time, then raised his middle finger to Luo Ji in the distance, and shouted rude words such as fake and fake. In the distance, Luo Ji in the dark frowned slightly, but he was not attracted by the stupid muscular man, but he was moving his nose all the time, as if looking for some strange smell. As early as when I entered this area, Luo Ji smelled the odor of rotting corpses, as well as the breath of some indescribable strange creatures, which did not smell like humans or ordinary animals. Because it was the first time to encounter this weird breath, Luo Ji couldn't tell what kind of creature the other party was. It was the three idiot-like guys that I met last night who were constantly provoking themselves in a certain house in the castle at this time. Idiot. Those guys didn't seem to know. They were the most obvious bait in the dark. If there were any vampires, they would have been attacked long ago, as if wishing others to find them there sooner. Thought of this. After confirming that there was nothing he was looking for, Luo Ji gradually backed away and disappeared into the dark night. FK. Hey, stop yelling. That guy has disappeared. The long-haired man looked at Luo Ji where the camera was focused. Just when he was distracted, the other party suddenly disappeared, as if hiding. At this time, a stray wind blew in, making the surroundings filled with a strong, rancid smell, making people creepy, and Lena also let out a scream. What's wrong? The two men turned around and suddenly saw crows standing unexpectedly in the window of the castle. The crow tilted its head and stared at them, with some rotten meat in its mouth. It seemed that the smell just came from its mouth. Wow, frightened me. Damn crow. The two men scolded and dispelled the crow. After a long period of time, no supernatural events occurred in the vampire castle. Sure enough, I knew there was nothing here. Forget it. While it's not too late, let's go back. All right. When Lena said this, the long-haired man also nodded, as if there would be nothing to gain from shooting. In this way, they returned to the hotel. After eating supper, we talked for a while, took a shower, and went back to their respective rooms. Taking advantage of this time, the long-haired white man began to edit the things shot in the camera. But when he played back the contents of the camera, he gradually discovered some unexpected and interesting things. What is going on with that man? He also appeared in the wilderness tonight. Something is wrong. The long-haired white man began to think that Luo Ji was something wrong. So he checked the video and found something weird. Luo Ji in the video suddenly appeared nearby, and then, for a few seconds when he paused and looked at the castle, the long-haired white man zoomed in on the video, and then took a closer look at the man's face. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. When you take a closer look, your eyes widen. What he sees is not a man's face, but hairy, and there are terrible blue cold eyes. F***K. Hey, come and see. He stood up in a panic and called two other companions. What are you doing? Others looked at the long-haired white man dissatisfied, but when they saw the picture on the screen, their eyes widened. This F***CK werewolf? What the hell? That guy's a werewolf. Really or not? Just wear a mask on purpose to scare us. He must want to retaliate against us. What should I do? Call the police. Idiot. Do you call the police that a werewolf is going to kill us? Wait a moment. At this time, the young girl Lena lifted her hair and said with a thought, think about it. What if he is really a werewolf? If he is really a werewolf, our video will go viral. Wait, are you serious? Lena, you are such a genius. The long-haired white man reacted instantly. It was the werewolf captured in the video. Whether it was true or not, as long as they edited a little and added some filters, it was more real than that vampire and easier to win the eye. Since this scene happens to be filmed, let him completely become a werewolf. If it's just that, maybe it's not enough. We need more lenses. You mean, let us take the initiative to find a guy who looks dangerous? What if he is really a criminal? Don't worry, we just need to get close to him, and he will definitely show up here too. Think about it. We met him in the small town yesterday, and saw him in the castle today. Maybe he's the same adventurer as us, so we just need to go out a few times at night. Maybe we can find ourselves. It makes sense. When I find him next time, I will beat him up. Don't blow. If you can beat him, you won't be hit so badly yesterday. I made a mistake. He attacked me. Puff, huh? Seeing the bickering between the two companions, Lena couldn't help laughing at this moment. It's just the instinct of being a woman. She always looks a little uneasy. For example, if the man who looks very weird is really a werewolf. No, how is it possible there are no werewolves in this world? Shook his head. Lena stopped thinking about the impossible, because werewolves were even more incredible than vampires. Vampires may be a misunderstanding caused by people with certain diseases, while werewolves are completely legendary creatures. Doo-doo. At this moment, Lena suddenly sent a text message on her cell phone. She smiled and picked up the phone, turned on the screen, and then stared at the content of the text message. Her smile froze suddenly. Hey, look at this. Are you harassing text messages? At this time, the two men looked at the content of the text message on the mobile phone and suddenly opened their eyes. The message reads, Hello, do you want to meet a real vampire? Please come and find me near the bar after 2 in the morning. Don't tell anyone. I will show you the real vampire. Someone wants to date you? Hi, really hi. Nowadays, vampires all pick up girls on the internet. The times are advancing with the times, but why didn't he send me a message? Maybe you're not a young and pure woman. Don't you say that vampires like girls? What should I do? Go or not? What are you afraid of? Of course I want to see it. We will follow you behind, and we will run right away if we have the situation. Then, that's all right. The smell of human blood, very strong. The Wolf King stood on the edge of darkness, silently watching the figure of the human companion, but did not take any action. But watching something silently. The night is noisy. At 2 o'clock in the morning, in a Romanian bar, men and women partied all night, and everyone had their own prey. The Wolf King, attracted by blood, Luo Ji noticed that 3 familiar auras were approaching. It's them. That's right, the person here is the trio of Lena, the blonde, and the long-haired guy. Only, standing on the edge of darkness, Luo Ji watched the trio walk in the direction of the bar. Then, 2 men hid behind a tree with cameras, while the young girl waited under the bar, and then said something to the phone, as if to say hello to someone. What vampire are you talking about? Luo Ji, who is of werewolf blood, moved his ears, and the surrounding wind and grass can't hide from him. Ah, Luo Ji sneered. These idiots are looking for some vampire. It is a pity. There are no vampires here. Luo Ji had similar thoughts with them at the beginning, but after a round of investigation, he discovered that there are no so-called vampires at all. They are all fake. It's that this similar breath is genuine. But it's not here either. It's about 100 miles away from here. In Xiaozhuang village, which is more remote, far away from the city and noisy, this place can't even be found on the map, even without its name. Luo Ji was originally going to leave for this small village on the border of a certain Eastern European country. He just passed by here along the way and was attracted by the bloody smell here. As for the source of the bloody smell, he already knew the answer in his heart. Under Luo Ji's indifferent gaze, the girl named Lena started a conversation with a handsome-looking man. After talking for 10 minutes, the man invited her to a room. Lena also put down her guard and followed away. But then Lena passed out because of drinking. She was taken to a basement by several people, tied up, and stole her passport and a series of identification cards. Then someone called and contacted the local gang forces. At this time, the two male companions who were looking for Lena also encountered an accident. It is 2:30 in the morning. There is no surveillance where they are, and no passers-by, and even the route they walked out was designed by others. It would be weird if this is not missing. As for the source of the bloody smell, it is the smell of various human organs in the basement that are refrigerated. Obviously, this group of people are quite fierce organ dealers who specialize in picking out tourists who are easily deceived and kidnapping them to a place no one knows. They're solved cleanly. As for how to deal with the corpse, this is the simplest question. Because they don't need to dispose of the corpse at all, they only need to transport the corpse to a mysterious village on the border of a certain Eastern European country, where someone will naturally handle it. However, what surprised Luo Ji was, those three people were lucky and were not killed in the first place. Instead, he was kidnapped as a living person and drove along with other organs in the direction of the mountain range in the outskirts of the car. If nothing unexpected happens, the real monster is in that mountain. Horrified, when Lena, the blonde man, and the long-haired man opened their eyes at this time, they found themselves lying on a strange car. Quiet, the cold muzzle was against their chins, and a bearded man wearing sunglasses looked at them with a terrible smile. Those eyes didn't seem to be looking at a living person, as if looking at a lamb being slaughtered. Hush, hush, you will be there soon. Take a bit more, and you will be relieved immediately. You. The three panicked. They didn't know where they were going to be taken, but I only felt that my breath of life was getting weaker and weaker. The car was walking on a steep mountain road. After about 4 hours of journey, the sky gradually brightened, and everything around was gray, as if it had just rained. At this time, the road seemed to be blocked. "What's the matter?" the bearded man with sunglasses asked coldly. "The road is a bit muddy after the rain, but it won't take much time. Please don't worry. Resolve it quickly, or let you replace them." Yes, boss." The helpers seemed to be frightened, and hurriedly jumped off the cart. Then, the phone of the bearded man in sunglasses rang. He picked up the phone and put it to his ear, and then changed his attitude, becoming extremely humble and respectful. "Yes, on the road. I have kept you waiting. Anyway, the Countess." "Ah, I see. I will definitely bring people here as soon as possible." Then, there was a hoarse and creepy voice on the phone. "The Countess is very angry. Be careful when you come." I got it." Hearing this, the face of the man with sunglasses and beard suddenly turned pale, as if thinking of something terrible. He looked outside through the foggy car window at this time. In the distant mountains, there seems to be an ancient village in it. At the highest point of the ancient village, connected to the mountain peaks, there's a pretty magnificent medieval fortress looming over this unnamed mountain village in Eastern Europe. As the last heir to that castle, the Countess is a mysterious existence. According to rumors, she had been a hostess here as early as the late 19th century. In 1919, when the Spanish flu spread throughout Eastern Europe, people in this village began to die in batches. The cemetery in the village was quickly filled up, forcing many survivors to bury their loved ones outside the village. At that time, the Countess began to let everyone in the village drink her blood. Since then, the flu has disappeared inexplicably. The people in the village worshipped her and regarded her as the only god. However, due to inheriting the blood disease passed on to her by her ancestors, the Countess exposed a problem at the time. She needed to consume human flesh and blood to maintain her vitality. Soon the villagers began to worry that she would prey on them. Fleeing here, some of them have been enslaved for generations. But considering the special location of the area and the long feudal rule, almost no one outside knows what happened here, and there is no so-called media report, because it is difficult for reporters to get out of here alive. Therefore, even the locals rarely know the whereabouts of this mysterious village, let alone people from other countries. During World War II, there was an army passing by this place. Later, the army was silent. It was like a sudden disappearance of the world. Coupled with the defeat of the army's country at that time, no one continued to investigate the matter, so that it was secretly eliminated as a hostile country. Later, the people in this village no longer believe in Christianity, but converted to a heresy cult, which is called the Countess as a mother god. It seems that many vampire legends are revealed from here, but there are very few people who know the truth, because the Countess is very strict, and she does not allow her children and followers to leave here. Otherwise, she will be ruthlessly hunted down. And some of the people in the outside world are her believers, and they often bring living blood to this village. Therefore, since the 19th century, the people in the village and the Countess made a living from this, and have lived to this day. In order to inspire believers to find more blood, the Countess will often give them new blood, and use this to control them, making them feel extremely honored. There is no doubt that this is the real source of Luo Ji's breath of kindness. Asterisk. The trails near the mountains, the thick shadows, the knife can't cut, the needle can't penetrate. The gloomy and sparse sunlight loomed through the slow-moving black clouds. Not far away, there was a strange figure standing on the side of the mountain road. The thick fog couldn't dissolve, and there was the sound of footsteps in the long and silent mountain forest. Bang! The sound of the branches being broken off sounded, and a burly werewolf with dark and thick hair appeared at the foot of the mountain. It seems to be here. As the Wolf King, Luo Ji looked at this bizarre Eastern European village ahead through the gloomy, bleak sunlight. Tracks were clearly visible on the muddy mountain road. Have you gone in yet? Luo Ji looked around and followed without any reduction in speed. In his observations, the reason why this piece of land is isolated from the outside world is that there is a double barrier between forests and mountains, and there is only one-way passage. Coupled with the eerie and horrible forest covered in mist, outsiders hardly dare to set foot in it. Occasionally, people who get lost will break in, but they will be blocked again due to various complicated terrain and mountain roads. People who are out of survival instinct will never go deeper, otherwise they will completely lose the chance of escape. Bloody, disgusting, rotting smell of stomach rolling. It seems to be smelling something. Luo Ji stopped suddenly and listened carefully. The werewolves, he also instantly entered a state of alert and began to shake his nose, showing terrifying and cruel teeth. His eyes gradually became fierce. He could hear the weak breathing nearby, the sound of trampling on weeds, and the tearing of monsters eating. Voice. Apart from that, nothing was heard, not even the chirping of birds. This is a forest area, and it is just beginning to spring. Where did the wild animals and insects go? The forest was extremely quiet, and only unusual noises could be heard. Since entering the vicinity of the village, Luo Ji has entered a state of alert for the first time. Is it in front? The werewolf that enters the hunting mode is particularly sensitive to blood, so among dozens of hundreds of scents, it can almost see the blood-red smell floating in the air with the naked eye. Accompanied by the sound of stepping on weeds, Luo Ji walked out of the forest and came to a dark corner somewhere on the side of the road. This smell, shouldn't it be? Incredible. Long before Luo Ji had doubted whether there was something hidden in this village, but now he can be sure that there is definitely a problem in this village. Roar! Suddenly, looking behind the shadow of the forest, Luo Ji let out a deafening roar, which was clearly a warning roar. Then there was another hoarse and high-pitched roar, obviously from another beast. Immediately afterwards, a black object full of muscle texture suddenly sprang out of the woods and leaped in his direction. Roar! But the ending seemed to be completely different from what you imagined. The black, muscle-filled monster was only less than 2 meters in size. At this time, The 3-meter-tall, burly Wolf King had his neck firmly clamped by an arm. With a boom, Luo Ji grabbed his head and pressed the black monster to the ground. Then he seemed to hear the scream of "Oh." The dog-like monster screamed like a mad dog while struggling desperately. For ordinary humans, it looks hideous and bloody, quite terrifying. But for Luo Ji, it's like the tyrant in Resident Evil encounters a canine zombie. One hand can easily squeeze the dog's head of a canine zombie. The little things are very chic. The huge dog-like monster was held up with its head held high, 3 meters away from the ground. At this time, the majestic Wolf King Luo Ji was looking at it. The dark and thick wolf hair, strong muscles, and blue veins were in the gloomy sunlight. Glossy underneath. Is this a mad dog that has eaten people? Thinking of this, the wolf paw easily squeezed the neck of a zombie-like dog, and Luo Ji dropped it on the ground like a trash. Until now, Luo Ji finally understood the origin of the rotting smell that made his stomach tumble. The tall Wolf King stood on a hill, overlooking the gloomy and foggy villages and castles in front of him. Seeing everything in front of him, he seemed to understand something. A few minutes ago, "Get off the car," the bearded man with sunglasses shouted in a rough tone, planning to kick Lena, the blonde and the long-haired man. Before being surrounded, throw those things away. After entering the ancient village of Eastern Europe covered in dense fog, a group of people in a car looked at the surrounding nervously with guns, and then someone ran to the refrigerated rear compartment, resisted a large pile of sacks containing blood, and threw it on the ground. "Hurry up! Get in the car!" Just as they were carrying things stiffly, a strange roar suddenly came from the house next to the village, and someone quickly raised a gun and pointed it there. "Don't shoot!" the bearded man shouted angrily, and then sent everyone back to the car. "Stay here," he whispered. Then the eyes under the sunglasses showed fearful eyes. The door of the house in the village slowly opened, and one by one, black-skinned humanoid creatures came out slowly. They lowered their heads and moved forward slowly, stiffly like zombies. "Keep that woman, and throw the other two away." "Yes, boss." Although the robbers were panicked, it didn't seem to be the first time they did such a thing. Asterisk. "Hey, let me go." The horrified blonde and long-haired guy screamed. They didn't know what was happening at this time, but they always felt cold on their backs. Puff. They were thrown out of the car. Woo. Lena was sitting somewhere in the back of the car by the window, watching this scene in horror. Suddenly, bang! A shadow suddenly shrouded Lena's car window. A monster with pale skin and bulging blood vessels, as if the flesh on the left cheek had been bitten off by something, slammed its head against the window glass. Woo! She was completely frightened. The struggling body froze, trembling all over. F***K, run, the blonde hurriedly shouted. The other long-haired man turned around and could vaguely hear the monster chasing after him. Their terrifying bodies made a swish sound as they passed through the house. The two dared not delay for a moment, and ran stumblingly towards the place of the vehicle. "Drive!" The co-pilot's bearded man with sunglasses watched this scene mercilessly and ordered the driver to drive over. "Yes, yes. Now I know why I keep these two people." The bearded man with sunglasses lighted himself a cigarette and exhaled. "Sometimes we have to attract their attention with living things, so we can, approaching the castle smoothly, send fresh blood to the Countess." As he said, he glanced at Lena, who was trembling in the back row, and it seemed that the so-called blood sacrifice meant her. "Please, let us get in the car." The car still drove forward and even started to accelerate. "Don't leave us here, bang." The blonde man standing in front of the vehicle was hit and flew several meters away, but the vehicle still drove forward, and the injured blonde man wailed in pain. "Oh my God, you killed him." Lena couldn't believe it and saw the wide-open eyes of the blonde man and his pale face through the glass of the vehicle. The gloomy sunlight shone on his face in fear, and a layer of light appeared in the thick fog. But the car quickly moved away from the abandoned two people with the sound of the engine. There is still 50 meters to reach. Suddenly, the vehicle slowly drove onto the gravel road, and then suddenly began to accelerate. At the last moment, Lena saw the faces of everyone in the car, and her blind fear seemed to ease a lot. It can be seen here that you have entered a relatively safe zone. After driving for about 2 kilometers, you will arrive at a new place. Through the hazy fog, Lena has vaguely seen the ancient castle built on the mountain. As if that was the real vampire castle, it was mysterious, dark, eerie, and terrifying. But now she's been captured by fear, unable to think, only knowing that she looks stupidly at the ever-changing scenery outside the window. "Don't stop," the long-haired man shouted anxiously. The harsh howl of the monster caused the blond man to crawl forward with his broken leg, and his consciousness gradually became blurred, as if the hope of escaping from birth was completely cut off. At this time, the long-haired man was horrified to find some terrifying creatures, and their dark shadows quickly rushed out of the grass. The dog-like creature suddenly rushed towards him. The long-haired man ran away out of the village in fear. Under the pursuit of the death hound, he ran deep and shallow on the bumpy road. The lungs screamed for air. "Help me! Who will help me?" Soon the long-haired man was forced to a dead end, and he smelled a terrible rotten smell as soon as he turned around. Ah! Immediately after the severe pain in his arm, as if he was about to be torn off, a death hound threw him to the ground, biting him frantically on his back. He turned around, struggling desperately, while the monster roared angrily, biting his arm. At this moment, in the process of struggling, he grasped a fleshy piece of flesh on his arm and pulled out some kind of parasite-like creature from the death hound, shaking it back and forth like a snake. Crack! I have heard the sound of the monster's powerful upper and lower jaws biting off the hand bones. The intense pain caused the long-haired man to lose consciousness, and finally vaguely heard more roars coming from behind. A group of monsters seemed to approach, issued a more excited and enthusiastic howl. A few minutes or so passed after that. A very oppressive footstep came out nearby. A terrifying monster with a height of 3 meters and thick hair was staring at the group of death hounds who were eating frantically with terrifying eyes. With a boom, a leaping hound was like a chicken cub, pinched its head and pressed to the ground by the monster, then lifted it high and broke its neck. Dash! The death hounds who sensed the dangerous breath now backed up in horror, and in their small eyes seemed to see some tall monster approaching. Boom, boom! Following a heavy roar, a werewolf-like monster jumped more than 10 meters and landed on the ground nearby. Wow! The group of death hounds screamed and rushed away in fear and fled towards the village. Then, there was the scene before. The tall werewolf stood on one side of the mountain, overlooking the gloomy and foggy village and old castle in front of him. As if it had understood something, it began to attack in the direction of the village. However, at the moment of stepping into the village, Luo Ji felt that he was being caught by a group of eyes. Villagers from a mysterious villages in Eastern Europe came out, staring at the unexpected guest. The werewolf, about 3 meters tall, wearing a hunter's pointed hat and a black gothic coat, swaggered into the village at this time. Woo! Disgusting mucus came out of the mouths of the villagers who clenched their teeth, and there was a terrifying noise in their throats. Under the messy hair, their eyes were staring forward like wild beasts, and their crimson muscles swelled slightly. Click! The werewolf Luo Ji's footsteps stopped. At this time, he saw some strange men in the villages tilting their heads and staring at him, took iron rods, shovel, and some long-barrel guns from the side, and then surrounded him. They said nothing terrifying. His eyes fixed on himself, a tall werewolf monster. "Your breath, stranger." They were talking hoarsely. It seems that these people with a rotten smell are not as simple as zombies or zombies. They seem to retain a certain sense of self. Although his intelligence is not high, he looks like a savage who is drinking blood and has many rotten spots on his body. But at least knowing how to communicate in language shows that there is a certain civilized foundation. "Are you from here?" Luo Ji speaks fluently. Hearing this voice, the villagers twisted their necks stiffly and looked at each other, seemingly surprised. "Your language, very fluent like madam," From the intermittent, simple vocabulary, Luo Ji understood a few words. Madam? Who is it? Follow me. An old-looking mother-in-law walked out of the villagers, who was estimated to be at least over 100 years old. With cloudy eyes open, she looked at the 3-meter-tall werewolf monster in front of her with a little dread. The dark aura on Luo Ji's body is quite strong, bringing them an extremely dangerous sense of oppression. That's why they didn't attack Luo Ji, but treated it with caution. But those mad dogs are different. Mad dogs are inherently stupid, and when they feel dangerous, they either desperately or run away. It's that simple. Yes. Luo Ji shrank his claws at this time, temporarily restraining his thoughts of killing. Before investigating the madam, it's better not to do anything for the time being, otherwise you won't even know who you offended. Go and inform, Madam, daughters. The scary-looking old woman acted as the village chief at this time and gave orders to the terrifying villagers who were like other monsters. So a few villagers rushed towards the direction of the castle. At the same time, there are still a few huge bats on the nearby rooftop chimney, staring at this scene curiously. What is this place? Walking behind the old woman, Luo Ji turned to observe the surroundings, and several villagers followed behind him. Walked towards the depths of the village together. Ho, 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 it's Mrs. the Castle. The old woman didn't answer Luo Ji directly, but smiled negatively, as if she was so old that she had forgotten her previous name here. She only remembered that in front was the castle ruled by the lady. She already existed when she was a young girl. At this time, as if feeling some sight, Luo Ji raised his head and looked in the direction of the castle. Vaguely a few kilometers away, I saw somewhere on the castle, a strange and beautiful woman was smiling at him. But the next moment, Luo Ji glanced at a death hound running next to him, and when he looked up again, the strange woman had disappeared by the window of the old castle. Then a while later, Madam said, "She invites you to be a guest in the castle." The old woman looked at the villagers who ran back. The disheveled monster held a metal card in his hand, as if it represented an invitation letter, and handed it to Luo Ji. "Are you a guest?" Luo Ji raised the corner of the werewolf's mouth and showed a ferocious smile. It seems that the so-called countess is really extraordinary, and the kind she felt may be her right. "This is an invitation from Shua. It seems that Madam likes you very much, Mr. Werewolf from afar." Gradually, the old woman said something terrible. It seems that she is not Alzheimer's. After living for so long, she can tell at a glance that Luo Ji does not look like a local monster. And a bloody feast. It sounds like a terrible sacrificial ceremony, but only people with high authority should be eligible to be invited. That said, the Countess seemed to have known that she was coming. Otherwise, she would not entertain herself with a feast so suddenly. Interesting. Is it a social ritual between monsters? Luo Ji has never participated in such a thing. But since the other party put on a smiling face, then he can't violently break in and wreak havoc. Before tearing his face, he didn't mind playing the so-called beast gentleman. "Let's go. Take me to the castle." After finishing the collar of the gothic dark coat and straightening the hat, Luo Ji took a big step forward. The Wolf King's domineering and burly posture appeared on the road, walking in the castle. Go to the bloody feast invited by the Countess, in the castle of evil spirits. Lena's breathing gradually became stable. She was tied to a coffin and looked around at her surroundings. Everything seemed to be a nightmare. And this nightmare has just undergone a scene change. The sudden death of those ferocious monsters, friends, the companions who were eaten, the fearful memories brought by the darkness. And now this dark, mysterious, and weird room. She only felt that her heart was beating violently, and the thoughts in her mind were chaotic, but at this moment, she suddenly heard something terrible. Boom! It was the sound of a heavy object falling on the floor, as if it was very close to her. Lena twisted her neck with difficulty and looked over there. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the horror movie she had watched before. Mysterious castle, weird sound. She shocked all over and secretly swore in her heart that if she could leave here alive, she wouldn't risk it for the rest of her life. Under the castle, A wide bridge was built on a cliff with a city gate tens of meters high in front, two gates diagonally opposite, and one at the end. There was a transport truck parked on the left, not far from Luo Ji. On the right side of the corridor, there was a drag trail that was dyed red. Luo Ji frowned and smelled it carefully. There was a vague smell. The unpleasant smell coming from the castle made him very annoying. And then there were two monsters like villagers looking at him at the door, with hollow eyes radiating from their sunken eye sockets. "Your wife invited me." Luo Ji's cold and gloomy eyes looked straight ahead sharply and shook the metal sign. He not only exudes a mysterious and cold temperament, but also reveals a domineering attitude that looks wild and unrestrained. The King of Werewolves, this is his current title. The other side, it seemed that he felt this sense of oppression and saw the invitation card of the Countess. The two monster servants gently opened the door, letting Luo Ji formally enter the castle. Squeak! Luo Ji has completely entered the castle, stepped out in the dim environment, and started to walk into the corridor. Servant of blood, the faces of the two guys were as pale as dead. Only their rotten lips were stained red with blood. Most of the facial skin has been cracked, and the skin is almost old to fall off. In the deep-set eye sockets, he looked at the tall werewolf Luo Ji with a little fear and awe. The scrawny figure looked weak and weak. Contrasted with them, Luo Ji looked extremely huge. This is inside the castle. Luo Ji looked around. This ancient castle was really big, and the interior materials were extremely luxurious, with the word gorgeous everywhere. But the entire castle hall was empty. There was no sound, and there was no half of a person. The two servants did not dare to step into the hall for half a step. As if very scared, they backed away. The interior is very warm, even if the temperature outside drops and there is heavy snow, but inside it is as warm as spring. Luo Ji is like a beast gentleman, walking around the castle hall at will, smelling the confusing perfume in the air. It seems that someone has walked here not long ago. Wow! There seemed to be the sound of something flying in the outdoor courtyard. Luo Ji turned to look. There were a few strange-shaped objects flying in the sky, like large bats, but not necessarily bats. They could only say that they were very long. Picture. After that, Luo Ji didn't stay any longer and continued to walk forward and saw the dark red sofa and furniture. But before Luo Ji walked forward, he noticed movement from a door at the end of the spiral staircase on both sides of the hall. "Mom, a guest is here." "Wow, werewolf. What a rare visitor." The door at the end was pushed open. The four women, headed by the Countess of the castle, are probably the master. She has an enchanting figure, a beautiful face, a long black dress, silver hair, and snow skin, but it is frightening. She is too tall, and she is almost 2 meters above her visual inspection. No wonder the layout in this castle is so peculiar, such as 2 high doors, 2 large sofas, and beds. Even if Luo Ji stands here a height of 3 meters and 3 meters, he doesn't feel crowded at all. Who are the 3 women next to her? Count Dracula and his 3 brides, who look like vampire literature, wore veils and red skirts. The skirts had complicated patterns, which looked like family crests. They are also fair and beautiful, with charming smiles, and they seem to like to look clean. They are 3 very beautiful young ladies. Without considering the actual age, their looks are very good. Not only the wife is noble and charming, but even the daughters are so beautiful and beautiful. Compared with the daughters, the wife is even bigger. She was holding her skirt, swaying down the stairs, staring deep at the standing strong wolf king. Asterisk.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.